Wherever there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special occasion. We just finished Dragon Ball Season 1, and we're like, you know what, let's continue on that finishing big milestones track, because we are here for the last of the trilogy, or if you want to include the quad trilogy.
That's right, because of the Christmas special.
If we're including the fucking Christmas special in there,
which is weird because we didn't do that in order. We did Empire Strikes Back before the Christmas special. So
yeah, but again, we gave it more thought than they gave thought into the Christmas special. But yeah, no, this is the end of the Star Wars original trilogy. We've of course had A New Hope, we had Empire Strikes Back, and now we're here for the grand finale, Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. By the way, I'm Owen Finch, and that's AJ Talon.
Oh yeah,
we forgot about that, but whatever.
I did.
When I'll be doing this, I'm happy with this take. But this is
what an AJ Talks. I'm happy for this one. So before we get into all the wiki stuff, basically this one, if you remember, A New Hope to Empire Strikes Back, about 3 years passed.
Yeah.
In universe. And then this one takes place about a year after Empire Strikes Back. So yeah. And then I just wanted to say that. Obviously it wasn't a year in real life. But
yeah. I do want to say I'm happy with doing this now. We were supposed to do this back in February, but then we had a big snowstorm, so I didn't want to take the risk of doing it because I figured we were going to lose power, and this is a big video to not lose power on, because then everything's just gone. And then then we just started doing other stuff. But then, it just got closer to May, and last year in May, I believe it's I think it was last year in May, I think we did Return of the Jedi, because not Return of the Jedi, we did, New Hope. I think that's when we started this trilogy, so I figured it'd be kind of good to around May finish this one, because I figured that would be pretty cool. Obviously, we didn't exactly make it because we can't seem to make our anniversaries for anything. So again, like I said in one of the videos where we had an anniversary, if AJ and I ever get a girlfriend, we're not going to make our anniversaries. It seems like so. But yeah, I'm excited about this.
That literally happened to me one time. Where I had a girlfriend, and she was like, she texted me, be like, "Happy 2-month anniversary." And I was like, "Yeah, see."
But yeah, I'm happy we're at this point. I didn't really think we would get to this point. But yeah, I'm happy we're here. I'm happy we did all 3 movies, and the plan is we're gonna do all 3 movies, and then when we come back, later in the fall, we'll do the prequels. But yeah, let's finish off this trilogy.
Yeah, and we'll probably do a little bit beforehand. I think we mentioned that we originally, at the end of this video, we were going to have you do your predictions for the prequels and the sequels. Because, we did the Star Wars guessing game. But, obviously you didn't have much to go on there. So now that you've seen the original trilogy, we'll probably have you do a separate video where you can, now that you have a better idea what Star Wars is, and the story and the characters, you can maybe make better guesses on where you think the prequels and the sequels go.
Yeah, how should we structure that? Should we do the same thing, you ask questions, or should I just predict?
Yeah, I'll probably ask we can probably do what we did for The Walking Dead, where the first question is give your general thoughts, and then I get asked more specific questions.
All right, there we go.
But we'll get to that when we get to it. Point is, this isn't the last Star Wars video we're ever gonna do. Like you said, we're going to get to the prequels, and we'll probably do that video before then. And, and as I was telling Owen, he should fucking check out the Jedi Knight games, because he has a Switch. Because before Disney took over, they had a bunch of stuff on what happened after Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, that'd be fun to play.
Yeah. And then that's something I like about this movie, as we're going to get into, that it works really well as a finale. If you want to consider this, the end, You absolutely can, and I think this is a very great movie to end on. It's got its flaws, as we're going to talk about, but like in terms of like a finale, I think it's pretty good.
I agree.
But it also leaves you, with that sense of like, if you do want more, there's a lot of other good stuff out there.
Yeah. So.
Just not the Disney stuff. Anyway,
I can't comment on that. So.
Yeah, you can't. But yeah, Owen, Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. When did this release?
So I know the year is 1983 because Disney Plus gave that away.
Yeah, thank you, Disney, once again.
Well, thank you on my end because I've been getting a lot of this stuff wrong, so I know it's somewhere in 1983. So yeah. I don't know.
It's just funny because we're guessing 83. No, you were guessing 82 for Dragon Ball.
Yeah. So, all right. So let me think. So I have to think because I know the first one. I remember you said I don't know if it was like the first blockbuster, but it was like the first big movie blockbuster that did like really well in the summer. So I'm wondering if they would have ended it off in that trend. This seems like a summertime movie. And then, but because it's also in the forest and everything like that. I'm trying to think if they would have done early summer or late summer because I remember when Toy Story 3, they had that release like the last day I was in middle school. As like a big summer blockbuster premiere type of thing. So I'm wondering, and that's the end of that. Well, ironically enough, that's the end of that trilogy. If you want to consider that the end type of thing. So,
yeah. And then again in typical Disney fashion, they're like, "Hey, what if we like make another one but fuck it up?"
No, in Disney fashion, let's make a bunch of spin-off stuff before then. Not have that be the end. Just make a bunch of spin-off stuff and then
Also accurate.
But yeah, I think they probably went with the summer blockbuster. There's nothing really like holiday-ish that like would have like thrown me off or anything like that. Although I'm pretty sure, didn't I guess like I tried to guess like around Christmas time for the Christmas special, and it wasn't even like Christmas. I'm pretty sure it was like Thanksgiving. I think it was like not even Thanksgiving, like right before Thanksgiving or something like that. It came out or whatever. So, but I'm gonna say they went with the summer blockbuster. I'm trying to think if they would have done the end of the school year, or would they have done like just before you go back to school? Because then everyone would have something to talk about when you go back to school. But then again, Star Wars isn't. I feel like though. That's tough. I'm gonna go end of school, end of the year school, because kids can go see it. It probably aired on a Friday, which doesn't help me at all because it's 1983. I don't know what day would have been Friday. So I am going to go. I feel like I always say June, and I always get it wrong. So I am going to go with August 15th, 1983.
Unfortunately, Owen, you went the opposite direction from June. You are right, though. It's in the summertime. We're actually almost at the anniversary for this movie. This originally aired on May 25th, 1983.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really? So Memorial. Maybe I should upload this May 25th then.
Maybe. You know what? I guess viewers, all 1.5 of you, this is released on May 25th. Good job, Owen.
Knowing my luck, with how I've been getting videos out. I mean, the last Dragon...
You'll release on May 27th.
No, May 26th. So...
There you go.
I don't know if I ever told you, like, when I did New Hope, my other computer was just so ass at, like, rendering the stuff. Because it was so ass, it aired, like, we just missed, like, May the 4th be with you. It was, like, May 5th of last year.
Okay. That's some Christmas special ass right there.
Hey, at least I know what's real in this world. At least I don't pretend something's on a TV show.
Hey, at least you don't have a random ass cartoon segment fucking in the middle of your goddamn special.
We don't know if that's real or not.
Yeah, who knows if it's even fucking real or if it's a goddamn acid trip. But yeah, Owen, now you get to guess the budget for this one.
Oh, that's right. I think they went pretty hardcore this time around too, because they went pretty hardcore for the, Empire Strikes Back. There's a lot of explosions in this movie, and there's a lot of like robots walking around this time. I know there always is, but there's definitely more so this time around. They consistently change locations. There's a lot of vehicles in this movie that they have to make. And maybe a lot of the budget went to getting Han back that, they never saw the light of day again. So, as we'll talk about, not money well spent.
Yeah.
But I am going to say, I am probably going to be way off, but I feel like if I don't guess high, I'm going to say $42 million in budget.
42 million? Owen, you are fucking, like, dead on. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so, okay, the budget from the wiki and everything I can find on Google is a little inconsistent, so it gives a range of 32 million to 42 million. So, like, I guess it's like 32 is like the minimum, 42 is like the max of what it likely was.
Are you going to give it to me then?
Yeah, we'll count it. You know what? I'll give that to you. Round of applause.
I wonder if I like how the budget's so high. Even Google and Wiki doesn't even know what the budget is. That's how high it is.
Yeah, I mean, considering how much it's made, it's actually not that bad. So, Owen, keep in mind, Star Wars films have had multiple releases, like for anniversaries and shit. So I'm assuming this box office right here is kind of an accumulation of the last fucking 4 decades. So keep that in mind when you guess.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say it probably broke, like, it probably made more than the budget, so 42 million. So I gotta go higher than 42 million. Again, re-releases and shit. We're probably going into the billions, but I'm pretty sure there's a number higher than billions, but I don't think it went probably higher than $1 billion. But I don't mean 1 billion too, like in the billions range. I am going to say, if we're counting everything, I'm going to say $15 billion.
No. It was not quite that high. To put that in perspective, Owen, Disney bought Star Wars for, I think, $4 billion. So, no. But it made $482 million.
Oh, that's still really good, though,
Really good. I'm just like, it wasn't $15 billion.
I went too high.
I guess I tried to help you out by saying this is, all the re-releases, but I guess I sent you too far in the other direction.
I figured, I figured, a lot of people, watch the re-releases a bunch.
I mean, I don't blame you. Fucking, Avengers made fucking, over $1 billion, so, I can't blame you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one, again, was not directed by George Lucas. Out of the original trilogy, he only directed the first one. This one was directed by Richard Marquand. The screenplay was, of course, by Lawrence Kasdan and George Lucas. Because, as I said, even though he didn't direct it, he was heavily involved in all 3 of them. And Lawrence Kasdan helped out the screenplay for Empire Strikes Back.
I do want to say, because I've been able to watch some behind-the-scenes stuff now, because I've seen all 3 trilogies. I watched the videos you sent me, a while ago, a couple of days ago. A cool fact is, I didn't know, George Lucas, even the prequels, he basically had the screenplay, all written pretty much for the most part, when these movies were coming out and everything like that. He wrote...
Well, that's actually another cool thing. I'm going to save it. But the whole, how Darth Vader got injured and needed a suit, he revealed that back in, 79 or 80. I think it was right after the first one came out. The Rolling Stones had an interview with him, and he revealed how he got injured, and it's wow, that's incredible that he fucking held on to that backstory for fucking 30 years before he actually put it in the movie.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Because don't get me wrong, he didn't have everything planned out, as we're going to talk about. So I'm not gonna say he had everything planned out, but people kind of shit on him a little too much. And say he had nothing planned. I'm he definitely had a good amount planned.
Yeah, which is really cool to hear how much he had planned out and everything like that. Which I think is really cool. The fact that there's a writer that has that attention to detail and that he knows more than what the audience knows and everything like that. Because as we talk about it seems like some of the shows that we've watched, is the opposite problem where it doesn't really feel like some of them have really planned a lot of that stuff out type of thing. So
yeah. I mean, funny, we just had that with Avatar, where like they kind of set up lightning bending like really quickly.
Yeah.
It was a very like thing. It's like, oh, that ends up being a big thing for like the next 2 seasons.
I mean, we could say Data's ghost sense, but I don't know if that was planned out quite.
Yeah. I don't know about that one. I think that one's kind of a like they kind of went back and were like, okay, we could probably do something with that.
I mean, I just watched it.
Dragon Ball, we kind of just had a moment like that where Oolong makes a comment about Goku being like, "Oh, is he an alien or something?"
Yeah.
And I mentioned that like he didn't have that planned, but that's kind of a neat little like he probably went back and he's like, "Oh, I can use that as foreshadowing."
Actually, I just told you I watched it. Death Note. I don't think we caught it originally, but they kept saying like Ryuk had 2 Death Notes. Obviously, we find out that he wasn't supposed to have 2. He took like somebody else's Death Note.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know how that happened, but okay.
Not a good one, but yeah.
I mean, a lot of the LVB, a lot of the freelancer stuff they like talked about in the present, and then they did it.
Yeah. They mentioned that quite a bit of that before we actually saw it. Yeah. So yeah, it's always nice to see that when they kind of have a general idea of how they're going to do things. So yeah, screenplay was by Lawrence Kasdan and George Lucas. Story by George Lucas. It was produced by Howard Kazanjian. Cinematography by Alan Hume. Edited by Sean Barton, George Lucas's ex-wife, Marsha Lucas. Dwayne Dunham. The music was, of course, by John Williams, who fucking nails it every time with the music.
Yeah.
Listen, even if you don't like Star Wars, you gotta admit the music is fucking really good.
It's awesome, yeah.
It was produced by Lucasfilm, distributed by 20th Century Fox. Yep, that about covers it.
How's it feel, AJ? You got to say you could actually impulsively pronounce all the names this time around because
mostly, yeah. Definitely nice, mix it up once in a while. Yeah. So Owen, the floor is yours. You get to cover the title crawl and the first scene.
Yeah, so going through the title crawl, I like the fact that they still done this. Kind of shows that stuff still happening off camera and everything like that.
That's why it's been like about a year in between movies.
But yeah, because it's been a year, not as much stuff has happened like between these movies, like in New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. But there's been some things going on. We find out that Luke Skywalker, has been on the search for Han Solo, and he's going back to his home planet, Tatooine, to confront Jabba the Hutt and see if he can get Han Solo back. Which is really cool. I like that it kind of starts out with that, kind of finding out that Luke's gonna go back home, because it's the last of the trilogy and everything like that. And it's kind of cool. Luke went back home, because obviously, as we're gonna see in this movie, he's very different in this movie than he was even one movie ago, but now even 2 movies ago and everything like that. So kind of cool he's going back home.
He's definitely grown a lot compared to when we first saw him on Tatooine. Yeah, so it's a nice little going full circle kind of thing.
Yeah. And then we also found out, which threw my theory out the bus, because in New Hope, I don't know if you remember, I mentioned I thought, Darth Vader kind of wanted the Death Star to be destroyed, but that was not the case. We find out that meanwhile, as all of this was going on, Darth Vader's also been looking for Luke Skywalker. But also, they've been starting the new project on making a new Death Star. And they're going to try to make this really powerful and use this Death Star to really put an end to this war and end the Rebel Alliance altogether. Which I think is cool. The fact that, I also like that too, that the villains and the heroes, again, are just doing stuff off camera and they're not really doing anything related to each other or anything like that.
It makes the world feel lived in, that they're actually still doing shit, when we can't see them.
So
they're not just sitting around thumbs up their asses waiting for the camera to turn back on.
Yellow Jackets, we're looking at you.
Yeah. I wasn't even talking about them specifically, but since you want to say it, I will argue with you.
Yeah. I think Kiss Sis, we're looking at them too, right? Probably.
Yeah. They don't do months pass in between episodes in that show, and they just fucking, again, thumbs up their asses.
I mean, Kida studied for his test for, you know.
For like fucking 80 years, you know, in that show.
But, you know, really cool. I like the fact that we'll find, you know, we're hearing about the Death Star again. I kind of like that they're putting that back. And I guess my theory ended up being wrong about Darth Vader wanting... Well, then again, we didn't really get his feelings on it this time around. But you know, this time around, he was more...
Well, sorry, go ahead.
This time around, it seemed like he was more in favor of it, because I remember that was kind of a big... What he was fighting with, like, the other villains about, like, in the first movie and everything like that. So,
Yeah, we don't really get his thoughts on it. I mean, I think the idea is he still probably doesn't like it. Like, he still thinks it's a dumb idea.
Yeah.
But, you know, he kind of has to listen to the Emperor, so he's like, whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, and then it cuts to...
sorry, can I get my thoughts real quick?
Yeah, I guess I'll get my thoughts, and I'm going to get my thoughts. But yeah, overall, I like the fact that we find out that Luke's going to go back home. I think that's a really nice full circle thing. And again, it's even cooler when we see, like, Luke's evolution in this movie. And I like the fact that, you know, the villains were still doing stuff off camera. And like you said, I really like the fact that, like, they're just doing stuff off camera when the world feels lifted. I do like that they didn't do, like... Not like the last movie where they did, like, a bunch of stuff in, like, a year. Like, everything that they did, it felt like, okay, I can believe they probably were doing all that stuff in about a year. Darth Vader, as you're going to talk about, is not very happy about this, as I'll talk about in a second. But, you know.
Yeah.
I like this. What did you think of the title crawl?
Yeah, I think it was a good title crawl. Like you said, it's a difficult balance, you know, because, like, you don't want things to be completely different in between movies. But you also want, you know, like we said, you don't want it to seem like they're doing absolutely nothing. And it would be weird if they were doing nothing after a whole year passed.
Yeah, so
I think this strikes a good balance of, like, yeah, I could see, you know, like, this is a, you know, the characters aren't completely fucking different in between movies. But, you know, it also, you know, like, stuff was happening, but it was nothing too important where, like, we needed to see it, you know?
Yeah.
And... So it's interesting that you actually like the second Death Star, because it's actually a pretty common criticism of this movie that, like, people think it's kind of lazy, like we're retreading the same ground. Well, you know, yeah, if you want to give your thoughts on that criticism before I give mine.
Yeah, I would have liked if they did something different. You know, I would have obviously liked if they did something different than the Death Star. I don't mind it too much, just because. One, there's obviously other things I could complain about in this movie. I don't really think that's, you know, that worth really complaining about. I don't think it's, like, the main focus this movie this time around. It seems like it's kind of going on. It's really weird. It's more of a background thing compared to, like, you know, what the main movie's about, actually. Like, if it was, like, the main plot line this time around, I would probably have a different opinion on it and everything like that. And, you know, this time around, it was a stronger Death Star. They had to, like, go deactivate a shield this time around. So I didn't really mind the fact that, you know, it didn't seem like it was a complete retread or anything like that. I guess it makes sense they would want to rebuild the Death Star, because obviously, you know, it was destroyed the last one, so they would want to make another one. So yeah, I don't really hate the fact that they reused the Death Star. I would have liked if they did something different, obviously. That would have been preferred, but I'm not, like, completely against them going back to the Death Star.
Yeah, so that's kind of my thoughts, where in universe, I understand the reasoning. So if you remember from A New Hope, they talked about it, where they had the Senate, and then once the Death Star was completed, they dissolved the Senate, and their idea was like, okay, you know, the Death Star will keep everybody in line, but the Death Star gets destroyed, so it's like, oh shit, and then you just dissolve the Senate, which probably pissed off a lot of people. So, you know, and that probably, you know, made the rebels stronger, and a lot more people are willing to rebel against the Empire. So I understand the idea of, like, oh shit, we need to get another Death Star, you know, in operation, like, quickly.
Yeah.
So I can see why they would be like, okay, fuck, we need to build another Death Star because we dissolved the Senate because we had a Death Star. So I get the idea, and I think it makes sense. But like you said, like I would have preferred something new. You know, and especially, you know, it also in the same idea of, like, considering the last one blew up and that was a huge fucking problem for you, you figure they wouldn't want to risk it, you know? You wouldn't want to risk pumping all this time and energy and money into building another one, you know, if there's even a chance of it getting fucking blown up again. So yeah, I definitely would have preferred like some kind of new super weapon or some kind of new plan. It would have been cool if like it's a trap, where like they're like making a Death Star, but it's not actually a Death Star.
Yeah,
and they
that'd
have,
be
like something. I think that would have been a bit better, at least idea wise. It's all about execution, but still, just from like, I don't know. We already kind of did the whole Death Star thing, and like you said, that was like the main plot of the first one. So doing it again, it's like, all right, we're kind of retreading ground a bit.
Yeah.
So again, I don't hate the idea, but I would have preferred something new.
Yeah. But yeah, and then continuing, very poetic. The first movie, and I keep saying the first movie, I mean like New Hope. I know that's certainly not the first movie.
Well, yeah.
But it started off with Darth Vader invaded a ship. This time around, we get to see it starts off with Darth Vader arriving at like the home base where the Death Star like is being made and everything like that. He shows up with that commander that thought was gonna get strangled by him and got his life spared and everything like that, which I thought was pretty funny. They brought him back. Do you have a name? I don't. We could add him to the list, or
I think he probably has a name. I don't know it right.
I don't want to. After what happened with the commander from
Yeah, like Lieutenant G or whatever fucking name is. Yeah, where it's like we don't have his name for that whole episode. Then he shows up for like literally 2 seconds and he gets a name.
Yeah, but yeah, Darth Vader arrives, and he comes up. He comes over and he wants to know how much progress they're making on the Death Star and everything like that. And the commander's like, look, we'll put it all on money and all the resources that we can, like, into making the Death Star. But progress isn't moving as well as we liked. And Darth Vader's just like, I am not pleased with this progress. Like, the Emperor is especially not pleased with this progress. And the commander's like, look, we just need more time. We need more money. We need more resources. And then the Darth Vader says that, well, you can tell the Emperor when he arrives. And, the commander's like, the Emperor's coming. And, I want to mention this, like, the Emperor, the commander anyways, was already scared shitless when Darth Vader arrived. When he found out that, like, the Emperor was showing up, if he wasn't shitting himself before, he was definitely shitting himself at that point.
Yeah. He went from, like, a couple pieces of shit to full-on fucking mudslide.
The commander's like, okay, like, we'll have everything ready, and it should be ready by then. And Darth Vader's just like, the Emperor does not share your same enthusiasm. And, then he walks away. Really liked this.
I like the line Vader says where he's like, the Emperor is not as forgiving as I am.
Which is very scary.
Yeah. Well, because I think it also fits, because Vader will just kill you quickly, whereas the Emperor will fucking just torture you to death,
I mean, didn't they do a scene, I think it was in Empire Strikes Back, where he killed someone, and after he died, he, like, said he forgave him or something like that? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's like, apology accepted, Captain Nita. So,
but I really like this. I like the last movie opened with Vader, like the first movie did, very poetic there. Obviously, and this ends up kind of being Vader's movie towards the end of the film, so I think that's really cool. And I kind of like that. We're getting the main villain set up. We're getting the plot lines set up. You obviously kind of get that Vader kind of wants more than the Death Star, because they said in the title card that he was also searching for Luke Skywalker and everything like that. So you can kind of get the sense that Vader's obviously upset that, like, he hasn't been able to find Luke for like a year and everything like that. So
yeah, it's also cool because remember he was doing that last movie, but like we didn't fully know why. Well, we knew he was like, oh, okay, he's like he wants to find Luke because he's the one who blew up the Death Star. But now we know it's because he's his son, So like now we have so kind of again same thing as last movie, but now we have added context for why Vader is so obsessed with looking for Luke.
Yeah, and I will say there's a deleted scene here. I don't even know if you saw it. I probably should have sent it to you, but
yeah,
On Disney Plus, after this, there's a scene where, and this is a really cool scene. I can understand why it was cut, because obviously the Luke scene that I'll talk about later probably would have been ruined. But
not ruined. It would have spoiled a fun little fun reveal.
Yeah, and Darth Vader's still trying to reach Luke. He's trying to use the Force to like contact him and everything like that. And during this, we see Luke is back in Tatooine, and he's working on his lightsaber. We see obviously that now his lightsaber's green, which means like he's basically like a full Jedi now, which is really cool. I guess that would have been ruined because obviously that was supposed to be like a cool thing like later.
Yeah.
And you know, we see him messing around with R2-D2. He puts a message inside of him. And you know, R2-D2 tells C-3PO like let's get going, and C-3PO's obviously confused, like, wait, Luke's not coming with us, and R2-D2 responds kind of saying that Luke has a bigger plan. And again, I think that's why it would have been moving, because then like we would have known Luke had something. We kind of knew Luke had something planned originally, but then like we would have really known what it was if we saw this scene before that.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. That's all deleted. And I think for the better. I like the scene, but you know there are definitely scenes. You know, because unfortunately, you know, you look at some deleted scenes and you're like, oh, what the fuck? Why was that cut? You know, that would have made the movie so much better. And this one is like, I like it, but I think the movie does work better without the scene in it.
Yeah, I wish they could have like found a different way to, because I like the Darth Vader like contacting like Luke scene. I do like that. Yeah. I wish they would have found a way to like leave that in, like maybe not have a different scene where like Luke's somewhere else, like not in, you know, Tatooine.
Yeah, I would like maybe after you know, like when he's in his ship going to Dagobah, maybe like we get like Vader trying to talk to him. Yeah,
that would have been cool. But yeah, all this stuff
Vader's
is
like, Luke, you have a fucking space phone, young man, you know, or you're grounded.
Not even the fucking space phone. It's what, like the fucking Force phone or whatever.
Yeah, your fucking mind phone.
It would be funny if he know, he had like he did reject call like with the Force.
Oh, fucking funny you say that. Remember that Dragon Ball, the YouTube thing, you know, when people would like, you know, voice over the show.
Yeah.
They did that joke where like somebody's like this guy who can like talk to Goku in through his mind. He's like getting mad at Goku, and Goku's like, he's like, Goku, promise me you won't do this. And he's like, okay, I absolutely won't be. And he's like, what the hell? Did he hang up? How do you even do that?
That's funny.
And like, Goku's just like making the noise, like beep.
That's awesome. So,
like, yeah, basically that. Man, I had to fucking I had to reach around for that one, but still, it just reminded me of that.
But yeah, I really like these scenes though. I like that they started this movie with Darth Vader, since the first one started with Darth Vader. I thought that was like a cool poetic turnaround and everything like that.
I also like it because I mean, you know, we're gonna get into it more later in the movie, but like Vader's kind of the main character.
Yeah, pretty much.
And like, you know, especially when you get into like the prequels, and like these 6 movies kind of become like, it's not really Luke's story, it's Vader's story. Because, and you know, we'll also talk about it a little bit, but Return of the Jedi, that doesn't refer to Luke.
Nope.
So we'll get more into that later. But yeah.
Anything you want to say about these scenes?
They're good. You know, like you said, I like that we're gonna, you know, ties into the first movie. We get to see, you know, Vader's still an intimidating presence, and like we get the Emperor hyped up as like this very intimidating figure. It's like, oh shit, Vader's intimidating. Like, you know, like the Emperor must be like next level.
I guess one more thing I say, because it's about to be topical in a second. Obviously, we're going to talk about this later on in the movie, but obviously this movie doesn't hold up as well, and you know, obviously isn't as widely regarded as the first 2 movies, and we have that sentiment. But for me, I gotta talk about this. The big hype around this movie was obviously gonna be seeing Jabba for the first time, and seeing the Emperor in person for the first time, like his face and everything, pretty much. But unfortunately for me, I already met Jabba in the deleted scene they had in New Hope, because I saw the Disney Plus version.
Yeah.
And then the Emperor, I have already seen his face and everything like that because I saw the scene they redid where it's actually the actor that we see in this movie like talking to Vader instead of the original hooded figure. And if you didn't, obviously that's full circle because AJ had to tell me that in the first 2 other videos we did, and I was really confused. So
yeah, so, like the Jabba scene, I agree. Cut that one. I still like the Emperor scene. Like I think like having the actual actor redo that scene is good. But yeah, it does kind of like no, I don't think it ruins the mystery. But it is not really for the Emperor at least. But yeah, for Jabba, like when you find out he's like this big disgusting slug guy, it is like, oh, okay, that is ruined a little bit by adding in that deleted scene.
I will say, I didn't say ruined, but it's more so like weird for me. Well, the Jabba one may be ruined. I think the Emperor one...
they're treating it like you've never seen them before, and it's like they have this big entrance.
Yeah, and again, obviously that's
But funny, I hate that I have to make this comparison with the last Airbender movie with the Fire Lord, where there's like he's in like 5 scenes. 4 of those scenes kind of work as an introduction to him, but they're not. Like what the first scene he's in, he just looks like a McDonald's manager. He's just kind of in this hallway, and some guy's like, "Oh, hey, Fire Lord, how you doing?" Anyway, so some stuff's happening. All right, bye. Anyway, can I get a shake with my burger, please? Thanks.
We live in a world, AJ, where you just had to make a comparison between the last, the Return of the Jedi and
Airbender. I know. Again, I felt sick doing it. But it had to be done. Somebody had to say it.
Well, don't worry. In a second, we're gonna depending on how long we take to talk about it, pretty soon we're gonna be making a Kiss Sis probably in this movie.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be getting there eventually. But speaking of we're going full circle to the first movie, we get C-3PO and R2-D2 walking alone in the deserts of Tatooine, which is obviously very reminiscent of the first one. They're walking to Jabba's palace, and C-3PO doesn't fully know what's going on because he mentions that we lost contact with Lando and Chewie a while ago. Mm-hmm. They went here looking for Han, and we never heard from him again. Which obviously ties into the end of last movie where Lando and Chewie, went off on their own to go look for Han. And it makes sense. It took a while because obviously Tatooine's a whole planet.
Yeah.
So they figure out where Jabba's base was.
Yeah. I will say, uncoincidentally, it ended up tying into this movie because we didn't really hear a lot from Lando and Chewie this movie.
Yeah, unfortunately. But I also think it's funny that the only person who doesn't know the plan is C-3PO.
Yeah.
Because R2-D2, Leia, Lando, Chewie, Luke, they all know what the plan is. But I think it makes sense they didn't tell C-3PO because he's constantly he doesn't shut up. So they're probably okay, if we tell him the plan, he might blab it. So let's just keep him in the dark.
Yeah. Well, obviously Han didn't know the plan either.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, what were they gonna do in that? Were they gonna sneak in to rescue Han, unfreeze him, be like, okay, Han, this is the plan. Refreeze him, leave, and then come back. Why
do I feel like Family Guy is gonna do that joke when they?
That'd be really funny. So C-3PO and R2-D2 end up at this big metal castle. Looks really cool.
Yeah.
And they knock on the door, and this robotic eye pops out to ask them who they are. And C-3PO is just oh, well, we tried. We came, we went, we saw. Let's leave. But no, the door opens, and they're like, God damn it. They come in, and they're greeted by some Gamorrean guards. They're the green big guys.
Yeah, I will say these guys look really cool and intimidating. Obviously, we got to see kind of what these people look like because we saw Tatooine before, but we didn't really get to see these people. I like that they look really good and really intimidating. I do like too. They have different sound effects because sometimes I think Goosebumps was a really big offender of this. Well, they'll have monstrous
sound effects. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they have and they actually had the characters do different sound effects and everything like that type of thing. They weren't just doing all one, which is really cool.
So, they're trying to figure out what the droids want, and they reveal they have a message for Jabba, but R2-D2 refuses to give it to any of his underlings. He has to see Jabba in person. So they go to his room, you know, like his main like lobby area. And this is cool. This is kind of reminiscent of the canteen scene, where you can definitely tell they wanted to have this early in the movie because this is where I think a lot of the budget went. Like you see all these you know, monsters and creatures and aliens, just, you know, sitting around partying, having a good time. You know, like the costumes look great. Like this whole section looks really cool.
Yeah,
and kind of like the canteen. Well, like it's similar to the canteen scene, but like different enough. Where instead of like a bar, this is like a seedy crime palace. You know, you got Jabba has like slave girls like dancing for him. You see Boba Fett in the background. He's just fucking flirting with some babes. You know,
Yeah.
he's just chilling. You know, he's fucking smoking some God knows some space drugs. You know,
could be
banging chicks. He's been having a good time the last year.
Yeah, I mean,
listen, the real winner last movie was fucking Boba Fett. You know, he fucking captured Han. He got the reward from Vader. He got the reward from Jabba. And now he's just been fucking partying the last year.
I can't blame him. He probably too is doing all that partying to forget about the Christmas. You know, because that's his introduction. Is the
He's like the ladies are like, he's like, yeah, ladies, I'm a pretty big deal around these parts. And he's like, and they're like, oh, cool. When did you debut? And he's like, huh? He's like, oh yeah, well, you know, did you debut last movie, the first movie? And he's like, anyway, moving on.
Don't forget, he never gets conquered in that movie. He doesn't really get conquered in that movie in the Christmas special either. He just fucks off when he.
Yeah, well, like it's literally like God, I can't believe we got to talk about it. But like that was so weird because they set it up. It's like, guys, Boba Fett's the traitor, and then like they all look at him like they're gonna fight, but then he's just like, okay, bye, and he just leaves.
I mean, don't forget too. They had like a scene where like he went and talked to like Darth Vader, but they had like the narrator like explain what was going on. Like we didn't get that he was already like.
Yeah, like you couldn't figure it out. Yeah.
Like a 4-year-old could have figured that out.
Yeah, it's like, if the 4-year-old seriously and if you have a 4-year-old kid and the kid seriously looks at you and he's like, I don't get it. Why is Boba Fett talking to Vader? You got to punt that kid into a fucking volcano.
Yeah. So I got to go to so I got to spend a lot of flights on money.
Yeah, you got to Montserrat fucking kick his ass into a volcano. Yeah.
But yeah, I like this. I like this look though. You know, I like that it is different than the cantina scene too, because this is like an intimidated presence. Obviously, the cantina scene was kind of just everyone partying, but you know, you get the vibe that like Jabba's gonna be like this really intimidating. Yeah.
And like I said, you meet Jabba, and he is this big fucking like 2-ton slug guy, and it's really cool look. I like it. You know, like he really comes off as this intimidating, disgusting. You know, like he really seems like this like crime boss who's in charge of a lot of shit. You know, like multiple planets.
Yeah,
you know?
He's really cool.
Because I mean, I think it's more revealed in like extra stuff, but like Hutts have like control of this like section of space. You know, the Empire kind of just like leaves them alone. They have control of like multiple planets.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So they're a big deal.
I forgot he didn't speak English. You know, because
yeah, that's another thing. His voice actor did a really good job. You know, because he doesn't speak English. He makes like noises, but you know, it would have been easy to just kind of phone it in and have him make like 1 or 2 sounds. But no, like the voice actor did a good job making him. It really seems like some kind of like weird alien language, and like the laugh he does is really cool. Yeah. Like the intimidating, like oh, you know, I can't do it. But like his sinister laugh is really like deep and intimidating.
Yeah.
And again, it's funny because like he's not like he's not like a Darth Vader where he's like a powerful guy, but you can just tell he has a lot of like influence and he's cunning, he's smart.
Yeah, I really like that. You have to ask because I watched this back in February. I remember there was subtitles the first time, but I've gone back a few times. Maybe I just didn't put the subtitles on or something. But like when you watch it. Sometimes you get the subtitles when he talks, but sometimes you don't get the subtitles, which is really odd. It might be a Disney Plus. I get it, AJ. Disney just fucking over Star Wars again, you know?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, obviously they fixed that issue.
It's really weird if they just didn't have subtitles, considering we can't understand them.
Yeah.
You know, not including Chewie, obviously. But yeah, also speaking of Disney, Disney added in this so for the most part, I've been okay with Disney's, it wasn't even Disney, the special editions. Like the extra scenes, I'm kind of just like, I could take them or leave them. I don't hate them. I don't love them. Because I know a lot of people hate them, and I'm, for the most part, I'm just kind of neutral on them. But this is kind of the one that gets memed a lot. The dance scene.
Yep.
Really bad CGI. That was not in the original. That was a special edition. That looks like shit. I don't like it.
It didn't look very good, no.
And you could definitely tell that was added in later.
So, I think we'll talk about it. So that scene, actually, I think I'll just get to it, because there's a scene that happens was that also added in? I don't want to talk about it without you saying it first, so.
I don't know what scene you're talking about.
Where that slave girl, like, falls into the floor.
No, that was...
Okay, that was there originally.
Yeah. But they added in, like, the fucking whole, like, singing segment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in the original, just like the slave girl was dancing, Jabba like pulled her towards him, and then she was like, no, and then he dropped. We found out he can drop the floor in front of him to reveal there's like this like cave underneath, and this girl's obviously terrified. And then you don't see it, but you just like hear a monster noise, and you just hear her like screaming and like getting killed underneath. So it's setting up that like, oh shit, Jabba can like drop people below him to this cave, and there's something down there that he has like a pet that just eats people he doesn't like.
That's a cool power, Yeah,
that's his power. Like, it's fucking Spider-Man.
I mean,
it's like webs. He's like, I can make a trap door where people get killed by a monster.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a neat power.
I like this. Kind of showing that he has, like, again, this influence. I love that, like, anytime he's just annoyed with somebody, he could just drop them to the floor and they'll just meet their fate and everything like that, so.
Yeah.
I remember this happened. I just forgot it was the slave girl that it happened to originally. I was like, oh,
yeah.
I didn't realize this girl was a slave girl until the second go-around type of thing, so.
Well, yeah, because she has, like, a chain. She's, like, a collar and a chain, yeah, and then he, like, yanks her by the chain, yeah.
I mean, I think I didn't pick up on it because you just, there's so much going on in the scene, and it just looks so cool. So I didn't realize she was a slave.
Yeah,
girl.
yeah. So yeah, C-3PO and R2-D2 enter, and R2-D2 plays the message from Luke. He says, help me, Jabba the Hutt. You're my only hope. No. And then Luke and Jabba fucking make out furiously. Kiss sis more like slug.
Yeah, Chris. Well, don't worry, we get.
But Luke is like, hey, Jabba, I'm a Jedi, and I've come to bargain for Captain Solo's life, as a gesture of goodwill. I offer these 2 droids, and you kind of know something's up here because it's like, Luke wouldn't just give up R2-D2 and C-3PO, so you already kind of get the feeling that like, okay, something's up.
Yeah.
But it's cool. This is a cool intro to Luke, because he seems very like composed and in control here. And Jabba's immediately like, whatever. Like nobody even buys that he's a Jedi. Everybody else is like, this kid, he's no Jedi. He's bullshitting. And he's like, and we're not giving up. My favorite wall decoration. And then we cut over to the corner and we see Han. Still frozen in carbonite from last movie. And Jabba was like, yep, no, we're keeping Solo and we're keeping these droids anyway. So we get another section of the castle, which is cool. It's just like a droid factory section, where it's like a mechanic room in which you see like droids getting like ripped apart and like getting
tortured, basically.
Huh? Yeah, tortured. Yeah, and it's funny they can get away with that because it's droids,
Yeah.
Because imagine if it was a person. It's like Jesus Christ. And the droids are like, all right, cool. C-3PO, you'll be Jabba's interpreter. The English interpreter or whatever. And R2-D2, you can be. They mention like, oh, cool, we need help on his sand sail or whatever it's called. And we find out we don't see R2 for a while, but we end up finding out he's made a fucking bartender.
Which is funny.
Basically, or like waiter.
Yeah, I don't even think he didn't even get to be the bartender. I don't know what you're talking about. So
yeah, imagine R2D2 fucking doing the mixing.
yeah, and he's a bad bartender too. Like he's dropping glasses everywhere and everything. So.
Yeah, no, I love it if he's an amazing bartender. Like he's balancing everything perfectly.
He's making multiple drinks at once, which you can't even do. So.
Yeah, no. He decides like, you know what, guys? I think I'm gonna leave the rebellion. Like, I think my calling is to go be a bartender.
Yeah, I love it.
R2D2, a Star Wars story. But anyway, yeah. So C3PO is now, Jabba's, standing at Jabba's side, and the droid also kind of threatens C3PO to be like, hey, be careful. Jabba kind of ripped his last interpreter to pieces. So kind of showing that Jabba, of course, still has a very short temper. You can tell that from the slave girl thing.
Yep.
But basically, Jabba suffers no fools. Like Han didn't pay him back, so he fucking stuck Han in his wall. He's a very ruthless guy.
Very much so. Yeah, I like this. I like this droid scene. Just seeing all these droids get tortured and
it's just cool to see more of the palace because we mainly see the the main room where Jabba's at. But it's nice. It's a big castle, so it's like cool to see other sections of it.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like it.
Yeah, and then again, Jabba's just fucking partying. He's just having a good time. Everybody's having a good time. Again, Boba Fett's doing a fucking line of coke through his helmet. He's just chilling.
Hey, maybe it wasn't. Remember in OVB when Wash rigged his helmet so he could eat. Maybe I don't think maybe he wasn't eating food. Maybe he's doing some drugs in there, snorting some cocaine.
Yeah, I would fucking love that. Yeah. So everybody's just partying, and then they hear like the door opening outside, and it's some mysterious masked figure, and they have Chewbacca, and it's like, oh shit, like how'd Chewie get captured? Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody knows who he is. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's Han's right hand man. He also has a bounty on him from Jabba. So Jabba's like, oh sweet, yeah, I've been looking for this Wookiee, so it's good to have him. Thank you for collecting it. I'll give you your money. And then the alien, or like the mysterious robot or whatever the fuck he is. Definitely not a character that we already know. Definitely not completely original character. Do not steal. Is speaking an alien language. It is like, I want double the money. And Jabba's like, how about you double this fucking middle finger?
That's pretty much what he says. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And then he's like, why the hell would I give you more money? And then they pull out basically a space grenade. It's a thermal detonator, and everybody's like freaking out. I do like this where Boba Fett like pulls his gun out, like he's getting ready to fire if he needs to.
Yeah.
Because everybody else like kind of ducks for cover. But then Jabba kind of just laughs and he's amused and he's like, you know what? I think his exact line was like, this is my kind of scum. And he's like, I'll meet in the middle. Like I think the reward, like he wanted 30 million or like 30,000. Jabba was offering 10,000. Jabba was like, I'll give you 20,000. How about that?
Yeah.
They come to that agreement, and everybody's like, all right, cool, back to partying, And I do like this where this mysterious figure who totally don't know who it is looks over, and Boba Fett, like he puts his gun away and he just kind of like nods silently. I like that where again, Boba Fett doesn't talk much, but you can kind of get a feel for who he is. Like I just like that where he kind of gives him a nod of respect.
Yeah, I like that too.
Where he's like, I appreciate, the balls. You definitely have balls. You're definitely not a girl. You are clearly a big bald alien robot thing.
Not the ball size of Kita's dad.
Not the Death Star balls of Gyatso, but we're getting pretty close.
Do you think they were trying to remake the Death Star not to win the war, just to symbolize the size of balls of Gyatso?
Yeah, first, I need to match Gyatso. Like, if we're ever gonna invade Earth, like, we're gonna need some Death Star sized balls here.
Well, what if that's why the commander's like, he wasn't really making much progress because then you saw the size of like Gyatso's balls.
Sir, we're gonna need to triple the size of the Death Star.
Triple? I would think quadruple.
Yeah, honestly. Gyatso's balls just keep. It's like the universe. It keeps expanding infinitely.
Yeah. It's so weird. How does he has that size of balls, but yet somehow the other monks seem to try to cut that. I'm gonna guess that because that was before.
Yeah, they're jealous. They're like, Gyatso, like, we wish we could even come to a fraction of your ball size. Like, we got to take away your son just to make it even.
You always too like they all have to like come together and go against them. It's not one-on-one ever.
Yeah, literally. It's like Gyatso. Like, we all have to team up. Well, again, it's like, remember, Gyatso did not get killed by the firebenders. Gyatso was like, all right, I killed enough of you guys. I think I'm just gonna die now. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm all set.
But yeah, no, I like this scene though. I like the bounty hunter showing up. I like that you're still getting the feel like of Jabba. I love that that you're seeing that C-3PO. I kind of like his role in this, where obviously he's just doing the best he can. Boba Fett was really cool here. Again, I like that you got kind of a feel of who he is. And again, we totally don't know who this person is. I will say I did forget about this scene until like the second time I watched it. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot this happened. I remember this happened, but I forgot I'm like, wait a minute, how does Leia end up there and everything like that? It's like, oh, I guess that's how it happened.
Yeah.
I forgot this was like staged. Poor Chewie though, he almost died here, pretty much.
Yeah, again, Chewie's like, oh man, I know this is my destiny. Oh god, It's gonna happen.
Again, we're not gonna be able to get that joke in very much in this movie, so I want to get it in while we can. So
yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm so happy that you watched this movie, because now, again, it's like I had to be like, Chewie might die, maybe, sort of. Now that you've seen all three, it's like, yeah, no, fucking Chewie fucking made it to the end.
Hey, we still got the sequels. You could die there.
You're right. We still have the sequels. You're right. Fucking we start off on Chewie's funeral, like that's how the movie starts, and everybody's like, oh god, Chewie, no.
I mean, he does freak out a lot, and it's anytime he's about to get near death.
No, Owen, you got it wrong. Chewie dies in the prequels.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, maybe there was a thought though. Maybe this isn't the original Chewie. Maybe it's a different person that took over. Maybe there's another Chewie that dies in the prequels.
You're right. It's Chewie Senior, I guess. I don't know.
I guess the grandfather, would that be the grandfather we saw in the Christmas special?
Yeah, it's that guy. Yeah, back in his prime. Back in his youth when he was strong.
And somehow died and somehow lived to the...
And he fucking aged a lot in between movies.
He did.
But yeah, this, Chewie's escorted down to the dungeon. This bounty hunter decides to, just sleep there the night. Because, it's later that night, and we just see like a bunch of people just kind of sleep there. In this main room, we just got people just chilling out, sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but I forgot to mention, as they're taking Chewie down to the dungeon, we see one of the guards, in the room. He kind of lowers his mask a little bit, and we see that it's actually Lando.
Yep.
So this kind of gives the vibe that, like, okay, something's up, because if you remember, Lando and Chewie were together. So now it's like, oh, Chewie's been captured, but Lando's pretending to be a guard here? Like, that's interesting. Like what's going on there?
What was his part of the plan? He doesn't really do a lot, like, really, in these scenes.
Yeah, so, okay, we'll probably get to that when we actually, like, finish this whole section.
Yeah.
But yeah, the plan is strange. Later that night, everybody's just chilling out, sleeping. And then this bounty hunter, who, we don't know who it is, kind of is, like, tiptoeing over to, the Han on the wall. And they activate a couple buttons on it, and, the carbonite starts to, like, fade away, and Han drops to the floor. And, of course, he's confused. He's like, what's happening? And, he feels like shit because, the bounty hunter, before, the impression was it didn't speak English at all because it just made, like, weird noises.
Yeah.
But now it's like, it's okay, like, you have, carbonite sickness. Like, it'll fade.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like, oh, it does speak English. Like, that's weird. And, and Han, it's kind of, he's been frozen for a year. He has no fucking clue what's happening. Yeah. And he's like, who are you? Like, what's going on? Like, where am I?
I do like that, like, he didn't, like, he had, like, still some effects, too, like, from the carbonite. Like he wasn't immediately like fine or anything like that. Either.
Yeah, I do like that because he's here he's like talking, he's like kind of like talking weirdly, like he says like he feels sick, he feels terrible, and then like he's blind for like this whole section of the movie.
Yeah. I will say, unfortunately, this was supposed to be a surprise, but by the time I already knew Han was coming back, because it's like he's on the thumbnail of like the Disney Plus version. You like see him there.
Again, which sucks because obviously like I mentioned to Owen that like Harrison Ford, they weren't sure if he was going to come back for this movie, and that's why they partly why they froze him in carbonite to kind of leave it up in the air if they brought him back or not. So I kind of beat around the bush with that. So yeah, it's like obviously Han came back.
And then like I watched the trailer. I think the trailer I saw on Disney Plus wasn't like the theoretical trailer. I think I saw like the digital release like trailer probably.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I totally forgot about this. But you saw the poster for Return of the Jedi before. I remember you mentioned that you were at like an event or something, and you like sent me a picture of like a poster, and you were like, "Oh, hey, there's like a Death Star on it." So I think you already knew that they were like gonna make a new Death Star. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so. I knew they were gonna do something with that. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just remember that now. But Han's like, "Who are you?" And this person takes off their mask, and it's Leia. And then I love this where she, she responds to him by saying, somebody who loves you. And then Han immediately is like, "Oh, it's Leia." And they kiss briefly, and then she's like, "All right, come on, like I got to get you out of here." But then they just hear a menacing laugh, and Han goes, he's like, "Oh no, I know that laugh." Mm-hmm. And then a curtain opens up, and Jabba is hanging out there with his buddies. They're just partying, they're palling around. They're like, Jabba's got his YouTube channel. This is his prank channel. It's like idiot princess gets pranked.
What do you think we're gonna get the crossover with Pilaf with his Twitch channel and everything like that?
Yeah. Fucking Jabba and Pilaf play. Well, I don't know. What do you think they would play together? Fortnite? They'd probably play Fortnite.
Maybe pinball. He did play pinball the last.
You're right. He did play pinball. You're right. You know what? Yeah, they have a pinball collab. I can see that. Too bad.
Pilaf's still a little bit ways off though. So.
Yeah.
Sort of, I guess.
He's still a couple years off.
Well, I guess the anime, anyways.
Actually, no, he came out. I'm pretty sure the manga came out like '82. So Pilaf already existed.
Yeah, so there you go.
There you go. Great timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Jabba knew that this was all bullshit, and he kind of let Leia unfreeze Han, and basically he's like, "Ha! I knew you were full of shit." And then Han immediately is like, "No, listen, Jabba. Like, I was gonna give you your money. I just got held up. Like, I got it." And Jabba's like, "No, I don't give a shit. Solo, like you had your chance. You were a good smuggler, but you fucked me over, and like nobody fucks me over." So it's like, "All right, take Han to the dungeon, and Leia, we're gonna put you in a really skippy bikini, just because I guess that's what I'm into."
Yeah, he's very much into that. So,
yeah,
I like this scene though. I kind of like that it showed that Jabba was very smart. He basically saw through their plan and everything like that. I really like that. I like seeing Leia and Han Solo get reunited and everything like that. Again, I like that Han still had effects after being unfrozen. Like he wasn't just immediately fine. He was blind like for like the first half of the movie, and he just looked sick in this part. I'm gonna guess this is where like Luke's plan was starting to fall apart, I guess, a little bit, but we'll dive into that.
I get it. We'll probably get to it in a little bit, but yeah, the details of the plan are a little vague. But yeah, Han is escorted to the dungeon, and he's thrown in again. He's like blind and confused. He barely even knows what's happening. But Chewie's there, and Han is like, "Oh, Chewie, like, what are you doing here?" And I love this where Chewie just goes over and like hugs Han and he's like rubbing his head.
Yeah.
Like because I think I mentioned that Chewie's actually inspired by George Lucas's dog. So I like that. Chewie's kind of treating Han like his dog, where he's like petting him and like hugging him.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And then Chewie's like talking to Han, and Han is like, Luke, a Jedi? Like, come on, I'm only out of it for a little bit, and everybody gets these like delusions of grandeur. I do like that detail because remember, Han hasn't seen Luke since the beginning of Empire, so he hasn't seen him since before he trained with Yoda.
Yeah,
and it's been a year then. So last time he saw Luke, he had like no formal training.
Yeah, I don't even forget. He didn't even know Luke even went to do training because Luke just kind of went and did that like on his own type of thing. So
yeah, exactly. So Luke was completely different the last time Han saw him. But yeah, basically Chewie's reassuring Han that like everything's gonna be okay. And then I love this where like Chewie's just hugging Han, and then and Han's like, "I'm all right, pal. I'm all right."
Yeah.
These guys are friends. They like each other. I just like it's like an Empire Strikes Back when Luke kind of gave Chewie a hug before he left, or when a C-3PO was kind of annoying Han and then Han closed the door in his face, but then he like immediately opened it and like grabbed him and pulled him in.
Yeah.
Just like little scenes like that. It's like these guys are friends. They care about each other.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Again, I like it when the characters kind of bicker a bit and they kind of give each other shit. But at the end of the day, you can tell they care about each other.
Yeah, me too.
Which is good. I sure do hope they don't make future movies where we don't get that.
Yeah. But yeah, then we kind of, and then some time passes, and we get our first actual scene with Luke in the movie that's not a deleted scene. Luke comes into the kingdom. I guess he used the Force to open the door because it seemed like, no one was really expecting him because obviously when C-3PO and R2-D2 went there, they had to obviously win the doorbell and everything like that. But Luke just kind of used the Force to open it. Because I was going to say maybe Lando opened it, but I don't even think Lando was in this area or anything. Again, I don't know what the hell Lando was doing here, type of thing. So
again, Lando's just fucking smoking weed and doing cocaine with Boba. He's just having a good time.
I would love it if
I love it if Lando forgot. Well, it's like Luke is like, Lando, why did it take a year for you to tell us where Han is? And Lando's like, gotta be perfectly honest, I've been on a fucking drug trip the last year.
Yeah.
It's been crazy.
But yeah, I love this, because we have, we obviously found out that Luke continued his trade and everything like that. Luke is immediately a different character, and you just get this vibe basically the whole movie that he's just a completely different person. He comes in, he's now wearing the Jedi robe that Yoda and Obi-Wan were wearing in their movies and everything like that. And you could just tell he's come back and he's this wise figure now and everything like that. He has a different mindset.
I also like that this entrance it feels like Vader, where he comes in and he just immediately starts Force choking the guards.
Yeah. But yeah, he comes in, he Force chokes the guards, and he throws them up against the wall. There was a guard, we saw this guard earlier. He doesn't really speak any English or anything like that. He has a really cool look.
Fortuna, I think his name is.
What's his name?
Bib Fortuna.
Babe Fortuna?
Bib? Like a bib? Like a baby bib?
Bib Fortuna. Okay. Bib Fortuna comes over, and he's wondering what the hell Luke's doing there. Not only this, Luke uses, the Jedi mind trick to get this guy to let him speak to Jabba, which was really cool. Because, obviously the first time we saw this trick was when Obi-Wan did it, so it's kind of cool to see Luke do it now.
Yeah, he's channeling a little bit of Vader and Obi-Wan. It's cool.
Yeah. And, I really like this because, Luke's kind of taking Obi-Wan's position a little bit with this little scene right here.
Yeah.
And, he goes over. We see Jabba sleeping, or drugged out, or both. Only Jabba knows. Bib Fortua.
I used to call him Bib or fucking Patrick Star. Kind of looks like him.
Yeah. So Bib goes over to Jabba, and obviously he's still being controlled by by Luke, and he tells Jabba like, "Hey, like Luke wants to speak with you," and obviously Jabba gets upset that Luke wasn't even allowed to be let in and everything like that, and Luke demands that Jabba.
Well, I was like Jabba immediately pieced together as a Jedi mind trick. Because, Jabba was like, "Oh, you weak-minded fool! You fell for his mind trick."
Yeah, which I thought was cool, and
also tries it on Jabba, and Jabba's like, "Yeah, that's not gonna work."
yeah, which I like that because they established that like the first movie that like the Jedi mind trick doesn't work on everybody type of thing. So, and Luke offers a deal to Jabba that he'll give him. I forget exactly how much money it was, but he'll give him like a great fortune for the two droids and for Han. And Jabba doesn't obviously take the deal. So obviously Luke starts threatening Jabba. And obviously during all this, this is when Leia became the slave girl. And, he uses the Force and grabs one of the guns.
What do you about that? Because I'm fine with it, but some people have an issue with that.
I was fine with it. Kind of shows that Jabba, is really, really sick and just really controlling over everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say like people look at it like, oh, the movie's objectifying Leia, and I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of the point. Is that like Jabba's objectifying Leia?
Yeah.
And it fucked him over in the end. Like he definitely shouldn't have kept Leia so close to him.
Yeah. Plus, too, like, we had seen, like, a lot of scenes where Leia was, like, a badass and everything like that. So, like, I'm cool with this. So,
yeah.
It's all over Reddit, though. Not that I've been looking, but it's all over the Reddit pages and everything like that.
Is it?
Yeah, if you type in Carrie Fisher, and you can, like, that's all over.
Well, I mean, Carrie Fisher was a lot of people's, like, childhood crush.
Yeah, I assume this probably, like, really established that and everything like that.
Yeah, again, this is weird for me because, like, I've seen these movies before I can even fucking remember existing. So, like, I don't even remember, like, what my thoughts on this were as a kid. Like, as a kid, I don't even think I, like, really thought it was, like, sexualizing her. Because I was, like, fucking 2.
Yeah, I feel like that is the point, though. Like, Jabba wants to... And again, I feel like Jabba, it fits Jabba's character and everything like that type of thing, too.
Yeah, no, Jabba is established as this, like, sick, depraved bastard, And again, it makes it more satisfying when he fucking gets choked out.
For sure, yeah. Some of that could be, in the 80s, no one really said anything. Now it's nowadays. Obviously, everyone's kind of offended by it.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it's more of like a modern criticism of it. I mean, I'm sure some people said it back then. But again, I think the idea is that, like, yeah, the point is Jabba was objectifying her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the movie was saying, Leia is just eye candy. I think that was more so Jabba, and it fucked him over.
Yeah. And, behind the scenes, if Carrie Fisher was fine with doing it, and they actually told her what this was, totally fine with that type of thing. So
I actually don't know her thoughts on this. I think she mentioned it like it was uncomfortable. Like the costume was uncomfortable. But, like, I think she was fine with it. Like,
yeah.
I don't think she had an issue.
If we had like a similar situation like we had with Evil Dead, where like that person wasn't told it was a rape scene, then we'd be having a different conversation.
Yeah, that's different. I mean, with Carrie Fisher, she would have had to wear this outfit for presumably multiple days of shooting. So, I mean, if she had an issue with it, she probably would have, not done it.
How many times do you think they redid that Evil Dead scene, though? She probably messed that up a few times and everything like that. They never told.
Yeah, that is strange because they probably would have had to do multiple takes. So it is really weird that like nobody decided to tell her that's what that scene was.
Yeah. But anyhow, so Luke, when he realizes Jabba's not going to take the deal, obviously he realizes all his men too. Are getting ready to like pounce on Luke, and Luke uses the Force and grabs one of the guy's guns, and yeah, I'm good. I don't know what happened, but I'm good.
Luke must have just Force choked you a little bit.
You must have, yeah. But yeah, Luke uses the Force, but before he can really like shoot anybody or anything like that. I like this, you know, like C-3PO tried to warn him about it, and again, we already had seen this happen, so we kind of figured that this was going to happen to Luke. Jabba opens up the floor, and Luke and one of the guards falls through the floor, and obviously, now Luke's in the situation where he's about to be eaten by whatever beast is down there and everything like that. And Jabba like uses a remote that he has, I guess, on like for his couch to like get a front row seat to like see Luke get eaten and everything like that, I guess. Which I really cool. I like that he did that for Luke, but he didn't do that for that woman we saw earlier and everything like that type of thing. Luke, he wanted a front row seat to see him get destroyed, but you know, I like this where they didn't really work together, but like any other like movie or show would have had like the two characters like fight, and like the beast would have come out. But I like that immediately like Luke obviously knew he was in trouble, but he didn't know what was going on. But like the guard knew what was going on, so like he didn't try to attack Luke or anything, but like he immediately like tried to get out of there and everything like that. And this beast comes out, and this beast looks really cool. It's a really tall. It almost looks like I'm pretty sure it's that like beast that you saw back in like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's like the abominable snowman or everything like that was.
Such an obscure fucking reference.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's the beast that they used. I think SpongeBob reused this model, and it looked like shit when SpongeBob did it, but they did use it, so it was like the Yeti or whatever type of thing. And obviously Rudolph it looked like shit too, but that's an old movie, so that's obviously not going to look great. But yeah, this looks really cool. This beast is a really
the Rancor is what it's called.
Yeah, the Rancor looks really cool. He's really tall. He's got a lot of legs, and he's a really powerful force. He comes over, and you know, I think he realized the plot armor that Luke had on him. So at first he decides to go after, you know, just the random prison guard guy as a background character, and he eats him. I was thinking they were just gonna do like a cut. We weren't gonna see it, but no, we actually fully see like the Rancor like eat this guy. They do cut a little bit, but like not enough. We're like, wow, we actually like.
Yeah, we still see him like this bottom half of him going into the mouth. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, this looks really cool. Like for 1983 and everything like that too, like really holds up well and everything like that. And doing all this, obviously the Rancor catches, you know, starts to go after Luke, and the Rancor picks up Luke, and Luke uses a bone that's down there, and puts it in the Rancor's mouth, obviously, so it can't eat Luke, and then Luke gets trapped underneath a bunch of rubble and rocks and everything like that, and the Rancor's trying to grab at him, and Luke crushes one of the rocks onto the Rancor, and then he runs over to the door, and he tries to like get out of there and everything like that. And I like this where like he goes to the door, there's like guards out there, and the guards are like trying to push him back in to like get eaten by the Rancor, which is pretty cool. Then I like this. Luke kind of had to outsmart the Rancor to finally beat it and everything like that. He lures it towards the door, and you know, he closes the door onto the Rancor, and the Rancor's neck gets crushed and just absolutely destroyed and everything like that. I really like this fight scene here. I like that it's very quick, and like even though Luke beats this thing quickly, he didn't beat this thing like by brute force or anything like that. He kind of had to outsmart this Rancor and everything like that.
Like the gate over it, and then like had it slammed down. That was cool.
Also really like this too, that it was very quick, because like it makes sense because Luke had to think very quickly, and it's a very quick scene and everything like that. So I really like this. I like that the Force was actually like an actual opposing figure and everything like that, like type of thing too, because they set this up earlier and everything like that. So this was really cool. And yeah. What did you think of all this Luke stuff? I don't really think you've been able to talk about it much or anything like that. So
I love it. You know, again, this is a really good introduction to Luke. Like, he comes off as very intimidating and in control when he comes into the palace. And I like that he's giving Jabba multiple chances to just like give him what he wants and he'll leave. And then, you know, when he gets dropped down, like you said, the Rancor immediately goes for the guy without plot armor. Like, this is surprisingly brutal.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, like you said, I like that Luke is kind of making use of the environment. he grabs, because Jabba's been throwing people in here all the time. Luke uses his like quick thinking. He jams a bone into the tooth to like stop him from eating it and like drop him. Luke gets to like the area where the Rancor was, and then obviously gets the gate to slam down. And even just little stuff like I like how after the Rancor is killed, this guy, this like fat guy, just like comes rushing, and he's like starts crying that the Rancor was killed. Like it just seems like the people here have like their own little lives. Like this guy's like the Rancor was this guy's like pet, and the guy loved it, And like one of the guards like kind of just like hugs him and pats him on the back. It's like wow, it's like they do a good job of making this feel like a really lived-in world, which is like I say that like a lot, but I think that's what sets Star Wars apart from like a lot of other movies.
Yeah,
is that like even like the background characters with fucking 20 seconds of screen time feel like real people.
From what I'm told, by the way, like a lot of the background characters sometimes like in like these movies have like their own show and like stuff.
Oh yeah. No, it happens a lot where like a lot of these characters end up getting like it's not a show, like at least like a book or like they get their own little like side story,
which is pretty cool. So like I'm trying. Yeah. So it's making me like look at these characters like which one of you is gonna get your own little thing going on and everything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead.
I think it's still me because I gotta talk about like when Luke gets captured and everything. So
yeah, it is. Yeah.
But yeah, so the guards come in. Luke doesn't even really get to like take a breath about the fact that he beat the Rancor and everything like that. The guards grab him. Jabba's obviously upset that Luke conquered the Rancor, so he has C-3PO translate to have Han and Luke like be sent up to where they are and everything like the party room and everything like that. And this is a really cool scene. This is the first time that Han and Luke have seen each other.
A scene, quote unquote.
Yeah, because Han still can't see. So, but yeah, Luke says to like Han like, "Hey Han, how you doing?" And Han's like, "Oh Luke, it's been a long time no see. Anything new?" And he's like, "Oh, same old." And then Han's like, Then Han's asking Luke, "How you doing?" He's like, "Oh, same old." And then Han says, "That bad, huh?" Because that's the thing. The only time they see each other is when they get put into like bad situations. They haven't really seen each other.
Fucking life or death, or about to die. Yeah, so I love that.
Yeah. Luke tells Han that he has a plan, but obviously, like, Han's really not very confident in this plan because from his perspective, Luke's like captured right now and everything like that, and obviously there's really no way they can get out of this situation. And Jabba has a new hit where instead, because now Han and Luke have just pissed him off at this point, and he just wants to now kill them as painful as possible. You'll say the name of the being later, but they're going to be sent to like another being where they're going to be
the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, the Sarlacc, the Meg.
Oh, you know that one. Okay, that's funny.
Yeah, because I watched the clip the other day. So.
Oh, okay.
And the Sarlacc bit is going to eat them, and they're going to be slowly digested, very painfully for the next what they said like thousands of years or whatever type of thing.
Well, I also because Han, I do like this where Han, he's not like begging for his life. He's like, Jabba, if you're gonna kill us, get it over with. And then Jabba's like, he says like, well, you'll be fed to the Sarlacc pit. And Han's like, okay, that's not so bad. And then C-3PO adds in like, for the next 1,000 years, you'll be digested. Han's like, okay, that sounds worse.
Yeah, doing all this, Luke is still, like, very wise and, like, very confident. Like, he's not, like, cowering and fearing anything like that. Like, when he's being taken away, Luke tells Jabba, like, you're gonna regret this. You should have taken the deal when you had the chance. I really like this. It shows how much Luke has grown as a character, that he's not panicking. The only time he panics is obviously, when he's about to get eaten by the Renlon or whatever it is type of thing. So,
the Rancor.
Yeah.
I was about to say, what the fuck is a Renlon?
Yeah, it's close enough. So, but yeah, I like how confident Luke is. I liked Han and Luke's first introduction, and you know, I just like that it shows how how much of a bad temper Jabba has and everything like that. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think of Luke and Han's reintroduction with each other? First time seeing each
I
other.
like
in
it. Like
years.
it's very quick, but like we said, I like that it really does feel like two friends. Like bantering again for the first time. I love that Luke is just like, oh, same as usual. And it's just like, that bad. I love that. And yeah, I like how in control Luke feels like, even though he's captured and we as the audience don't know really what his plan is or like what he has up his sleeve.
I don't think we still know what his plan was.
Yeah. And then, yeah. So, and it makes sense that Jabba's like so pissed off at these guys for their repeated disrespects that he's like, you know what, fuck you guys. We're digesting you over the next 1,000 years. Kill you slow and painfully.
Yeah.
So everybody gets aboard the party bus, and then they're going out to the Dune Sea. So Jabba, Leia, C-3PO, and R2-D2 are on their main sail ship. And it's funny because C-3PO is like walking around, and he bumps into R2-D2. Like I said, he's a waiter. And Leia's like right next to Jabba, like chained up. And then Han, Luke, and Chewie are like a prisoner on a smaller sail ship, and then obviously Lando's with them and pretending to be a guard. So Luke and Han are just kind of catching up a little bit. They're talking. Han is like, "Oh, my vision's getting a little bit better. Instead of a big black blur, it's a big light blur."
Oh, that's not what I thought he said. I thought he said white blue when I heard this originally. So,
well, white light, same thing. Basically, the idea is he's starting to see like some light again.
I could make a joke there, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
Sure.
I think you know what the joke. I think you know.
Go ahead and make that joke. Go ahead and make that joke you want. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it seems like Han likes whites better than blacks. So,
Wow, Owen. You say that, and Lando is his best buddy. Owen, how many black friends do you have? He's also friends with Chewie. Chewie's like, I don't know, does Chewie count? I feel like
he's not a human, so I don't think so.
Well, that's again, very diverse. So you know what? That's a point and a half that Han has.
To be fair, by this point, we didn't really know Han and Lando were really friends by this point. So technically,
yeah, you're right. You figure Han would hate Lando, but no, they kind of get over that immediately.
I want to save that rant for later. So
yeah, we'll get to that. So yeah,
were they really friends? They seemed like they were more so business partners than friends. So
yeah, fair enough.
So that loses.
They were acquaintances.
Yeah, not friends. That doesn't count. So this is he's got like half a point now.
Yeah, it's like when Doofenshmirtz is like cheating on Perry. It's like the nemesis. I
love it. Yeah,
like a partner.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. But yeah, Luke is trying to just reassure Han, like, hey, don't worry, I got everything under control. Lando and Leia are in position, and R2 are in positions. Just like stick close to Chewie. And then Luke kind of just makes some small talk to be like, hey, I used to live here. Oh yeah, because Han is like, is saying I can't see anything, and Luke's like, you're not missing much. I used to live here, and Han is like, yeah, you're gonna die here. Convenient.
Mm-hmm.
I like the face Luke makes when Han says that. He's like, oh God.
Yeah, I know, because
Han, as far as he knows, is about to fucking die, and he's still just talking shit to Luke. It's very in character for him.
Especially too, the whole first movie, Luke didn't even Luke wanted to get away from here. How weird would it have been if that's his death spot?
Yeah. I like that now that he's back here. He's like, yeah, no, this place still sucks.
Yeah.
It's like whenever the Reds and Blues make jokes about Blood Gulch, it's like, this empty canyon with nothing in it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, in season 9 when it starts off with Church being like, God, I forgot how much this place sucks.
Oh, that was odd. That's probably the only good thing of the present of season 9.
Yeah, that was a really funny joke. Everything else was pretty bland. Yeah. So basically Luke is saying like everybody's in position, like it's gonna be fine. Just stick close to me and Chewie. So they get to the Sarlacc pit. This one looks cool. It's basically like this big old worm with octopus tentacles sticking out of it. And I guess it just lives here in this desert, and it eats whatever comes by and digests it slowly.
Yeah.
And basically, they're gonna walk the plank, and Jabba's like tells C-3PO to tell them like if they have any final words, the mighty Jabba will listen to it now. And Luke basically just gives Jabba a final warning. I do like that Luke kind of comes off as a little Vaderish here.
Yeah, me too.
Where again, he's like basically just like telling him like, do what I say or I will kill you. Like obviously, Jabba's not a good person, and Luke does give him multiple chances. Just like, give me what I want and we'll leave you alone. But at the same time, Luke, it is kind of like, like it doesn't really feel like something Luke would do in the first two movies, where he's like, give me what I want or I will kill you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, basically Luke is just like, give me, like let us go or be destroyed.
And that kind of ends up being like Luke's whole arc this movie was like, is he going to give in to the dark side type of thing? And you can kind of see he was like starting to follow that path. And
basically Luke gives a nod to the people on his team. R2 has a little compartment on his head. He shoots it out. A piece of metal comes into the air. Luke, jumps off the plank, but like grabs onto it and bounces back up. Does a flip over the guard. Grabs the piece of metal, and it's revealed that it's his new lightsaber. And this one is green, which is really cool. Kind of to set it up, kind of showing that he's kind of setting himself apart from his dad a little bit, because obviously the last lightsaber was his father's.
Yep.
So now that he's made his own, kind of showing he's kind of becoming his own man.
But I like that.
Yeah, because I think they were actually originally going to make this lightsaber blue. But they ended up making it green, which again I like. Makes it separates Luke a bit.
Yeah, really sets him apart. Yeah.
Yeah, lore wise, so the Jedi did use like blue and green, and I think they don't ever say it in the movies, but like some of the books and stuff kind of go into it a little bit. But blue is basically like for people who prefer lightsaber combat.
Okay.
And green is for people who prefer to use like the Force.
Okay.
So obviously Anakin and Obi-Wan used blue. And then Yoda had a green one, and then Luke has a green one.
Yep.
Yeah. So which it doesn't really matter much for the movies, but again, I just like that. Again, to show he's striking out from his father a bit.
Yeah, sets him apart. Kind of makes sense. He'd want to strike out from his father, obviously, just because he found out his father's Darth Vader, so he wants to kind of get away from.
Yeah, obviously before Luke says like the reason he wanted to become a Jedi was to be like his dad. So now, after finding out the truth about his dad, it makes sense that he would want to distance himself a little bit from that.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, Luke starts swinging and praying. He, just swinging everywhere, knocking people into the Sarlacc pit. Again, these guys, it's a fate worse than death. When Luke knocks them off the fucking ship, they're not just dying; they're getting fucking digested for the next 1,000 years.
Yeah.
It's like, if I were these guys, I'd be like, Luke, I wish you just killed me.
Not just that, these guys, by the way, these guys too are just working a 9-to-5 job too. They're not even like...
Yeah, exactly. They're just like, all right, honey, we just got to drop these guys into the Sarlacc pit, then I'll be home. I'll pick up some, some food on the way home. And it's like, oh God, no! Tell Carly I love her.
Yeah. So, but I like the animation though of like them going into like the Sarlacc pit and getting eaten and everything like that. It looks really cool. Really holds up well.
Yeah.
This fight scene here I should talk about looked really cool. I like how very quick it is. I like that they jump around to all these things because they showed like Leia doing something, they showed Luke doing something, but it didn't feel like you couldn't really keep track of it. Like it was pretty easy to like keep track of and everything like that type of thing. So
yeah. So I was gonna say I like that. It shows how powerful Luke is. He's come a long way. But the downside of that is Luke's doing, like, all the work here.
Yeah.
As we're to say, Lando, he's been fucking presumably pretending to be a guard of Jabba's for bare minimum, probably a couple weeks. Just fucking smoking dope with Boba. Lando, takes off his helmet, smacks the guard behind him, and starts like wrestling the gun a little bit. But pretty much immediately, Jabba's main ship, starts to shoot at the little ship. And like it hits it, and Lando ends up like falling over the ship, and he's like holding on to like this wire. And that's pretty much what he's doing for the rest of this whole fight. Is like he's like holding on for dear life, trying not to fall into the Sarlacc pit. And it's like, boy, Lando, that did not work out good for him. All this weeks of preparation, he fucking smacks one guy, and then he just spends the whole rest of the fight just trying not to die, not to fall into the pit.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
he literally accomplishes nothing. Chewie, kind of the same thing. Where he kind of protects Han this fight because obviously Han has no clue what's happening. He's blind.
Yeah.
Chewie basically like dives to the ground and like saves Han, and then we find out that Chewie got injured in the leg. Like we see he's like holding his knee and he's like bleeding.
Yep.
So at least he got the excuse of like he basically took a bullet for Han.
And Han has the excuse, that he's blind and still like out of it and everything.
Yeah,
like
but yet somehow Lando is the one who contributed the least to this whole thing.
Yeah, the guy with the helmet, that's something.
Yeah, there you go. Good job, Lando.
Actually, Han did contribute more than him because he had to save Lando from like death, pretty much.
Right, and Han ends up taking out Boba Fett.
Not even on purpose either.
Yeah, literally on accident. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. So again, I like how this shows how powerful Luke is. The choreography is not great.
Yeah, not the thing.
Where again, it doesn't, because like last movie, Luke really seemed like he had a good grasp of like, he was doing some sword moves. Here, it's kind of just like every time we see him, he's kind of just like doing a lot of wide swings.
Yeah, not really doing much.
Like it doesn't really feel like it really just feels like if you gave me a lightsaber, this is what I would be doing.
Yeah,
and Luke. 4 years of training with it.
This feels like what you would see, like what you see the fans do, like anytime we would create like a lightsaber fight.
Yeah, and it's weird because later in the movie we get some cool sword stuff with Luke. So like Luke can do some cool moves that like come off as like he's trained with it, but here he's just kind of swinging and praying.
Yeah.
And again, this is kind of we're gonna talk about it in a second. So Boba Fett, he's on the main ship. He decides he's gonna get in on the action. He flies over on his jetpack, and he just lands right in front of Luke. He's literally like a foot away from Luke, and then he pulls out his gun. It's like, oh, Boba Fett, why didn't you just shoot him from the other ship? And if you're going to jetpack over for some fucking reason, why would you jetpack 1 foot away from him?
Yeah, I don't understand that at all, yeah.
You shoot him. Like, Owen, I don't know if you know how this works. I this might be a new concept to you. But the point of a gun is that you don't have to be near the person you're trying to kill. You stand away from them and then shoot them.
Maybe that's why Travis didn't kill Shauna with the crossbow. He didn't know that he didn't know he...
Yeah. Somebody's like leaning over to Travis, like, quick, Travis, like, shoot Shauna. He's like, I can't. I need to be at least a foot away from her.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a weird scene. I don't understand why he jetpack over and everything like that. It kind of sucks because this is what kind of causes his death, too, so...
Yeah, basically, Luke just cuts his gun in half. And then, like, when the ship gets, like, blasted, he kind of just falls over. And then Luke ends up, like, another little ship comes up with a bunch of guys. So Luke, basically, he trusts Chewie and Han to take care of Lando. So he ends up jumping over to the next ship, and he starts swinging again. Boba Fett slowly gets up, and he's, like, starts aiming his flamethrower, I think it is, on his wrist to like start to aim it at Luke.
Mm-hmm.
And then Han, again, being blind and not knowing what the fuck is happening, is like so confused. And Chewie kind of just tells him like Boba Fett is like, there. And Han is like, Boba Fett? Where? And he like fucking accidentally knocks like a metal stick into the jetpack, causing him to fucking go screaming, flailing his arms, smacking right into the main ship. landing on the sand, and then slowly tumbling into the Sarlacc pit and getting eaten.
Not the best death for Boba Fett after like all the.
Which is why both Legends and Disney were like, no, he doesn't die here.
What happened to him then?
Well, both were just like, yeah, he escaped later. He got out of the Sarlacc pit.
How?
I don't know, man.
that's like, how do you get out of that? Like, you don't.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. Which, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm kind of okay with that because his death here was shitty.
Yeah, I guess, but like, I just don't know how you get out of that type of thing. So.
Yeah, but no, he has his own. He gets out of it, and he's like, all right, I'm going to start my own Disney Plus show. So that's how we get the Book of Boba Fett.
Because he didn't have the best death here. Is it gonna be like that spider monkey from Ben 10 where I'm like, okay, that didn't make any fucking. Maybe they can make that.
Okay, no, there actually is a scene where we see him get out. So in Legends, I don't remember how he gets out in Legends. I think he fucking overrides his jetpack to shoot himself out or something.
Okay, I can buy that. I guess.
Which it's been a while since I read that book, but I think that's how he got out. In Disney, this was kind of dumb. So he sees a stormtrooper in there. Why was a stormtrooper in there? I don't know. And then he takes something from the stormtrooper, and then he uses his flamethrower to burn a hole out of the stomach or something.
Okay, that one's a stretch.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets out is the point, which I'm cool with because, like I said, here he dies like a bitch, and it's dumb.
Yeah, this was a really dumb, especially too because Boba Fett was really really well hyped up. Ignoring the Christmas special, but the last movie.
Yeah, and again, he's not a major. Well, no, he's a major character. He's not as important as Darth Vader or Luke, but he's pretty important. He's the reason Han and them get captured.
Yeah,
and he's just a cool character. The way he stood up to Vader last movie when Vader was gonna freeze him, and Boba just goes right into his face, and he's like, "Hey, he's worth a lot to me."
Yeah,
he just a pretty badass character, and here he just even earlier in the movie, the little thing where he kind of just nods to Leia, showing his respect.
Yeah, kind of sounds.
Here it's would he get closer to Luke to shoot him, and then how did he get a blind Han accidentally knocks into his jetpack?
Yeah,
and that's what got.
I feel too because he wasn't also doing too much. He was just kind of partying with everybody else early in the movie. He really wasn't doing much before this either.
I think Robot Chicken did the joke that Boba was super drunk, during this whole scene. He was on the ship drinking, and then he was like, "Whoa!" And the bartender was like, "Hey, you good, man?" He's like, "Oh, I always drink better when I fly."
Yeah. I will mention too. I did like that Family Guy redid this joke because you mentioned there was a scene where Luke obviously looked at, I think it was Leia, and then there was a bunch of people where they were nodding at each other. Family Guy redid that joke where they just went back and did that for a good 3 minutes. And I like that one of the people they looked at, I think it was a baseball coach, and the baseball coach nodded no or something like that. It was something like that.
Yeah. That.
And then I think that joke ended. I'm pretty sure in the Family Guy one, it was a live action person was like, "Come on, let's get into it already."
Yeah, we're waiting.
So
yeah, funny. So yeah. Basically, Boba Fett dies like a bitch. Sorry, I'll keep going. I've been on this for a while. Boba Fett dies like a bitch. It sucks. Han basically spends the rest of the fight trying to pick Lando up. Because the Sarlacc pit is wrapping his tentacles around Lando. Chewie's holding on to Han as he's trying to reach for Lando. Chewie hands Han the gun, and there's a pretty funny scene where Lando's like, "Wait, I thought you were blind."
Yeah.
And then Han's like, "Don't worry, I can see better now." And Lando's like, "Aim up, aim higher, aim higher."
Yeah. I want to say, do you think how much thought do you think was put into Boba Fett's death too? Because as you said, Han wasn't really supposed to be in this movie.
I think it was somebody told George Lucas on the last 2 days of filming, "Hey, what about Boba Fett?" And George was like, "Oh, fuck. I don't know. He falls into the pit, I guess. All right, we'll just moving on."
Yeah.
That's probably how it went. So yeah, that's basically what they do for the fight. Yeah, Luke kills everybody on the ships, and then like I said, like from the main ship, they're shooting lasers at them. So Luke jumps onto the side of the main ship, and then somebody like opens the door, and Luke just kind of like throws him out.
I thought that was
and then
funny.
He has a top, and again he's like swinging and praying. Leia from the inside, she like during all the chaos, she like breaks a light, and then takes her chain and just starts strangling Jabba to death with it.
That was a cool scene. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. It's pretty impressive that Leia can fucking strangle a 2-ton slug, but I mean, hey,
Like a lift, you know?
Yeah, Leia's been working out.
Yeah. I can buy that.
Yeah, sure. And then, C-3PO and R2-D2 are kind of just running around. I do like this scene where, like, R2-D2 knows the ship's going to blow up, so he just kind of knocks C-3PO into the sand, and then, like, he himself falls into the sand.
There was a funny scene, we forgot to mention this, because, like, Jabba had, like, this little, like, alien thing or whatever, like, hanging around him. I don't know if that was, like, his...
Yeah, it was, like, eating C-3PO's, like, eye, and R2-D2, like, shocks him away.
Which was cool.
Yeah, and then, like, Leia joins Luke on the top of the ship, and then, and Luke keeps telling her, like, quick, aim the laser at the ship, So Leia goes to do that while Luke's fighting everybody off. And then some guy ends up shooting Luke in his hand, and it's like the robot hand. Luke basically ends up like killing pretty much everyone here. Like I said, Leia ends up like aiming the laser at the ship, and then she very quickly like jumps over to Luke. And kind of like the first movie when they ended up like, doing that rope swing, same thing here. Where they end up swinging off the ship onto the other little ship.
Yep.
The laser off and blows up. And then, I do like this where, after everybody's on the little ship, Luke is like, all right, let's get out of here quickly, but don't forget the droids.
Yeah, I like that, showing that he...
Obviously, at the beginning of the movie, it looked like Luke was, like, selling R2-D2 and C-3PO. But here we see that, like, he was never going to give up the droids.
Yeah.
Which, because even though they're droids, they're still friends, like Luke's not going to give them up.
Yeah, I like that, just seeing all the characters get the vibe for their friendships and everything like that.
Again, Luke is a character who would never leave his friends behind. Luke would never abandon his friends, Owen. I need to stress that so much that if Luke's friends were in danger, he would never abandon them.
I mean, the last movie, he abandoned his training to go save his friends. So
literally, that is Luke's defining character trait, is that if his friends are in danger, he will go to whatever means necessary to save them.
But yeah, I liked all this stuff, though. Again, the choreography could have been better for the lightsaber fight. Boba Fett dying like a bitch, but other than that, all this came together, I guess, okay, type of thing.
Yeah, so, choreography was whatever. I like that Luke felt powerful here, like a cool Jedi Knight.
Yeah, me too.
Wish he didn't do, like, all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
But it was cool. This, because I think I said Star Wars was, like, inspired by, like, adventure serials that, like, George Lucas watched as a kid. And I think this really did give off that vibe of, like, the action hero going on an adventure, Luke going around, jumping ship to ship, swinging around on a rope.
Yeah.
Like, it did give off that, like, adventure vibe, which I like. So, like, it is cool. I like it. In terms of, like, a first act for a Star Wars movie, at least out of the original trilogy, this is probably my favorite.
Yeah. I think I saw a lot of people didn't really like this because it's like too disconnected from like the Darth Vader stuff. But I actually kind of like that they went and like, well, one, it's not completely disconnected because obviously like Han Solo was captured, and again for me, I saw that Jabba scene already, so like it wasn't completely disconnected. But I kind of like that they did something like not related to the Emperor. They kind of like went and fought like a...
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually like that this was pretty disconnected from the whole Empire thing. We got to see more of the world. We got to see like criminal underworld of Star Wars, and it did still serve a purpose for the story. Where obviously got Han back, which why would Luke not go find Han?
Mm-hmm.
And it showed just how far Luke has come. Like, he's done a lot of training the last year. He's, like a fully fledged knight now. Like, he's not the same Luke who he was last movie.
Yeah, I really like this. I feel like too, like you also needed to see how full-fledged Luke was. You really couldn't do this like with the Emperor or anything like that, because the Emperor has a lot of years behind him. This really got to like really see how far Luke got to become without having to do anything with the Emperor or anything like that.
Yeah, I really love this first section of the movie. Again, comparing it to the first third of A New Hope and the first third of Empire Strikes Back, I think this one is the strongest.
Me too.
So yeah, which might be a surprise because obviously this I think is the weakest of the three, but the first third is really good. Obviously, like I said, it's got some flaws. And I guess, now's the time to mention Luke's plan. So they don't fully explain it, but the plan seems to be...
Can I guess what it is first, maybe? As like the non... I am going to guess that Luke's plan was obviously he was going to make it seem like he was giving up the droids, knowing that Jabba wasn't going to take the deal. So obviously, him and Leia came up with the plan where she would pretend to obviously be, like a bounty hunter, giving up Chewie as like a prisoner and everything like that. Leia would go in and obviously unfreeze Han and everything like that. And then obviously, I assume Luke had a plan where like that plan was gonna backfire, knowing since he like heard a lot about Jabba and everything like that. I am going to guess he would have gone in there. He was gonna try to control Jabba. And if that didn't work, he was probably going to, like, use the Force and, like, shoot everybody, take everyone down. The only thing I don't get, though, is, like, because obviously he was going to need his lightsaber at one point. R2-D2 had it, but R2-D2 wasn't, like, in that room, like, when that was all going on and everything like that. So I don't know how he would have gotten his lightsaber and everything like that type of thing, because that was part of the plan. That was, like, the big part of the plan was he was going to have his lightsaber. They definitely tried to make it seem like it was all planned out because, like, but it's really weird because, like, Luke, there's no way Luke would have known he was about to get eaten by that thing, like, in the last act of the movie. And obviously, like, I don't think he planned on Leia getting captured. Maybe captured, but not like a sex slave or whatever she was type of thing. So, really tough to tell what... They definitely tried to make it seem like Luke had all this planned out, but I definitely think he had a plan. It kept backfiring, but he definitely did not have this. He definitely didn't lay it out this well, type of thing.
Yeah. So this plan is strange. So again, it's not fully ever really explained what the plan actually was, but you can kind of just infer. So yeah, seems like Lando and Chewie were doing reconnaissance. They were kind of getting a feel for how they could infiltrate. Lando pretended to be a guard for a while. We don't know how long, but he was probably there for at least a couple weeks.
I forgot Lando was part of this plan, actually. So,
yeah, honestly, they send the droids. I guess the idea is that maybe Lando told Luke okay, so what the droids would be doing, maybe C-3PO would be an interpreter for Jabba. R2-D2 would probably go to the sand sail or whatever it's called. Maybe.
Yeah.
And then, obviously Leia pretends to bring Chewie in. So Chewie is there as backup if they need, help in a fight. And I think the idea is that Leia, if she can, gets Han out of there and sneaks out.
Mm-hmm.
But, if she, obviously that didn't happen. They got captured. And then Luke came in. I think the idea is that get them out in the open because if they're gonna have to fight their way out of the palace, it's gonna be tough.
Right.
Maybe they knew that Jabba would sacrifice people to this Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah.
If Luke can beat the Rancor, maybe Jabba gets them out in the open, and then it's easier to get away.
Yeah, that could be.
But it's okay, there's quite a few flaws in this because I'm one, you're lucky that R2-D2 was in a position to give you your lightsaber.
Yes, very much so.
And what if they put a restraining bolt on? Remember that happened in the first movie. where they put a restraining bolt on C-3PO and R2-D2, the Jawas.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure they even say in this movie that they were going to put a restraining bolt on these two. So what if the restraining bolt prevented R2-D2 from giving you your lightsaber? You'd be fucked.
Yeah.
You know, what if Leia wasn't able to fucking strangle the 2-ton slug man? What if Boba Fett wasn't a dumbass and just shot you from a distance? What if Lando was swallowed by the Sarlacc pit? You know, because that almost happened. Chewie was fucking a prisoner as part of your plan. What if he, again, wasn't in a position to help you out? This plan falls apart when you really look at it. Like, I'm like, so many things had to happen just right for this plan to work out.
Yeah, and this isn't one of those cool things like when Light did this plan, like the Amnesia plan. Like, Light really put a lot of thought into it. And even Light said he wasn't even sure that plan was going to, like, fall into place completely. He had to just kind of bet on luck a little bit in that plan. And
yeah, and like, same thing here. Well, not same thing here. Where Luke, it feels like a lot of it is, like, on luck. Where Luke is, like, kind of trusting himself to be like, basically, if Jabba doesn't surrender, I'm just going to have to kill everybody. Yeah. It's like, Luke, that's not a great plan. Because, again, as I said, Luke had to do, like, 95% of the work here.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, again, it's like, everyone else could have died so easily. Like, Han is blind. Like, Lando almost fucking got eaten by the Sarlacc pit. Again, he's trusting Leia to be able to choke Jabba to death.
Yep.
It's like, the fact that everybody got out of this okay is, like, amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wish we could. I kind of wish we could have heard what the plan was. Kind of the same thing with Yellow Jackets. You know, at the end of season 3, we didn't really hear what the plan was. I feel like that's worse though, because that plan failed. But like, it didn't help. We didn't hear what the plan was, and then also too, everyone was just doing their own shit. Like at least here, everyone. It was all like one thing going on. So like, you know.
Yeah. It's like you can kind of piece together what the plan is. It's just like it kind of works.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of this. Basically, the plan is essentially get everybody out in the open, and then Luke kills everybody. That's kind of the plan. And I'm like, I feel like Luke would have come up with something better.
Yeah, I guess we could just say this now. I think why they didn't really why the writers and stuff really didn't put a lot of thought into it, as we kind of talked about. So, like you said, and we've talked about off camera, it wasn't really known that Han Solo even was gonna come back until what, like you said, a few weeks before like the movie was made, or like it wasn't long.
Yeah, it was pretty up in the air if Harrison Ford was going to come back. So like they probably weren't sure if they were even going to like. I mean, I imagine they had a decent idea of what they were going to do, but yeah, I mean, probably this section of the movie was probably a little rushed compared to the rest.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because as we're going to talk about, this is really like, the highlight of what Han does in the movie. And even then, it's really not much, because...
Fucking be blind and accidentally kill Boba Fett. Yeah, you're right. That is kind of the highlight for him.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't really give a lot of Han Solo a lot of scenes in this movie, because, again, they didn't really know it was up in the air, he was coming back. And you're going to really see it in some of his scenes. You could definitely tell, like, some of the scenes where it's just him and somebody. You could definitely tell they were filmed a little out of order and a little last minute type of thing, which is unfortunate, you know, that Han's really so underutilized in this movie. He's around, he's not completely like out of this movie, but you can definitely tell compared to the first two movies that it's just definitely like a downgrade of you know, where he kind of was. The last movie, he got his own plot line, like he was like the main character of the B plot of that movie. And again, you can't even call that really a B plot. That's like...
Yeah, I'm just saying, if anything, that it kind of feels like the A plot a little bit.
Yeah.
So, like, essentially the main character of last movie.
And, you know, and then in the first movie, his introduction, like, you know, he's kind of the one stealing the ship there and everything like that. And he's the one at the end that ends up, kind of allowing the Death Star to get destroyed and everything like that. So it's kind of disappointing that Han Solo really isn't given much. And, you know, I will say this in this movie that like there's certain character traits that Han could have fallen into. Like there's a scene where Han could have gotten mad at Luke about something, but I'm glad he didn't. There's a scene where Han got mad at Leia, and like I think that's good for his character. Kind of good he didn't fall into those traits, but I almost kind of wish he would have because that would have given him something substantial for like him to do and everything like that.
Yeah, Han really is just kind of here. Yeah, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Again, I like this section for the most part. Like it's good, but it's just like I said, Luke's plan was like the general idea of it is fine. Of like get everybody out in the open, so you don't have to fight out of the castle, and like get Lando, Chewie, and Leia in like a position, in like certain positions under cover. Like that's a cool idea. Just the execution of it was not great. And like I said, probably give Boba Fett a better fight. Like I feel like you could easily do that. Have Boba Fett on his jetpack, like shooting from a distance.
Yeah.
Luke's deflecting it with the lightsaber, and then maybe like have everybody else help out, like try to like have somebody else on the ship like shooting at Boba Fett. It hits the jetpack and he kind of falls to the ground. Him and Luke have a fight. Maybe have Luke kind of Han come up from behind and like sneak attack him.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Or something like, again, I'm just spitballing here. But again, I feel like give Boba Fett a little bit more of like a boss fight,
Yeah. I think the biggest thing, to kind of fix the Han issue of him not knowing, not knowing if you're going to get Harrison Ford back and everything like that. Again, I don't know a lot about behind the scenes stuff, but like maybe have 2 scripts written out, like one if you can't get Harrison Ford back and then one if you can type of thing. And, if you get him back, obviously, do the one that, that you can have with him and everything like that, and just have ideas, general ideas of what you want to do with him, so that way everything doesn't feel like very last minute and everything like that with him type of thing.
But yeah, everything worked out. Everybody escaped from this whole fight somehow. Again, it is fucking amazing that nobody died here.
Yeah. And anything else you want to say about Han not really being much of a factor in this movie?
No, just like it's unfortunate. Again, he's not bad in this movie.
No.
He's just like so underutilized. Like Han doesn't have a scene here where I'm like, oh, this ruins Han's character. Like he's so out of character. Again, he's just kind of there. Like he's not really doing much.
Yeah, and I guess for me,
he has some good scenes. Like I like the scenes with him and Leia later on.
Yeah,
but like again, it's not really much.
Yeah, which is really disappointing. I think it's I feel like too he also like took a backseat because this was about Darth Vader and Luke a little bit too. So that also affected things.
Yeah, but even Leia got some cool scenes in this movie. That Lando doesn't really get much to do. If you think Han doesn't have much to do, holy shit, Lando gets like nothing, which is really weird. Because like as far as I know, like there was no issue with Lando's actor. Like he was gonna come back.
And like you said, he was supposed to be the replacement for like Han Solo if he couldn't come back.
Well, yeah, like that was the vibe from last movie, where he was basically like the new Han.
Yeah, so it's really weird that Lando really didn't get given much at all. I'm gonna guess he was supposed to.
Weird because like he gets separated from the main cast for most of this movie, which is weird because we praised Empire Strikes Back for splitting up the cast last movie, and I think it was fine because we had them together for most of the first movie.
Yeah. So
splitting them up is fine, but obviously Lando didn't really get a lot of time with the crew last movie, and he's kind of. He's kind of just in the background for most of the first third of this movie. So, beginning of the second third, I mean, at the beginning of like this next section, it's basically like, oh, Lando's going to go do this. Everybody else goes to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really get a lot of...
What about have more time with Lando as part of the crew?
Yeah. Because I guess I'll just talk about this now, too. Actually, I guess we could save it for later, but... Because they do a scene with Han and Lando, like they could have done if he was with them, they could have done like a Han doesn't trust Lando type of thing. But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I thought it all came across well. I did like the first third of the movie. I liked that they just did something disconnected from the Empire. I liked Jabba. I liked his his palace, the castle, and everything like that. the fight scene was what it was. Could have been choreographed better, but it was okay. Obviously would have given Boba Fett a better death, but overall, I would probably give like the first third of this movie like a thumbs up, maybe like not quite all the way up.
It is a thumbs up, but a shaky thumbs up.
Yeah,
you know,
shaky.
You have Parkinson's and you like just are uncontrollably shaking.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where I'm like, it's good, but if you just like tweaked it a little bit, it'd be amazing.
Yeah,
frustrating.
But kind of after this, after everyone kind of gets off Tatooine and everything like that, Luke decides to, keep a promise that he made back in the second movie. He decides to go back to Dagobah and, continue his training. And, he radios in and tells Leia and Han this time, doesn't decide to just go rogue and just leave them type of thing. And I like this, Han kind of thanks Luke for, like, saving him, that he owes him one. And I
like that because remember last movie, after Han saved Luke, he kind of made a joke. He was like, hey, now you owe me too.
Yeah.
And now I like that, like, Han is acknowledging, like, yeah, you saved me. Like, I owe you one.
Yeah. And then Leia kind of mentions, like, they're going to go meet up with the rebels back at, like, base and everything like that. And they'll see each other again soon. I like this. There was a deleted scene of this where they did this on Tatooine with, like, a sandstorm, but you really couldn't hear, like, what was going on. So I assume they just cut that scene and, like, did it just this way because you could hear it better and everything like that type of thing. So... the reason I'm talking about this scene is because technically this is the first Star Wars scene that I've seen. Because Luke goes back to Dagobah and R2-D2 is out there, like, working on the ship and everything like that. And we get to
Luke fucking crashed into the swamp again. He's like, motherfucker, Yoda, you gotta get a parking spot. Jesus.
It's the Cleveland joke. No.
Yeah. Oh no.
Isn't Cleveland?
Funny because R2-D2 is Cleveland in the Family Guy.
Yeah.
Parody.
Don't they do that joke too? Like when he falls off the ship and.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. R2-D2 is like, no. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Yoda's hut and everything like that, and Yoda is looking a little different. He's very sick and everything like that, and you can kind of tell like something's off before you even know he's sick and everything like that. Like Luke looks very sad, and Yoda kind of is giving Luke a little bit of shit, being like, "Hey, you look very young here. Like, don't get used to it. You're not gonna look as good as I am when you become like 900 years old." Which is like insane that he's 900 years old. It's like wow.
Yeah.
But Yoda said that within the last year he became very sick, and now that it's time for him to take his final sleep. And obviously, Luke's upset by this. He kind of mentions, like, look, like, you can't die. There's still so much you can do and everything like that. And Yoda's just like, look, like, he basically says, like, Father Time is undefeated. I may be strong with the Force, but even I know it's my time to go. And
sorry, real quick, I wanted to chime in, because I like this talk a lot in retrospect, because I think I mentioned in the prequels that, like, Yoda kind of had a conversation about attachments, because I was making that Avatar comparison, where Yoda kind of talks about like letting go of your like earthly attachments and shit.
Yeah.
And like focusing on like the needs of the world over like your own desires. And he similarly kind of has he has a more in-depth conversation about this, where he's like, death is a natural part of life. You can't like control other people's fates.
Oh, that's pretty sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yoda says, Father Time's undefeated. Luke's obviously a little upset because like he wanted to come back to finish his training, and now he can't really like finish his training. And Yoda tells Luke like, your training is like complete. Like there's really nothing more that you can learn. And Luke says, that I am a Jedi then, and Yoda says like, you're not a Jedi yet until you have that confrontation with Vader. And Luke actually asks, I remember we talked about this off camera a few times. I like that they addressed this because a lot of people weren't sure if, at least at the time, and if you watch that scene without knowing anything, was Vader just bullshitting and was he actually his father? Or, was he telling the truth? So Luke actually asks Yoda, like, is Vader actually my father? And, Yoda at first really isn't answering him, but Luke kind of, like, really wants to know. And Yoda says, Vader is your father. That is true. So I like that they actually like addressed that. They actually like didn't just leave that open ended or anything like that. They actually like said like, yes, he's your father and all that type of stuff. Yeah. And Yoda talks about how unfortunate that is, and Luke says, "What, unfortunate that I know now?" And Yoda says like, "No, like it's unfortunate that like you didn't complete your training, like you just gave into emotion and made the mistake and faced Vader before you were ready." I do like that he actually called him out on that. Like, obviously Yoda was upset about it, but I actually like that like Yoda actually kind of like made Luke like learn a lesson from that. It wasn't just something that like he just like talked about off screen and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And Yoda kind of tells Luke, now that I'm gonna die, you're gonna be like the last Jedi and everything like that, which is kind of funny because, like you said, now there's a sequel movie called The Last Jedi. So, yeah. And he says, that you must not like give into the dark side of the Force. You can't like give into any emotions, or anger or anything like that. And he tells Luke to like be careful and try to bury, your emotions. And he says that if that happens, the Emperor and Vader can use that as as weakness to turn you to the dark side and everything like that, which I actually really like. And then he kind of throws in a hint at Luke where he mentions, you could be the last Jedi, but there might be another Skywalker and everything like that.
Yeah, because he basically says like, Luke, like pass on what you've learned. And yeah, that there is another Skywalker.
Yep. And then not Vader, Yoda dies, and
imagine that. Well, like Yoda's hyping up like, Luke, you must confront your father again, and then Vader just like fucking has a stroke. He gets like food poisoning. He ate some bad salmon, and then he just fucking dies. And then Luke's like, oh, okay, cool. I guess we win then.
Yep. Well, but Yoda dies. And I actually knew it was a death this time, because obviously I didn't know how the Jedi thing like worked and everything like that when Obi-Wan died. But Yoda actually died. He fades away, and he goes to like the Jedi like afterlife type of thing. His death is very sad. A very sad death. Again, my first Star Wars scene, and I did mention this in the last movie. I'm pretty sure like he died because I remember seeing this scene. Like way back when. And again, I don't even know how I saw this scene. I think my dad might have just been watching it, and I saw this scene like on and everything like that. So really cool that I actually got to watch this scene now, like knowing the full context and everything like that. When I saw this scene as a kid, I do remember this scene like being like pretty sad and everything like that, but you just really feel for it, obviously, now that you know the characters and everything like that. Yeah. I think Vader's death is very sad. I really like his death. I wouldn't change anything about it. I like that he still comes off as wise, and I like that even though he's on like his deathbed, he's still like trying to teach like Luke like a lot of life lessons and everything like that. Like he's trying to pass on the last of his knowledge to like Luke and everything like that. I really like, even though it's a puppet, they still like went through the effort to like make Yoda like look like he was like on his deathbed too, like really sick and everything like that type of thing. I don't know how you do that with a puppet, but if you watch Yoda in this movie,
No, for real. Like you're right. Like the puppet looks more like sick and haggard than last movie. Like they did a good job with that. You know.
Yeah, but yeah. Before I get to the next scene, what did you think overall of Yoda's death and everything like that in this scene?
Yeah, it was really good. It makes sense. You know, like you said, he's over 900 years old, and I like how peaceful it is. You know, like and how he's very different from Vader and the Emperor, where he's just like it's my time. I've accepted it. I'm okay with it. Like it's a natural part of life that I'm gonna go become one with the Force. And like you said, I like they spends his last moments trying to just encourage Luke like on what to do next. Yeah, it was a very good death for him, and I think it is necessary because it kind of ups the stakes for the movie. That because if Luke, like the next part of the movie, it'd be really weird if Yoda doesn't like help out at least a little bit, and it also adds in that extra thing of like Luke is the last Jedi right now. Like it's up to him to make it through this, and as Yoda says, pass on what he learns onto like the next generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like this a lot. The voice actor did a really good job of like sounding like he was like on his deathbed and everything like that too.
Mm-hmm.
And like again, it's a sad death, but it's not like it's also like a peaceful death and everything like that too, which is really good. So
yeah, I like that. Yeah, Yoda basically encourages Luke to make his own Jedi Academy, if you will.
Yeah. Yoda was, maybe Yoda deserves some royalties for that video game, I would say.
Yeah, Yoda just like hands Luke a copy of the game. Like, Luke, publish that for me. I spent the last year in this hut making it.
Maybe that's why he's dying. Maybe that's why he's like slowly dying of sickness.
Yeah, he's like, I've overworked myself too much. Please publish this for me.
And like years too, like somehow he's got a PlayStation 5 and a Switch.
Yeah, he's like, Yoda, how do you even have this? This isn't going to come out for another fucking 40 years. Well, even more so, because remember, this was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, so.
Maybe in this galaxy, they're on the PlayStation 10 right now.
Yeah. They could be, actually. Yeah. Maybe too, you can. All that holographic shit, they could holographically like play this game and everything like that too.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, so the next scene is still very sad but peaceful. Luke's kind of pondering what Yoda said, and he's about to leave, and he kind of tells R2-D2, even though he wasn't there. I don't know why he's talking to him about this, but he wasn't there. But he's just like, I can't do it, R2. I can't kill my father. And then Obi-Wan shows up from beyond the grave, and says
Obi-Wan's such a piece of shit. Remember last movie, like Luke was trying to talk to Obi-Wan. He was like, Obi-Wan, like, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
And then just, I guess for the next year, Obi-Wan is like, yeah, it's kind of an awkward conversation. I'm not gonna do this.
I just can't wait to watch like the. Yeah, I can't wait to watch the Family Guy spin-off of how they do this scene type of thing, because I guarantee you this scene's probably fucking hilarious in Family Guy type of thing.
I don't remember it from Family Guy, but I think it was pretty funny.
Obi-Wan shows up, and he kind of tells Luke you're gonna have to like face him, and Luke calls out Obi-Wan, says like, why didn't you tell me that Vader was my father? You told him that Vader killed my father. And Obi-Wan really spins this, and he's just like, what I told you was true from a certain point of view. And then I like that Luke actually called him out on it. It was like, what point of view is that? And Obi-Wan kind of says, like, at a point of view, like, the man that was Anakin Skywalker died when he started to, like, cross over to the dark side and become Vader. He's really not a man anymore. He's more a machine now. I guess I could kind of see what Obi-Wan's saying, but when we watch the prequels, I'm going to be watching this scene and be like, okay, Obi-Wan, what point of view are you talking about?
Yeah, again, Obi-Wan's really fucking reaching for that one. But, if you remember in the first movie when Obi-Wan's kind of talking about how Anakin was, the best pilot in the galaxy, and he was a cunning warrior, and he was a good friend. I think I mentioned in that review that like I kind of get it, where Obi-Wan's like trying to look at Anakin like that. He's trying to remember him as his friend, and like not think about how he's turned out.
Yeah, but I do like that Obi-Wan actually is hurt by all of this, and Luke even tells Obi-Wan, like, look, I can't do it. I can't kill my own father. He even tries to, like, plead with Obi-Wan, be like, maybe he could be turned, like, but then Obi-Wan's like, there's really nothing more they could do. Once you walk that dark path, there's really no going back or anything like that. And he kind of mentions, that if you won't do it, then the Emperor and, the Emperor and Darth Vader have already won. And you are our last hope. He's still fucking lying to him, saying he's his last hope, too.
Yeah, even at this point, he's still bullshitting. It's like Obi-Wan trying to go 5 seconds without lying is just like a fucking crack addict. Like, I can't do it.
Honestly, how do we know this isn't a fucking lie, by the way? Everything he's saying right here,
Yeah, it's like, Luke is like, Leia's my sister. And then Obi-Wan's like, actually, Han's your sister. And Luke's like, what? He's like, oh, nothing.
but no, Luke has to call him up, but like Yoda spoke of another. What are you talking about? Who's the other? And this was really cool. So I must have like not seen this part of the scene because this was a really big twist. Because like again, I think I probably stopped watching after this point. Like when I watched the scene originally,
you were like, boring. Who cares?
But no, this is a really cool reveal. So Obi-Wan mentions that Luke has a twin sister, and we found out that when Luke and Leia were born, they were hidden from the Emperor, or from Darth Vader, so that way, like, they wouldn't be able to be used against like the Darth Vader and everything like that, which is really cool. And Luke says a twin sister. And he's obviously really confused by this at first, but then he kind of realizes and pieces together that Leia is his twin sister. And I do like this, like, when you kind of watch this first viewing, you're like, wait, how did Luke piece that together? But then you remember, last movie, Luke was able to contact Leia through the Force, and that's how she knew to, like, go save him. So it does make more sense when you think about it that he came to that conclusion. Obviously, Luke's really surprised by this, and that's kind of like where the scene ends. Obi-Wan, you came off. This scene did you no favors, buddy. You came off as like the biggest piece of shit of a liar type of thing. Like,
oh yeah, no, Obi-Wan's a filthy fucking liar. But
is he like this?
As much as we joke about him, it is. I do feel sad for him here because, as I said in the first movie, even though it was the plan, they didn't plan on Anakin being Vader yet. Just in hindsight, the way he talks about him is very sad. And, same thing here, where he kind of says, he talks about how he first met Anakin, how when he first met him, he was already a great pilot, but he was like amazed how strong the Force was with him, and how he thought that he could instruct him just as well as Yoda, but he was wrong. When he says that he was wrong, you can tell he kind of blames himself for how things turned out.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like this scene a lot. These two scenes were really great stuff. I like the reveal of Leia being his twin sister. I like that they didn't completely come out of nowhere. Like, they just pulled that out of their ass when you watch the last movie.
Yeah. Which is cool, because I think, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the plan was actually not for Leia to be Luke's sister. They were going to introduce a different character to be... They were going to introduce, like, a new character to this movie. I think her name was going to be, like, Kira Skywalker. But, they were going to introduce a new character to be Luke's sister, but I'm guessing that plan got scrapped. So they're like, okay, we'll make it Leia.
Yeah. So that's really cool. Obviously, then you have to talk about this. You mentioned in the guessing game there's some incest in this movie. There's been,
yeah.
You can see why Luke had to take a minute, and, like, you don't really get much on that. Then later on, when Luke kind of tells Leia that, that the, like, twin brother and sister Leia even has to tell Han, like, I just need a minute. Like, yeah, you could see why they need to take a fucking minute because,
Yeah. Well, I like how even at the end of the movie, Leia's like, Han is, like Leia's thinking about Luke, and Han's like getting jealous. He's like, oh, I see how it is. You love him, don't you? And Leia's like, yeah, I love him. And Han's like, oh, I see how it is. Like, okay, I want you to be happy. I'll step back. And then Leia's like, no, he's my brother. And Han is like, what the fuck?
yeah.
Han, because remember, Han remembers them making out, so he must be so confused.
Yeah. And again, I think I told you this. I thought, like, one of the scenes when they were making out was a deleted scene. Because, there was, like, a deleted scene in between that and everything like that. But no, that's in the movie. So, And that just makes me wonder, what the fuck was Obi-Wan going to tell him? What if they decided to get, like, man? Was he just going to tell him on their wedding day if they decided to get, like...
Obi-Wan's just, like, in the corner. He's like, all right, I probably should have told the truth before this point, but I'm kind of in too deep now.
Didn't he, like, see them, like... I guess I was gonna say, didn't he see them like in a relation? You realize too, he's been watching all he's been watching all this. Like he's probably been watching Luke the whole time, like an AI and all that.
He's popcorn in hand. He's just enjoying the show. He's us, he's just watching the movies.
I like to think like he didn't sacrifice himself for the greater good. He just wanted to watch his lies spill out across Luke when he sacrificed himself to die. But
and Obi-Wan it's like Luke. Obi-Wan cannot go 5 seconds without lying to Luke. It's kind of hilarious.
It has to be Luke specific. Who do you think he lied to before Luke? Do you think he had anybody back then? And do you think they,
Probably Anakin, I imagine. He's just continuing the generations.
Yeah. So you realize he's been lying to Luke for and the only time he tells Luke the truth is when Luke finally calls him out on it and everything like that too.
Well, again, it's amazing that remember, it's been a year since Empire Strikes Back. Luke has known that Vader was his dad for a year, and Obi-Wan has just been avoiding. Obi-Wan can talk to Luke whenever he wants. He's just been choosing not to.
Imagine too when he went back because now Yoda just died too. What he said to Yoda's like, "What the hell did you just sell me out like that for? You just telling the truth because he just told him about the."
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, damn it, you told me as a sister," and Yoda's like, "Yeah, well, he has to know." He's like, "God damn it, it's another lie down the toilet."
Yeah. And then Vader told him he's his father. Like all his lies are just gone.
What do you? Yeah, no, you never know, Owen. He might pull a couple out. Luke thinks his name is Luke. His name is actually fucking Jim.
And it was the one that gave up. The fact that Luke had this Luke could be a Jedi. Who gave that up in the because I know Obi-Wan just tells him, but I'm pretty sure if those droids didn't show up, it was gonna. Oh, we have to talk about this too, by the way. Remember we mentioned what a coincidence it was that when the droids got bought, it was by Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader's son. This is even double a coincidence now. What a coincidence to just happen to be the Princess Leia's twin brother and everything like that.
Yeah, I know. That is crazy. I'm fucking small galaxy.
Yeah, and again, like you said, Tatooine's a pretty big fucking planet, and the fact that it went to
yeah, of all places, yeah, Darth Vader's son / Leia's brother. It's wow.
Yep, it's just a small world we are living in out there. So
not small world, small galaxy.
Yep. So, far away.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, far away, and a long time ago. Yeah. So.
Anything else you want to say about this? I do like this scene. This scene's really fun to joke and meme about.
Oh yeah, we're memeing, but it is a cool scene. Like I said, I really feel bad, even though Obi-Wan's a filthy fucking liar. They do manage to make me feel bad for him. That you can really tell he has a lot of guilt over the current situation.
Is that is the guilt a lie?
It might be. He might be fucking grinning the whole time. But he's just fucking laughing under.
I'm making all these kids. I'm making all these kids feel bad for me when I'm just over here giggling. Maybe he's the one that caused Vader to turn. Maybe he's the one that caused Vader to turn all along.
Wouldn't surprise me, Owen. Wouldn't surprise me. He's just Anakin's I think being on the light side's cool, and Obi-Wan's I don't know. I hear the dark side's got free cookies. I'm just saying. But I also do like that kind of a reverse from last movie where if you remember, Luke was kind of in the wrong for disobeying Yoda and Obi-Wan. But this movie, Yoda and Obi-Wan are telling Luke no, you have to kill Vader. There's no way around it. Killing Vader is the right thing to do. You can't save him.
Yeah.
Like, he's too far gone. He's more machine now than man. The dark side's twisted him. Like, he's not your father anymore. There's no good left in him. So you think from last movie that you think, like, Luke should listen to Obi-Wan and Yoda. Because he was wrong last time to not listen to them.
Yeah.
But no, this movie is going to kind of twist that on its head. Where, no, Obi-Wan and Yoda are wrong.
Yeah, I like that. And I like to Avatar took inspiration from that, from the finale, with Aang not wanting to kill the Fire Lord and everything like that.
Yeah. Same thing where everyone's telling Aang, we're like, no, you should kill him. And then
it was also fucking Luke, actually, so...
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, again, the Avatar. I'm glad we're watching Star Wars now because it's like, you can definitely tell the fans of the creators of Avatar were big Star Wars fans.
But I'm saying, like, the Fire Lord's voiced by Mark Hamill, so it's like...
Yeah, which is also funny, yeah. That, again, you can definitely tell they were like, okay, we're going to make Luke Skywalker the Dark Father.
It's really funny, this whole movie is about them wanting to get Luke to go to the dark side. The Emperor just had to wait, like, a few years.
Yeah, wait a couple decades and 20 years, and then we'll make him the Dark Father. You're good.
It's kind of cool too, because we recently just did the episode where we saw the Fire Lord for saw the Fire Lord for the first time.
Yeah, saw. Yeah, we saw his fucking shadowy figure. Well, again, how fitting, that we had to wait 3 seasons to see what Ozai looked like. We had to wait 3 movies to find out what Vader looked like.
Yeah, so it's just cool shit. So
yeah. But yeah, continuing later on, Luke has returned. We're getting the rebels are having a big meeting. Lando and Han kind of shoot the shit a little bit. Han is very happy to see Lando. It's like, man, Han, you are surprisingly okay with this guy who last time you saw him, he fucking betrayed you. It's kind of amazing. You're just kind of cool with it.
Yeah, this pissed me off when I saw it at the time, and I was more just like, wait, what? What's going on here? Why are they, like, cool with each other? Like,
yeah, again, you think they would at least just have a conversation about it. Because, again, like, I feel like you can kind of brush it off and be like, hey, Lando saved us last movie, and, like, he did all this work to save you now. And Han could be like, hey, listen, in your position, I would probably do the same thing. Yeah. But no, they don't even have conversation about it, like, just have them have like a 2-minute talk about it.
Yeah, there's really no excuse. Like, you could say, like, oh, well, they didn't know Han was going to come back, like, so they could that like you said, that's a 2-minute scene they could have just done, right?
Yeah, literally, it wouldn't take any. And again, I would like it to be more. I would like, like you said, it'd be nice if the reason Lando is separated from everybody in this movie is because, like, Han doesn't trust him.
Yeah.
And then, like, over the course of the movie, Han could kind of regain that trust in him.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, they don't do that. They don't really do anything with that.
Yeah, they're just bros. They're just, like, chilling, shooting the shit. You know what, AJ? I'm gonna betray you. I'm gonna give you up to, like, a big drug dealer that wants you, like, dead and everything like that. And...
yeah, have me fucking frozen for a year, and then you're just like, "What's up, bro? How you doing?"
Yeah, so, yeah, they really just didn't do much with it. I was really disappointed.
Like, Owen, remember at the end of Breaking Bad when Walt gave Jesse to the neo-Nazis? I would love it at the end, like after they're all dead, Han, Walt just hands Jesse the gun. Jesse just like tosses it aside. He just starts making out with Walt. They're like, I love you, Walt. Like let's run away together.
Yeah. Yeah. I really hate the fact they just kind of glossed over that and everything like that. And again, just really showed like. And again, there really isn't that excuse. They didn't know Han was going to be here. Like that was a 2-minute thing they could have just talked about and everything like that type of thing. So
yeah, and again, it would have fixed both problems. That like Han is barely in the movie and Lando's barely in the movie. Just 2 birds, 1 stone right there.
Yep. Again, because they have a 2-minute conversations about other things too. It's not they had about the Falcon and then this scene here where you find out he's like Lando's like a general and everything like that. So like,
yeah. Again, because it's really weird. Like again, that Han's just like, oh hey Lando, they promoted us to generals, huh? Ain't that something?
Yeah. So.
And like, yep. And Han's like, I'm glad we're generals. Me and you, we, a team, never betraying each other ever at all.
Yeah, just ignore what happened in the last movie, I guess. So.
Yeah. But Han basically mentions like, oh yeah, so you're in charge of like this big mission coming up.
Yep.
But yeah, they all gather around for the meeting. I do like this where we see some of the other rebel leaders, because we only really saw Leia as like the leader the last two movies.
Yeah. Well, that other old guy we saw like the last one.
Yeah. I guess it kind of makes sense because we only really saw the rebels like at the very end of the first one, at the very beginning of the second one.
Yeah.
And before that, like we didn't really see much of them.
Right.
But so we see Mon Mothma. The joke is that she's the only other girl in the galaxy.
Oh, really?
Well, because besides her and Leia, who's another girl that we see?
Could have been a couple of those alien figures that we like saw.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but like Family Guy does that joke where they also did the joke where if you remember Mon Mothma is Peter's boss.
Yeah.
Who's voiced by Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
So the joke is that like Peter's like, oh hey, check it out, it's the only other girl in the galaxy, and then Lois is like, I don't like her, and obviously the joke's that like Lois is playing Leia.
Yep.
And like I don't like her, and she's voiced by the actual Leia.
Yeah, you should send me that. You should send me that one too. When
Yeah, I just thought of it now, but yeah, I'll have to do that. But yeah, Mon Mothma is basically like, all right, we've the Empire is kind of spread pretty thin, fighting our rebels like across the galaxy. So their new Death Star is fairly undefended. They're making this new Death Star, and it's under construction now, and it's got a shield generator, and it's being powered by the station on the fourth moon of Endor. And many Bothans die to give us this information. I think I mentioned it before. There's this comic called Tag and Bink. It's like a comedy where it's like these two idiots are like constantly in the background of the movies.
Yeah.
And they do a joke where this guy called Many Bothans dies. Because Bothans are like aliens, and many Bothans die to get these plans. But in the comedy comic, they just have this one guy called Many Bothans.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, and then we get Admiral Akbar, Ocean Man himself. Ocean Man, take me by the land, lead me to the land.
I can't.
The meme himself.
Yep. I can't wait till we do that SpongeBob movie, because that's the end of the theme song at the end.
Yeah. Akbar's cool. He's also one of those characters. He only has like fucking a minute of screen time in this movie, but he's another character that gets like a shit ton of books and stuff to like flesh him out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It makes sense. He's a big rebel leader. Yeah. So he's basically going over like, and like him, Mon Mothma, and this other guy are just going over the plan that Lando is gonna be in charge of the fight in space. That like a ground team is gonna go in an Imperial ship, give an Imperial code that we've stolen, go down to the planet, attack the shield generator, and then the fleet in space is gonna attack the Death Star and blow it up.
Yeah.
And it's even more important that they attack this Death Star because we've received word that the Emperor is going to be on ship. So, like, this is super huge. Like, the Emperor and the new Death Star. Like, this could win us the war if we take out these two figures.
Yeah, it makes sense they would want to get that all done. I will say...
it makes sense because, as we're going to find out, this is all trapped. And it's like, yeah, the rebels can't ignore this,
Yep. I will say, I don't know if this scene was really well placed to have it here, because you were getting a lot of information, and it was right after, like, you found out that, like, Luke and Leia were like twin brothers, or like twin siblings. So, like, I was kind of thinking about that. Obviously, this is when I started thinking about, like, wait a minute here. Like, wait, Luke and Leia have shared some scenes together, like, kissing and everything like that. And then I was still pissed off about the whole Han thing. So I get they wanted to get this scene like and get the middle plot going, but this scene was just really weird to have. They should have had this scene like a scene of this like a scene of them like explain this like first after the Luke and because you get like given a lot of information after you just found out that Luke and Leia.
I guess it's kind of hard to because this is like right before the mission.
Yeah.
And, like Luke comes back during the scene. It'd be really weird if like we got this meeting scene and then Luke for some reason fucked off and then came back.
Yeah. Yeah, it is weird.
But like, yeah, I would like a scene in between the Dagobah and this scene.
Yeah.
Because like this scene kind of explains the rest of the movie, you know?
Yeah, you don't really because again, I kind of got the gist, but I couldn't like fully grasp what they were talking because I was still in shock about the Luke and Leia being twins and everything like that, and then like all these things were just going. They should have put like one of the Emperor scenes like in between this probably that way.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a lot of information that gets thrown at us. Like this explains the rest of the movie. That like there's the Death Star, the Emperor's there, how the Death Star works, where it's at, what our plan is for the two teams. You know, like it's not like overly confusing, but it is a lot thrown at you.
Yeah.
Basically Lando is in charge of the space attack.
Yep.
And Han is in charge of the ground attack.
I mean, I guess to be fair to them, they did try to put that Han and Lando scene in there to probably break that up, but then I was pissed off.
But again, I really consider that fixing the problem. If anything, that adds to the problem.
Because I don't pissed off about that. Like, what the fuck you guys friends for? Type of thing. Like, why they got like. Then I'm thinking about that. It's like, oh my gosh.
If anything, they should be fucking fist fighting in the parking lot outside. They should not be buddies.
Maybe not the parking lot because that's the spaces type. But it'd just be funny if like you just see them off.
No, that's even more reason why.
It'd just be funny if you see them going through this plane out the window. You just see them like fighting type of thing. Like,
yeah, I love that.
But yeah, I just think it would just get a lot of information here and everything like that. So
yeah. But I do like this scene right here where Han is like, he's in charge of the ground assault. And then, they're basically like, the leaders are telling Han, like, you can choose your team. And then, just immediately, like, Chewie raises, Chewie is like, I'm Spartacus. And Leia's like, no, I'm Spartacus.
Yeah.
Luke's like, no, I'm Spartacus. No, I do like this where Chewie immediately volunteers, which makes sense. He's Han's best friend. And Han is like, oh, okay, pal. I just didn't want to, I didn't want to volunteer for you. It's a dangerous mission. So I do like that, where he's grateful that they're volunteering, but he didn't immediately assume they were going to because it's such a dangerous thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But and then Leia's like, hey, count me in, and Luke shows up and he's like, I'm coming too.
Yep.
I forgot to mention it, by the way. Luke's outfit in this movie is my favorite out of the ones he's worn.
Yeah, I like this outfit a lot. Yeah, it's really good.
Like the black tunic, it looks really cool. I also like it because I don't know if you noticed, but in the first movie he wore all white.
Yep.
Second movie he wore gray. In this movie he's wearing black.
Yeah, black's like a dark, like you typically have like a dark.
Yeah, it's kind of showing that he's getting closer to the dark side.
Yep. So.
But later in the movie, if you notice, his shirt gets torn, and it reveals light, a white underneath.
Yep. So
I like. Which we're gonna get to.
Yeah.
But yeah, Leia, and Han are happy to see him come back. Because they thought he was gonna be gone a while because he was gonna be on Dagobah for training.
Good timing I guess good timing for Yoda to die then. If there was a.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, bad timing, right? Because Luke even says he's probably fucking up the mission, so maybe bad timing. So.
Yeah. Neutral timing, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It all worked out in the end.
Do you think Yoda wanted to die because he's like, okay, wait, we gotta win the war. I gotta die here. It's time.
I'm just gonna eat some really bad salmon. I'm gonna give myself some food poisoning. Yeah, but Luke shows up and Leia hugs him, and Leia can kind of tell something's up with him. She's like, "What's wrong?" And he's like, "I'll tell you later."
I mean, how do you tell somebody that, especially?
It's like, imagine he just like drops that in front of everybody. Imagine like the background characters being like, "Oh shit," like they're eating some popcorn. They're like, "Oh man, there's some juicy." Like, "Oh, Leia's his sister. Vader is his dad." Like, "Oh man, this is some fucking juicy drama."
Yep. And again, Obi-Wan's watching all this too from a distance.
Yeah, Obi-Wan's Force Ghost is just sitting next to like background guys, being like, "You will not believe what's happening, guys."
Yeah. What do you think Yoda's doing all this? You think he's watching, or you think he's trying to like,
Yeah, Yoda's also just watching, eating some popcorn. He's enjoying the show.
Wow. Even though Yoda's the one that's like put, you know, yeah. Even though Yoda's the one that's like telling Luke all this stuff, and like maybe Yoda's telling Luke all this stuff to make more drama.
That's why Yoda told him for the juicy drama.
Yeah, we can't blame him.
Yep. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this meeting scene. Again, like I like it's simple and effective. Like I think its placement is, like we said, should have had something in between it. I don't like that Han and Lando are just cool with each other.
Yeah.
I like seeing the Rebel leaders. I think they explain the rest of the movie pretty well. I like that again when Han's put in charge of it. I like that everyone else is immediately like, "Yeah, I'm coming with," except Lando, because I guess Lando's not allowed to be part of the Cool Kids Club.
I mean, should we mention what a coincidence it was that all the main characters like got, put together on the same?
Yeah, mission? That is. I mean, we see when we get to the moon that like there's other people with them, but yeah, it is pretty much just like the main characters.
Yeah. So, and good thing too, because they all have plot armor except Chewie. So,
yeah, again, Chewie's just fucking like, I'm gonna die any second now. I know it.
Does he have plot armor then, or does he just have like, does he have?
He's got fur armor.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. Remember, Chewie got fucking shot in the leg on Tatooine. He's just fine now.
Yeah, he's just fine.
You figure, he'd be in like a cast, or he'd have like a bandage on his leg. No, he's chilling.
Yeah. I did have it because I watched deleted scene. I didn't know. I always thought like, because I think it's like the guy that says that it's a trap scene. Like they film like real people and like, huh?
Akbar?
Yeah, they filmed like they had like real people do the scenes, but then they obviously like edited like the CGI and everything like that like later. But I didn't know with Chewie that there's a guy actually running around like in a Chewie costume and everything like that. I always thought like that was edited like later on. So
I mean, Akbar isn't CGI. Like he's a guy in a costume.
So there's like deleted scenes where like they film.
I imagine probably like for like test recordings or like the first couple takes they probably do it with just the guy and then they put the guy in the costume. I imagine. Yeah,
because there's some ship scenes they probably they deleted with like the actual like people.
Because I was gonna say, Star Wars doesn't really like the originals don't really use a lot of CGI. Like a lot, like they have like the green screen for like the bike chase in a minute. But like,
okay.
Like in terms of like a lot of it is costumes.
Yeah, I guess the scenes I saw then were like they just had the original actors just not go in costume and just did test recordings, and then they probably just had them go in costume later. So.
Yeah. Also, but another thing is I like that some of the background rebels are aliens.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the background characters and the background rebels on Hoth and in the first movie were all humans.
Yeah.
And like money reasons, it's expensive to have a bunch of aliens. But like considering it's this like galaxy with aliens, you figure you would see more aliens.
Yeah, so I do like that. There's got to be.
I like that. The background characters in these scenes are aliens. I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. So next scene is Han and Lando are just saying goodbye again. They're just buddies. They're pals. They're cool. Okay, this is so fucking weird. Remember, Han's like favorite possession in the whole world is his ship, the Millennium Falcon. He loves that ship more than fucking life itself. And he's just telling Lando, like, yep, you can use the ship. It's all yours. It's like, okay, really weird that you're just trusting the ship to, you figure Han would want to be flying the ship.
Yeah. Especially considering the fact that, like, why would you give it to a guy that, like, just betrayed your last movie and everything like that type of thing?
Yeah, and it's like, Lando, as far as we know, he wasn't really set up to be, like, an amazing pilot.
No.
So, again, you figure maybe have Lando on the ground team and Han be the guy leading the space attack.
Well, then Han doesn't get even more scenes then, so...
Yeah, I mean, you would have to change a couple things. Like, obviously, the Leia and Han scenes would have to be rearranged.
Yeah.
But, like, again, I feel like it'd be better. Like, Luke's on the Death Star, Leia's and Lando are in charge of the ground attack, and then you have Han and Chewie during the space attack.
Yeah.
All three main characters kind of doing like the three big attacks.
And that solves the Han issue of him not doing much. So
yeah, and again, just give him more scenes like in space.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that.
Yeah, because I feel like that was the thing. It was a kind of mistake to have Luke, Han, and Leia kind of together. Because I feel like that's why Han's also so underutilized. Because Luke and Leia kind of have the one plot line going on there. Han's kind of just in the middle.
Along for the ride, yeah.
Yeah.
Even again, it's just weird that, like, again, Lando was not really set up to be like an amazing pilot, and I don't know why Han would give him his ship. It's like you figure Han would be in charge of the space attack because he's an amazing pilot.
Yeah, especially too because he is the one that destroyed caused the Death Star to help.
Yeah, he destroyed the Death Star the first time around.
So why would they not want him there? So
it's weird. I don't. They set this up weird.
Yeah. Also, somehow too somehow Chewie becomes like just along for the ride. And that's weird. How could Chewie be along for the ride? Like it's a he's a big beast and everything like that type of thing. And
yeah, it's supposed to be like a stealth mission. It's really weird that Chewie's with him.
Yeah.
Like Chewie kind of sticks out like a sore thumb.
And it's kind of weird. We don't really get a lot of the Falcon in this movie. That's like been the basis of the first.
Yeah, that's another thing. Is like. The Luke and Vader stuff is like the main thing, and then the ground team is the second main thing. The space battle, obviously, because of that, gets overshadowed. Like we don't really get much of the space battle.
That was a lot of the first movie. I figured you want to have a mix of both type of thing.
Yeah. So again, I think a better idea is put Han and maybe Chewie in the Falcon, and then like add more of those scenes, and then have like Leia and Lando on the ground team.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. So I don't do that.
Yeah, I get you would have to find a way to rework the Leia and Han plot scenes, but that's probably easy to figure out type of thing.
Yeah, again, like I'm not saying it's like an easy fix, but like I think it is a fix. I think that would be better.
Yeah, for sure.
Like we said, it would kind of kill two birds, one stone. Gives Han more to do, gives Lando more to do.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
And it just feels, and again, like I said, it just feels weird. Like, why would Lando take the Falcon?
Yeah.
It's like he's not a pilot, as far as we know. We have never seen or been told Lando's a great pilot.
No, we haven't. So
yeah, weird. Yeah. So Lando and Han have a talk, and Han is basically like, "Yep, you can use the ship. Just, I don't want to scratch on it, young man." And Lando's like, "Will you get out of here, you pirate?" They're just chumming it up. Just good old buddy.
Yeah, totally no betrayal or anything like that. That totally didn't happen last movie. So
yeah, and again, all you have to do is have like one fucking scene where Han is like, "Listen, I get it. If I were in your position, I would do the same thing." All you have to do.
Yeah. The fact that they ever talked about it, I think it was just worse type of thing. So
yeah.
So.
And again, also, I have to say it. Again, it sucks because, like I said, Lando has not been a part of the team. I think putting Han in the Falcon and Lando on the ground team would, give more time for Lando to feel like part of the crew.
Yeah, for sure.
I mentioned Avatar, where Zuko. I like that he got like individual episodes with Aang, Sokka, and Katara to like have him like redeem himself. But because of that, we didn't really get a lot of Zuko being like part of the team, like as a whole.
Yeah.
When we get to it, we're gonna rewrite book 3, where it's like we should have more Zuko, like with the whole team.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
But yeah, Lando's like, "All right, I won't see you guys for the rest of the movie. Bye." And then Han, Leia, and everybody aboard their like Imperial ship, and Han's like, "I got a bad feeling I'm never going to see that ship again." He does. So that wasn't really foreshadowing for anything.
No. So.
Okay. Yeah. So you kind of cover everything else.
Well, what about them arriving on Endor? That's you too.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. That is me. So yeah, they're boarding the ship, and then they're flying out, and like they see command ship over the forest moon of Endor, and Han's like, "All right, we'll just play it cool. They send their code because the ship is like, what the fuck are you doing here? And they're like, oh, yeah, we're just a crew, giving supplies to the tech guys on the ground. And Vader comes over and he's like, what's up with that ship? And the Imperial officer is like, oh yeah, this ship has a clearance code. It's an old code, but it seems fine. It checks out. We're gonna let him pass. And Luke can kind of sense Vader, and you get the idea that Vader can sense Luke. So Luke's like, "Oh no, I'm endangering the mission by being here." Like Vader's on that ship.
Yeah, I like that scene a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but Vader's like, "No, let them pass. Let them through."
Yeah.
And then Luke kind of is like confused by this. He's like, "Huh? Like Vader definitely sensed me, but he's like letting us through. That's weird."
Yeah.
Yeah, they land on the Force Moon. And by the way, this is kind of a small ship, but we see later on, it's not just the main characters. There's like a bunch of background people with them.
Yeah, so I don't know how they fit all these people on this ship. So,
it's like the Trojan horse. They're all just fucking jammed in together.
Yeah. But overall, I like this scene. I really like the Luke and Darth Vader scene. There was a funny joke where, like, Han Solo didn't really think this trap was going to work. But then when it finally did, he's like, see, I knew it was going to work all along. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, then taking us through, we have all the Emperor scenes. We got 3 scenes with the Emperor for the first time. Really like the design.
Yeah, I did the notes for this video, and I kind of figured just, they could all be talked about. They're all small scenes.
Yeah. So the first scene, the Emperor arrives. Again, it was supposed to be the first time like you actually like saw him, but because I saw the other version, it wasn't for me. But really weird for me because it's supposed to be the way the film films it. It's supposed to be the first time, but it's not the case. And
again, we saw the Emperor in the original cut, but yeah, it was just like a hooded. I get we even in this movie we don't really get a good look at his face.
Yeah. Until he dies, I think, right? Because
no, even then, like the hood is kind of covering half his face for like pretty much the whole movie.
Yeah. Just like the director and the director's.
Yeah, pretty much. You can kind of just tell he's like a creepy, deformed old guy, but that's kind of it.
Yeah. But yeah, we get to see the Emperor, and
funny enough, when the actor who played the Emperor in this was only like 33.
What the hell is he doing with his body? So
no, they makeup.
Obviously, yeah.
So I think Mark Hamill was like about 30 in this. So it's just kind of funny that like Mark Hamill and the guy who plays the Emperor are like roughly the same age.
Yeah. Well, don't forget. Remember the Family Guy? They did the joke where Santa Claus was supposed to be old, but he was like 28 years old. So
yeah. Well, it worked out good because I think I remember the prequels came out. They released the prequels like 20 years later. So by the time the prequels came out, like the guy who played the Emperor was like the perfect age to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, the Emperor arrives. Really like the voice actor and like the guy who plays him. He does a really good voice for the Emperor. Has a really evil presence. I like the second that he arrives. You get the vibe that he's a powerful figure because everyone's bowing to him, and even Vader. Like when you saw Vader bow to him, I know you saw him bow to him like in the last movie, but even this movie, like the fact that he's even on his knees. And it's interesting. Like you do get the vibe that he's like a bigger villain than like Vader is, but I think they do a good balance where like Vader's not also like taking like a complete backseat to him either. Like you get the vibe that they're both like two powerful forces like coming together and everything like that. Yeah. But the Emperor arrives and he kind of wants to see the progress of what's going on with the Death Star and. Good thing Vader showed up earlier because now unless Vader's bullshit and Vader's like, oh yeah, we're making really good progress. We should be done with it like real soon. Like, wow, good thing Vader showed up earlier. Imagine the Emperor showed up like early or something like that, like right after Vader showed up or something like that.
It would have been like, what the fuck?
Yeah. By the way, can I guess? I'm gonna guess that it's Mr. Herbert's the Emperor in the Family Guy version.
No, it's Mr. Peter Schmidt.
Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Herbert is Obi-Wan. one.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's actually that's really creepy because isn't Chris Luke?
Yeah, Chris is Luke, so they do a lot of jokes about that.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I kind of figured Herbert, because the Emperor walks with a cane and Herbert has the like.
Yeah, he's all like punched. Oh yeah, yeah.
So
I got you.
yeah, but that makes more sense. But yeah, so but yeah, Darth Vader still, is obviously very confident.
Oh, sorry. The captain or the commander that Vader like threatens is Roger from their American Dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Stewie's Darth Vader, and he even makes the joke of like, "What, did we run out of our own characters?"
Oh, that's funny, actually. And Lando's Mort, which is really weird, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
So.
Oh, and Boba Fett's the chicken, and even Peter's like, "Aha, the chicken is Boba Fett."
Yeah.
Like he literally says that.
Who are like I know Brian's Chewie.
Yeah.
Let me. I'm just
Quagmire, C-3PO.
Yep. And Cleveland is. Oh, Joe's Jabba. I know Joe's Jabba.
Yep.
Yep. What was Meg like before this movie? Because
she's the monster. She's the in every one of the movies she's the monster. So in the first one she's the monster and the trash compactor.
Okay.
I forget what she's in the second one, and then she's the Sarlacc pit in this one.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of everybody real quick.
Oh, I think she's the worm and the worm in the asteroid.
Okay. I'm trying to think of everybody that that we've seen so far and everything like. Yoda, because you have the bigger one.
Oh, he's like the movie store guy.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess Yoda would be. Well, it's a tough one to cast because all the.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know who else could be Yoda really. I feel like Adam West could have been Yoda. That would have been fun.
Is Adam West anybody in Star Wars? Or did he?
No, just because like an old guy.
Like no, I'm saying like did Adam West and Family Guy play anybody or anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
I'm trying to think if I assume the Consuela like the cleaning ladies in it.
Yeah, but she's just a cleaning lady. Like I think the joke is that like Darth Vader is doing like a transmission, and then like Consuela is just like cleaning in the background, and Vader is like, "Shut up! Like I'm talking."
Yeah.
On the phone.
Anybody else I'm missing that like was a big? I mean not really big, but like Luke's uncles and stuff. Luke's uncle and everything.
I don't know actually. I don't remember that one. I don't know. He's probably somebody.
I'm also trying to think of all the big Family Guy characters that they would have,
Yeah.
Tom Tucker. He probably would have had to be some. Was he just a news guy?
I can't remember. Again, he's probably somebody.
I'm just trying to think of all the big Family Guy characters that like would have been.
The gay guy is just one of like the Imperial officers in the background.
Okay.
What's his name? Like Tucker or something?
Yeah, something like that. I think they did a joke about that. Bruce.
Bruce.
I'm also just trying to think of everybody that like would have been. I don't know if this guy was the new Jerome, the guy that took over the ball like after the original.
I don't think he was in it at that point.
I'm trying to think if I can think of anybody else that's like a big Family Guy. We did the chicken. Boba Fett we already covered. I feel like we're definitely. What about the Ewoks? Or were they just Ewoks?
Oh shit! I feel like the Ewoks were something, but I don't know what they were.
Yeah. And then the things that take C-3PO and R2-D2 like in the first movie that like causes.
Oh, the Again, I feel like they were also something, but I don't know what.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those episodes in a long time.
Yeah, I think that's everybody. So, I feel like
honestly, I know we're not even close to that point at Family Guy, but I feel like we should just like do those 3 episodes like soonish.
Yeah. And I should watch them because I never watched them because
yeah.
I feel like I'm definitely missing like a big Family Guy character that like I think they definitely would have put in there. But anyhow,
I mean, you leave for like the main family.
Yeah. Huh?
I said you pretty much covered all the main cast, I think.
Well, I mean, Peter I didn't cover, but I figured I know he's Han, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, so continuing. After that little tangent right there. But so how do we even get on? Oh, yeah, because the Emperor. But yeah, the Emperor obviously knows that Vader has other plans in mind. So the Emperor's like, you still want to look for Luke Skywalker, and Vader comes clean, and he's not completely like submissive to the Emperor, but like you could definitely tell that like he's trying to withhold information, and the Emperor is kind of like forcing it out of Vader, and Vader kind of is like following the Emperor's orders, like he's not the one in charge. And it's not like in the first movie where like he was consistently like at like him and like the other guy leaders were like consistently like at each other's throats, and he wasn't like afraid of anybody. Where here, I wouldn't say he's afraid of the Emperor, but he's like definitely
like he definitely, like you said, he bends the knee. He does what he's told. Yeah.
Which is kind of cool and it's kind of cool. I feel like they found that good balance because like I mean Vader's not like it doesn't like ruin his character or anything like that. Like you can buy he would be
yeah. Well, as we're going to talk about in these scenes, I think it makes sense why Vader listens to him, or like Vader feels like he can't turn on the Emperor without Luke's help. You remember last movie, he wanted Luke to join him, and then they together like kill the Emperor and become father and son ruling the galaxy. But since Luke won't join him, we kind of see why Vader kind of stuck under his thumb, where it seems like the Emperor just knows everything, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, Vader says like, yeah, I'm still trying to find Luke. And the Emperor kind of tells Vader to like be patient, like everything is gonna go according to plan, and Luke is gonna turn on. Luke will join the dark side and stand before me, and then the next scene with the Emperor, Vader comes in and he kind of tells them that like the rebels are like invading. Endor, and the Emperor just like, look, it's fine. This is all part of the plan. And he says like, you just gotta like trust the process. Like this is gonna lead to the destruction of, the what's it called, the rebels.
Alliance?
Yeah, the Rebel Alliance and everything like that. It's been a long video, so. And I'm hot, so.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Yeah. I don't remember this scene as well as like the other two, but I'm pretty sure that was kind of all that there was to that scene. There was kind of like a little bit of not really tension between the Vader and the Emperor, but it's like tension that you don't really kind of see until you watch the whole movie and then watch it a second time around type of thing. You can kind of tell that like the Emperor kind of has something over Vader. And then
yeah, well, sorry.
The third one, this is after Vader, since Luke was on that ship, Vader kind of comes in and he tells the Emperor like that he sensed that like Luke was on that ship where that we took out and everything like that. And the Emperor's kind of happy about this, and he says, did you sense his presence and everything like that? And Vader says, like, I very much sense his presence, and he kind of, like, wants to kind of go, like, do something about it. But the Emperor kind of still is telling Vader to be patient, like, Luke is going to come before us. And he kind of tells Vader, like, to just kind of let it play out and, like, kind of go to the planet himself. And he even says, like, Luke's going to come before you. Like, he's going to come to you. And when that happens, like, you can bring Luke to me and he will join the dark side, like, plan and everything like that. So I really like this where, like, the Emperor, you could definitely tell, like, can kind of sense everything and has, like, a long-term vision for everything. But obviously Luke's not really, Vader's not really seeing, like, the long-term vision and wants to kind of, like, handle Luke, like, immediately and everything like that. I really like this. You get, like, a sense of the Emperor's character and everything like that, which is really cool.
Yeah, well, like I said, I really like that in these scenes. You just get the vibe that the Emperor just, like, knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a plan for everything. Like, at one point, Vader mentions that, like, oh, the rebels are gathering near, like, Silos or, like, some other planet. And the Emperor is like, no, they're going to come to Endor. Like, they're going to be coming through here. And he's like, Vader, go wait at your command post. And then like you said, when he reveals that Luke's there, he's like, Luke's gonna come to you. Go down to the planet and then bring him to me. And then like later on when Luke shows up, like for a lot of that, the Emperor is just like, oh yep, nope, I knew you guys were gonna do this and this and this, and it was all part of my plan. So you really just get the vibe throughout this whole movie that like the Emperor just has everything planned out.
Yeah.
But they kind of threw in a little something here, where if you remember, like after Vader senses Luke, he goes to the Emperor, and the Emperor is like, "Why are you here? I thought I told you to go to that ship." And then Vader's like, "Oh, I sense my son," and the Emperor's like, "Strange that I haven't."
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a quick little thing. But I like that because it's kind of showing that like the Emperor, like I said, has insight and like foreknowledge about everything. But the one thing he kind of just like couldn't see or like he underestimated was the bond between father and son. Because he thinks that Vader is like fully submissive to him, like he's got Vader under his thumb, and like much like Yoda and Obi-Wan, he thinks Vader is just like on the dark side completely. Like he's just no chance of him going back to the light side.
I think it's really, very Gus Fring. And, Gus Fring probably took inspiration from this, but, reminds you very much of Gus Fring, where, like, he could foresee everything, he had a plan for everything. But obviously...
But that one was, Hector. That was, like, that one thing that he couldn't, and that got taken advantage of.
Yep. So, I really like that. Yeah, I like all these scenes with the Emperor. I think they're really strong. Very good stuff. I like how my section was supposed to be talking about this scene, but I think I ended up asking who this Family Guy character was, who that Family Guy character was. So, whatever. But yeah, anything else you want to say about these, and then we'll end it off with you. Them going to.
Well, no. This next stuff is you.
Oh, it's still me. Okay.
Yeah. Well, because like the Emperor scenes are kind of short, so I figure you cover this stuff.
So then the group arrives on Endor. They're kind of walking around. They're trying to get a sense of it. Endor is a very foresty type of place. It's a decent location. I like it, but it's probably my least favorite place they've been to. I think the reason for that is this is just something I could just see like in any type of like movie and everything like that. It's too.
Yeah, it's like this is pretty Earth. Like you could just like you could find this on Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I know, like, Tatooine's, like, a desert-y type of area, but, like, you get the feel, I think because of all the alien characters running around and everything like that, that's and,
Same with Hoth and Dagobah, where, like, yeah, it's, like, you could find, like, a swamp in an icy area on Earth, but, like, there's enough alien elements to kind of make it feel alien. Whereas, besides from the Ewoks, we don't really get much of Endor.
Yeah.
Besides, like, it's a forest.
Yeah.
And the Ewoks are, like, kind of human enough where they're kind of just, like, bears.
Yeah. So probably my probably, if we did, like, a ranking so far of, like, my least favorite location, Endor would probably be on there so far.
Yeah, I probably agree.
So, yeah, so they arrive, they obviously want to go forth with a plan, go destroy, the Death Star, but they see that there's stormtroopers there. So, Han, is gonna go, like, quickly attack them with Chewie and everything like that. He wants to do it quickly, because if they don't take out these stormtroopers, then their plan's gonna, obviously they would find out they're gonna go attack it and everything like that. So,
yeah, well, because they mentioned, we could just go around them and avoid a confrontation, but then, like, it'll take time.
Yeah.
So Han is like, yeah, I'll just take him out.
So, Han's about to take him out, but he steps on a stick, and this kind of causes one of the stormtroopers to turn around and attack Han. Would this attack have worked if they knew Han was going to be here ahead of time, type of thing? Because I feel like that's why this attack didn't work, because then Han was kind of out of commission after this type of thing. So, I get, because that's always I thought. It seemed weird that this attack didn't work. Like, I guess shit happens. People just step on sticks, but I feel like it's really weird this attack didn't work, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, it also kind of sucks. I mean, it's kind of funny because Han's like, "Hey, it's me." Like, you guys can, and then Leia and Luke kind of just give each other a look.
Yeah.
Han fucking up, but it's kind of funny. But because Han doesn't have much to do, him fucking this up is like, oh, okay. So
Yeah. And again,
especially because he can redeem himself. Luke and Leia are kind of the ones that take care of it, and then Han just kind of gets his ass kicked.
Yeah. But yeah, Han is able to beat this guy. I think he just knocks him out, like throws him into a tree a couple times. We don't really get a lot of this fight because they spend most of the time showing the Luke and Leia and type of thing.
Yeah. Well, again, they're kind of just slapping each other around, and then like when the other guy gets on a speeder and like takes off.
Yeah. So.
Picks up that guy, but then there's two other guys that were nearby that they didn't see.
Yeah. Because Han wasn't, Han probably would have seen him if he was in this movie. He was supposed to be in this movie earlier. So.
Yeah. Han's like, if only I didn't step on that stick.
Yeah. Well, if only I told him earlier I was going to be in this movie, this wouldn't be happening to me. So,
I know, right?
but yeah, so, Luke and Leia, hop on a speeder of their own, and they kind of chase after the other two, stormtroopers. And it's a really good chase scene. I really like the, speeders. I think they're really cool. I like how fast they are. I'm pretty sure Jimmy Neutron like referenced this. I'm pretty sure like Jimmy Neutron like has like kind of a speeder as one of his inventions. I think.
I don't know what episode you're talking about. Probably.
It's not like it's that like bike thing. It's in the movie that like I think Sheen ends up using, and then like Jimmy they just kept that like.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, in the movie? Yeah, maybe it's a reference.
What's that bike? It's like a bike wheel type of thing, and it's like a so.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
About that.
I will say too, Toy Story did a reference. I forgot to mention earlier, but with that Jabba scene, when I'm pretty sure that was all in Toy Story 2, like that like alien thing, that camera thing coming out and like type of thing. That was a.
I also don't remember that scene.
Gotta watch Toy Story 2, I guess. So.
Yeah, that's my favorite one, so I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, that whole movie with the Buzz scenes, anyways, is a Star Wars reference. So.
Oh yeah, I already knew that one.
But.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so yeah, so Luke and Leia are chasing down the stormtroopers. I really like this scene. I like how quick it is. And they bump into one of the stormtroopers. They're just kind of bumping back and forth. Trying to knock each other off. This guy gets wasted. He falls off and smashes into a tree, and his speeder explodes. Almost kind of felt bad for this guy because he's just working a 9-to-5 job. So.
Oh yeah, no. The one guy at the end when Luke like slices the thing in half, and he's just like fucking spinning it 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk about that. Yeah.
I was like, that poor fucking guy.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they're still ducking. And at one point, I think that Leia jumped onto the guy's to one person speeder, and at one point Leia gets completely wasted because she's like fighting with a guy, and she completely falls over. And yeah, this is when Luke is chasing another guy, and eventually he falls off. And the guy laughs at him, and then he's not paying attention. This is why you gotta pay attention when you drive. He completely smashes it like into a log and just completely destroys himself. It's just like, wow,
yeah.
Dude. Like, there's one. I don't think that's the. I feel like too that's gonna be that Family Guy joke where like all the people talk about how they died. This guy's gonna be talking about like, well, I was in a really cool fight, but then I lost focus and.
And I just fucking slammed into a piece of wood, yeah.
And then, yeah, like you said, this poor guy here. To be fair, this guy should not have come back. This guy had it coming for himself. Luke grabs his lightsaber and he cuts off a piece of the speeder, and it kind of causes it to like, go all over the place. It loses like control and everything like that. And this guy gets absolutely wasted. He lands into like a really big tree. I don't think just a speeder explode. I think he exploded too, type of thing.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like the worst of it is for like a good 10 seconds. He's just spinning at 90 miles an hour. His fucking organs were probably goddamn slushy before he even exploded.
Yeah, I feel like this guy needs his own origin story because he had a really cool death. You know what's weird?
Yeah,
This
be
guy,
like, hi, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation.
I feel like this guy got a better death than Boba. Well, I was gonna say than Boba Fett, but he actually didn't die, so I can't.
A more dignified death, I guess.
But he didn't die, little Boba Fett, so I can't even say that. So,
Yeah,
but then because Luke and Leia get separated, Luke goes back to camp, and Han's asking like, "Where the hell is Leia?" and everything like that. And Luke just assumed, that Leia came back, so he just went back. So Han obviously wants to find Leia. I thought like Han was gonna get upset with like Luke that like he didn't like look after Leia and it was gonna cause something. And again, I guess it's good that like Han didn't get upset. And any other time it would have been like good for Han's character, like they didn't take the typical trope. But again, it would have given Han something to do, type of thing. So
yeah, yeah. It would have been nice to have Han do something, but at the same time, like I get, I don't know why he would get mad at Luke,
yeah,
for that. Like, that's not his fault.
right. Um, I don't know. Just give Han something. Give him,
Yeah, yeah. I agree. Like, give Han something to do.
you know. Um, but then we see some figure comes over to Leia, and she's laid out completely knocked out, and this figure's like poking at Leia. Yeah, Sokka was doing this to Aang, so I can't really blame him. I don't know, so
Yeah, the thing to do.
and Leia finally just goes, "Hey, cut it out!" Like wakes up randomly, and we see this thing looks like a bear. It's like a little tiny bear. Golden Locks and the three bears. That's cool. So, and
I was thinking Bill. That works too.
yeah, that's what it works too. And yeah, this is an Ewok. So the original plan when George Lucas wrote this, he wanted this to be Wookiees, and that would have been cool. But I assume he probably saw that fucking Star Wars Christmas special. Was like, yeah, we're not doing.
Yeah, I can't use it. I can't do it.
Yeah. So, that not he made them Ewoks. The Ewoks are okay. They didn't really leave like much of an impression. They just kind of looked too normal. They didn't really look outworldly enough for me to like.
Yeah, a lot of people hate them because they're like too cutesy. I like the idea of it because it's kind of like the Yoda lesson from last movie, where like the thing you think is like harmless and unassuming ends up being very like important.
Mm-hmm.
Execution wise, it's not great because again, okay, like I'm cool with it. Like the underdog beating the big guy. Like the Ewoks. You think they're kind of helpless, but they end up helping beat the Empire.
Yeah,
I'm cool with the idea, but like this technologically advanced space military losing to fucking sticks and stones is a little like,
yeah.
it's pretty dumb. But we'll get to that.
And then they also just felt like low end Wookiees too, type of thing.
Yeah, and again, like you said, like they don't really feel like aliens. They just feel like bears, like on Earth.
Yeah. But yeah, Princess Leia, gets up. Obviously the Ewok's scared of her. For some reason doesn't stab her to death. He just points the staff at her. And Princess Leia like even tries to calm him down, saying like, "Hey, I'm not gonna hurt you or anything like that," and is trying to be calm to him. This is nice. I always kind of like to see the moments where like Princess Leia, minus the Christmas special, gets to act like a real princess type of thing.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Remember, she was probably high as shit during the Christmas special.
Probably. She could have been high as shit here too. You don't know. So.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so she sits down. She gives him some food. This was kind of cool. You got to see this thing eat. I always kind of like seeing the outworldly creatures, especially in Star Wars. It's all live action and everything like that. So it's kind of sort of
yeah, costumes and stuff.
Yeah, and during all of this, somebody shoots at them, and obviously we know this is a stormtrooper, and one of the stormtroopers comes over. This guy sounded like Han for some reason. Like, did Han voice act this or something? It sounded like Han for some reason, I thought.
Isn't it? I mean, I didn't think it sounded like him, but I might have missed it.
I mean, don't go based on me. I thought, like, Wannabees was playing one of the Diamond Head.
Diamond Head, yeah. I remember when you said that. You sounded so sure. I was like, oh, shit, really? And I looked it up. I was like, oh, no, not even close.
Yeah, so. You know, he holds Princess Leia at gunpoint, you know, also the Ewok hid, so like this person just thought Princess Leia was on her own, and doing this, he has one of the other stormtroopers like go back and like tell everyone that like they found the rebels and everything like that, and the Ewok hits the stormtrooper like in the leg with his stick, and Princess Leia attacks him, shoots him with his gun, and then the stormtrooper comes back and he gets completely wasted. You know,
and you missed an important thing. So, it's a very dumb thing. So, what you said made more sense. Leia doesn't shoot, so she shoots the second guy like as he's like leaving. She shoots him before he can like take off and warn the others. But the first guy, Leia did not shoot him. Did not shoot him with the gun. She just kind of picked up a stick and then like hit him on the head, and then I guess he just fucking died of sadness or whatever.
I guess just knocked out. It didn't even look like that. It wasn't even that effective of like a hit. She didn't really hit him that hard.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like he's wearing a helmet. It didn't even look like a hard hit. So that was kind of dumb.
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't have plot armor. So.
Yeah, you just fucking get knocked out or killed by a stick. Even if you're wearing a super advanced high-tech helmet, you die.
This guy might have a worse death than the guy I mentioned earlier that didn't pay attention while he was driving. He might be, you know, sitting around the campfire.
Yeah, you know, I'll get to the afterlife. That guy's like, oh man, my bike got chopped in half by a lightsaber and I went fucking spinning 90 miles an hour into a tree. What a cool death. How'd you die? And he's like, oh, I got distracted by a teddy bear and then smacked on the head with a stick.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Moving on. Yeah, so then she shoots the other guy and he completely gets taken out and hits a tree. A lot of people get hit. A lot of people run into trees in this movie for some reason. So
a lot of trees to hit.
Yeah. And this obviously makes sense because when Han, Chewie, and Luke come over there, they think that Leia's like a part of this rubble and everything like that. So, and then after this, Princess Leia just decides to. Well, she's about to like leave, go back to I guess finding like Luke and Han and everything like that. But then the Ewok's like, no, like follow me. We're gonna go this way and everything like that. And I guess she just follows them. So,
and that's where we continue on. But it'll just be a different time of day, and we'll be wearing different clothing.
I might not be. I might wear the same clothes.
Yeah, I'll have to redo the shirt just for consistency.
Yeah. Overall, a decent first half. I liked obviously all the Jabba stuff. Obviously, I loved the Yoda's death and the Obi-Wan and Luke's talk, and then I would say like this middle section is probably the most like what we're about to cover is like the most important part of the movie until like they get
it's kind of so. It's got some issues with it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, yeah, we'll be back. Anything else you want to say before we end this off? This scene with Leia? I don't think we really got to talk about it much. So,
nah.
All right, we'll be back. Different time, different day. Maybe different people. You never know. Different people.
Yeah. We'll be more machine than men.
That'd be great. But yeah, we'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Whoa! We may or may not have had a really awesome computer animation in there. But yeah, anyway, we're wearing different clothing, and it's actually pretty much the same time of day. But anyway.
Well, actually, I'm not wearing different clothing. You are.
Yeah, I used my clothes beam.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, obviously, we just covered was a speeder bike chase on Endor. Leia got separated from Luke and Han. She met the Ewok, and then the Ewok kind of led her to, we don't know where, but presumably it's settlement. Luke met up with Han. They realize that Leia's still missing, so they go looking for her. And, they find the wreckage of the speeder bikes that the stormtroopers were on that blew up. And, they're not really seeing any sign of her. So they're like, okay, like, what happened to her? She must be around here somewhere. And R2 mentions that, like, he's been scanning the area for signs of her, but no trace. But, so that's good at least. That, like, she's not dead. Yeah. It's like, I found Leia. Where is it? Oh, it's that burnt up corpse over there. It's that corpse that got mauled by a bear over in the corner.
I'm pretty sure that was a joke one time somewhere. So
probably. But
I will say I noticed Han's still not doing a whole lot. He's not really contributing much. Chewie is actually the one who kind of gets the plot moving here by accident. Where Chewie notices, some like deer skin. It's not actually a deer, but like some kind of like animal hide on a tree. And he's kind of just like picking it up, investigating. He's like, "Oh, what's the deal with this?" And Han is like, "Chewie, now's not the time to eat. Like, put it down." And I do like this where Luke is the one to like realize what this means. And he's like, "Oh no, wait, Chewie," because Chewie picks up the animal hide, then activates a trap, a net springs up from the ground. Everybody ends up, like caught in a net. So basically, something left that animal hide there to attract other animals to like grab it, and then the net, traps them. Yeah. Overall, good stuff. There was this moment, where like they were looking for like Leia, and Han was obviously like hopeful, like, all right, well, at least hopefully she's okay. I could say in a normal circumstance, like, I like the fact he didn't get, like, mad at Luke or, like, just lash out at everyone that Leia wasn't okay. In a normal circumstances, I would be like, wow, this actually breaks the mold and anything like that. But because of the circumstances that we're in, it fucking would have given Han, like, something in this fucking movie. Like, something.
Yeah. Although, I will say, because, like, later on, there's two moments where Han kind of starts to get angry. And I do like that he kind of stops himself, like, kind of showing how he's matured a little bit. Again, they didn't give Han much this movie, but they did give him that little bit where we see that he's not kind of just like lashing out. He's kind of matured a little bit.
But it'd be better than what he gets in this movie, though. Like,
well, yeah, it does suck that he doesn't really get like anything besides that little thing.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I want something like have him like I don't know, fall off the fucking shield and like almost die or something type of thing. Like, it would
honestly, Harrison Ford would have been happy. Harrison Ford's been wanting Han to die for the last like 3 movies.
Yeah, so. And I'm thinking Chewie was the one fucking dying. So
Yeah, I know, right? Nah, Chewie's fucking immortal.
I mean, he almost he could have died here. He almost dies here. So.
Yeah. But yeah, they're trying to get out, and everybody's like kind of stuck together. Luke is like, "Quick, Han, like reach for my lightsaber." But R2-D2 pulls out a little like saw out of his compartment, and he starts to kind of cut at the net. But C-3PO is kind of like, R2-D2, maybe it's not a good idea to do that because we're pretty high up. And then, it cuts and everybody falls to the ground. Thankfully, nobody fucking imagine Luke just like fell and broke his neck. End of the movie. Right there.
That'd be funny. Yeah,
But they sit up and then they're surrounded by Ewoks, and everyone's just kind of like taken aback by this. But while they're kind of poking their spears at everybody else, they're kind of just like admiring C-3PO and are like in amazement of him. And C-3PO, of course, can translate. He mentions it's kind of tough to translate for these guys because their dialect's pretty primitive.
Yeah.
But he's able to get the gist of what they're saying. That they believe C-3PO is some kind of god, which I can kind of see that. Again, imagine like a caveman sees this like golden robot. He'd probably be like thinking this is some kind of god too.
Yeah, I can see that.
But yeah, I do like that. Han is kind of like giving C-3PO some shit where he's like, "Well, your worshipfulness, why don't you use your divine influence to get us out of this?"
And C-3PO just doesn't,
Yeah. But I do like this where Han and Chewie, of course, are kind of like getting ready to defend themselves, but Luke is kind of just like no. Han, Chewie, give him your blasters. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
Because again, I mentioned it before, but the Ewoks, I don't like them, but I like the idea of them. The idea of them is, like it's the Yoda lesson. Last movie, Luke was expecting this great, powerful Jedi Master. He didn't expect it to be this like small, little, weird, grumbling guy. Kind of same thing here, where the little fuzzy teddy bears, you don't think they're going to be able to do much, but they're able to kind of help out and save the day.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it. Don't like the execution, because we're going to get to that.
Yeah.
But, I do like that Luke, obviously, because of what happened last movie. He's kind of like seeing that this is kind of helpful if they kind of try to befriend them rather than try to fight their way out.
Yeah, I can see that. So.
And I also like that, like, C-3PO kind of, like, insults Han a little bit, and Luke kind of just, like, starts smiling, and he, like, covers his mouth a little bit.
Yeah, that was funny.
Again, I like it when these guys banter with each other, even when they're about to die. I like that when they kind of crack jokes at each other.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen a lot in shows and movies and stuff, too. I feel like Star Wars kind of meets that middle ground where it's not really...
Yeah, it's not, like, in your face, but, like, they kind of have... like, it's not... They're not joking around too much, but it's also not, like, completely dead serious.
Yeah, so I like that.
And again, I just really like that these guys are friends. They like each other. And, they wouldn't be dicks to each other, especially if they haven't seen each other in a long time.
Uh-oh.
Anyway. These guys are all friends. They like each other. They end up getting tied up and taken to the Ewoks village. And they're basically going to cook Han and Luke and Chewie. And, C-3PO's on, like, this throne that the Ewoks have built.
Chewie seemed okay with this. Anytime it looks like he's going to be on the face of death, he, like, flips out.
Chewie's like, oh, God, I can finally die.
This could have been the end of Chewie here, so...
I would love it if anybody else gets saved, but C-3PO's like, nah, kill Chewie still.
I mean, don't forget, they had, like, a little rivalry back in the first movie, like, C-3PO, R2-D2, and Chewie. Don't forget they had, like, a chess match or whatever that was, like, in the first movie.
But we never got to see the end of that epic chess match.
Better than
Vader should have been like, Luke, I know we're about to fight, but let's have C-3PO and Chewie have their little chess match.
Yeah, better than that chess match. Wasn't there some type of chess match going on like, the Christmas special? Or, like, we don't know what that was?
Oh, no, happening in the Christmas special. Oh, and if you sit down the director of that, I don't think he'd be able to tell you what the fuck was happening.
I don't think Princess Leia could either.
No, definitely not. She was high as shit for that. I would be too.
Do you think that sinning was actually in the movie originally, or do you think she was just so high she just started sinning?
Yeah, she just started singing, and they kept the cameras on. They're like, I don't know what she's doing, but I'm liking it.
Yep.
Han and Chewie and Luke are trying to get C-3PO to, like, tell the Ewoks stuff to, like, let them go. But even though they worship C-3PO, they're not really, listening to him fully. Like, they don't want to let Luke and them go. They're going to just cook them. And then Leia shows up, and she's, having a good time. They, like, braided her hair and gave her new clothes.
Yeah.
And she's trying to, like, talk the Ewoks into letting them go, since she's apparently been friends with them. But they're not going for it. So I do like this, where Luke uses the Force. You see, he tells C-3PO to tell the Ewoks that he has, like, magic, and if they don't let them go, he'll, like, smite them. But they still don't listen, so Luke, uses the Force to, like, levitate C-3PO, and then the Ewoks are like, oh my God, okay, we'll let him go,
Yeah, I like that,
That reminds me of Avatar, where, when they're trying to convince them that Katara is an earthbender, so they, like, have Aang use airbending to, like, lift the rock up.
Yeah, I like this, I kind of like that, we're getting to see Luke actually use the Force, and this is, like, the first time we've seen him, like, master it and everything like that, because, you know, he was doing it with his hands tied up and everything like that, and I don't think he would have been able to do that the last movie.
I remember last movie where he was like really struggling to like move some rocks, and now he's able to like pick up C-3PO like with his hands tied.
Yeah, so it's really cool stuff. Kind of showing he's starting to come to the dark side a little bit because he's kind of using his powers,
like to like manipulate the Ewoks.
Yeah, so kind of showing going into the dark side, you know. Right after he got untied, I bet he was if he had had his lightsaber, he would have cut one of the heads off or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Luke grabs his lightsaber and he just starts killing them all, and not just the men Ewoks, but the women and the children too. They're like animals, and he slaughtered them like animals.
Yeah, there was a baby one there too. So
Again, if Luke was really his father's son, he would have fucking chopped that kid's head off.
I still yet to see that scene. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
You know?
The little Ewok would have been like, Master Skywalker, there's too many of them. What are we gonna do?
Yep. But you know, Luke's not this bad though. He's not gonna like go trash one of the little kids Ewok's room and make him go clean it.
No, even Vader would shudder at the thought of that.
Notice that command.
The Emperor is like, look, I'll commit genocide and blow up planets, but like trashing little Wookiee's room, too far, man.
Notice that Commando, I might be wrong on this, but I don't think he's been in the films since that Christmas movie. I think he's been gone since then.
After that Christmas movie, he probably fucking killed himself. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to jump off the tree.
He was the main villain of that. I don't even think he gets conquered, right? Doesn't he just, like, fuck off at the end of that movie? I'm pretty sure. Like, he doesn't get, like...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think he just leaves. He's like, all right, bye.
Yeah, so...
Remember, like, the Christmas special was just starring that, like, random guy? That, like, traitor dude? Like, he was, like, the main character of that?
Yeah. What, like the...
Like, where the fuck is that guy, Ben? Like, why was this random guy the main character?
We haven't seen him him since.
I mean, again, probably after he was like, all right, I just started in the Star Wars Christmas special. I need to die.
Yeah.
I need to just burn myself alive.
I mean, that's why we have the Ewok instead of Chewie's family. We can't have, you know, the Christmas special. Fuck that up. This is the Christmas. Honestly, the Christmas special is still being filmed. That's why the Ewoks are within. So.
Yeah, I know. They're like, we can't show Kashyyyk for at least another 20 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's a little bit later, and C-3PO is kind of gathering all the Ewoks around. And, you know, Luke, Han, and Leia and Chewie are also hanging around, and C-3PO and R2-D2 are recapping the movies pretty much. You know, they're kind of going over A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and this movie.
Yeah.
I would love it if C-3PO starts, like, spoiling it, where he's like, and then Darth Vader throws the Emperor down the shaft, and Luke's like, wait, what? And he's like, oh, you know, we'll get there.
It reminded me of, and I hated when Toy Story 4 did it, where, like, Woody was telling, like, the new, like, spork he created, like, all of that movie. But that went on for, like, ever. This didn't go on for, like, too long.
Oh, yeah, this was a very quick little thing.
Yeah. But I do like that, I do kind of like that was happening. So this was cool.
And, you know, hearing these stories about their adventures and everything they've been through, the Ewoks are basically have a little, like, group huddle, and they're like, you know, like, we now officially make you members of our tribe.
Now, notice he left out the Christmas special. Do you think if he included that, they would have made it into the tribe?
Then the Ewoks would have just killed them.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, but that's why you... And then C-3PO could be like, but yeah, but that's why you're here. You know, the Christmas special sucks, so we couldn't do... Yeah,
right. The only reason you're here is because we did that Christmas special.
Yep. So... By the way...
I do like while they're listening to the story, like, Leia has her head on Han's shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's like little stuff like that. Like, their romance has been really good in these movies.
And then you find out they had a...
And they find out they were having an affair in real life, and, like, Harrison Ford cheated on his wife. Yeah, not, you know, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But, you know, everybody's chilling. Oh, and again, I like Han's sarcasm. Again, they don't give Han much, so I got to point out some good stuff with him when they can.
Yeah.
When the Ewoks like start hugging him, he's like, you know, telling him he's part of the tribe now. He's like, oh boy, this is what I always wanted. You know, like, sarcastically.
Yeah.
That was a funny line.
That was funny, yeah.
Yeah, but Luke goes to, like, he walks outside, he's kind of looking at the moon. And Leia goes to, like, check on him. She can tell something's up with him. And Luke
There was another funny line with Han too. I want to mention because again, if Han doesn't get much, I want to mention him. He has like C-3PO, like, you know, since he's the translator, he wants them to like tell him what the shield is and give him back their weapons. And I like this. He keeps going to like do it, but like Han keeps like interrupting him, and then the last time he's like, okay,
yeah, just... the last one he's like, hey, be quick about it. I'm going to.
Yeah, so I like that. Kind of reminded me of the Peel-Off episode where like he was like gonna do a countdown on like what's her name's life, and then on mine, and then she kept interrupting him, and then he had to like start over. Yeah. So.
So you know, Leia goes to check on Luke, and you know, from her perspective, kind of out of nowhere, but because Luke found out Leia's his sister, he ends up asking her. He's like, hey, your mother, you know, your real mother. Do you remember anything about her? And I always thought that, you know, because like the movies never gave the implication that like Leia was adopted, so that does kind of come out of left field. But you know, they kind of had to, because like obviously they didn't plan on Leia being his sister, really.
Right.
But I would have liked it if that was at least mentioned before, that Leia was like adopted.
Yeah, true. So.
Because you know, that can be confusing for like some people.
Yeah. Well, I forgot this scene happened, so I'll just say like it threw one of my predictions off for the prequels, because I was thinking like Leia's mother and Luke's mother like died during the prequels type of thing. So I guess that might not be the case, considering the fact that she mentions you know, she has like memories of her, and she mentions she died when very young, and I imagine I'm guessing Luke and Leia aren't going to be like born by the time the prequels like end. So I
was going to kind of get into that a little bit. So she mentions that, like, you know, she doesn't really remember her much. She just kind of has like flashes and like feelings. And okay, so this is kind of weird. So Leia shouldn't remember her mom because of some stuff that happened in the prequels. Like, they got separated from her very early. But you know, the way she kind of says it, like, you know, just kind of like flashes and feelings. I think it's kind of implied that like it's the Force.
Yeah.
Like she just kind of like can remember bits of her mom because of like a Force connection, not because she actually like remembers her.
There's also another theory. Because Obi-Wan's dead now, he could be giving us some, you know, he's a fucking liar. Maybe he's giving us some lies through the Force.
Yeah, he's like implanting wrong. He's implanting wrong memories into her. It's like that Rick and Morty joke where like young Rick goes into Jerry's mind and he's like having false memories of Rick.
Yeah. Well, that other.
Oh, Beth, don't you know? Rick has always been there for us. Remember, like when he drove us to the hospital or something, and everybody else was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Well, like that other Rick and Morty episode where it's like the clip show where like Rick just kept like Rick could like take out like Morty's memories and like keep them in a bottle, and like they kept like putting the memories. And there's that one thing where like Morty just kept like inserting memories of himself type of thing. Like it's like that joke.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Morty's mind blowers. Yeah.
So maybe that's what Obi-Wan is doing. He's just
Obi-Wan's doing the Leia. Yeah. Yeah. So I was gonna say like. This isn't necessarily a plot hole. Well, you know, it wouldn't be this movie's fault. It would be the prequel's fault. Because obviously it came after. But I'm like, you can kind of quit past it by being like, it's the Force.
Right.
Because what happens, like, there's no way she should remember her mom, like, at all.
Right. I can't confirm or deny that, so...
Yeah, again, I can't really go into detail. But, you know, like, I'm just saying this scene kind of implies that like Leia remembers her mom from being like a toddler or something, but like she shouldn't.
Okay, that's what that's the implication I was getting. So
yeah. So again, I'm assuming because she's saying that she just remembers like feelings, then I'm assuming it's just like the Force, kind of like how like Luke, like kind of like you know, like Luke knew Leia was his sister before Obi-Wan said it, just because of like the feeling.
Yep.
And Leia mentions that like she's always known. That Luke was her brother, like they have like a feeling connection.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you know, she basically just says that like her mom was very beautiful and very kind, but she was a very sad woman. which makes sense. You know, if you're getting piped out by Darth Vader, it's like, yeah, I imagine that has some complicated feelings behind it.
Yeah, I can see that. So, and you know, something could happen in the prequels. Maybe she sees Darth Vader's heel turn or something, and it like stuck with her and all that type of stuff. So,
yeah, I'm really looking forward to that video where you get to predict what happens in the prequels and the sequels.
yeah, me too. So,
because again, this is like the only mention of Luke and Leia's mom.
At all, or like in the just in
no, not at all. Like I'm just, like in the original trilogy.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
It'd be, you know, because I mean, you already know Anakin is the main character of the prequels. It'd be really weird if we didn't figure out like who Luke and Leia's mom was.
You don't know.
Again, you know, he just you know, he got on Tinder. He was like, all right, I'm just gonna, you know, have a fling. You know, it's not a big deal.
Have a practice. You know, maybe he's having a practice go, and that practice also has a random background character in the fucking films.
Yeah. No, we find out fucking Jabba the Hutt is their mother.
Yeah, we never know his sex really.
This is funny. So Mark Hamill, you know, he would like to just kind of throw ideas at the wall to like George Lucas and like the other writers.
Okay.
And like in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, he was like, "Hey, what if Boba Fett was Luke's mom?"
That's funny.
Like he literally suggested that, and I'm like, honestly, I wish they had the balls to fucking actually do that.
I would have laughed by it. And then like
it wouldn't have made any sense, but it would have been so funny.
It would have been funny too because Boba Fett's death, if it's, you know, even though it's not his death, would have been fucking really disappointing then, type of thing.
Yeah. Where Luke's like, "Tell me, Leia, what do you remember about your mom?" And she's like, "I don't know. She had like a very deep voice and wore like a green bucket on her head." You know,
got eaten.
Luke's like,
got eaten by by Meg.
Yeah, by Meg specifically. Yep.
Yeah. As a chicken, she's a chicken.
Yep, she's a chicken, giant chicken guy.
Yep. So.
But yeah, so Luke seems pretty sad. He just says like, I have no memory of my mother. Like I never knew her.
I thought this was really sad, actually. Yeah. You always got this implication, but you know, that Luke really didn't know his parents or anything like that. But you never really got to hear him like talk about it much or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, because, you know, I always like that because, you know, that explains why he's so invested in saving Vader. Because, you know, obviously, like, he always wanted to know his parents, and he didn't really get to know them. And, you know, when he found out he was a Jedi, he wanted to be a Jedi like him. So it makes sense that, like, Luke, who always wanted to know his dad and have a relationship with his dad, it makes sense that he would go so far for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I've seen that as a criticism of this movie. That, like, it's like, oh, Luke never, you know, he's not, Luke, you didn't grow up with him. You know, he's barely even your dad. You should be like, fuck him. And I'm like, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm fine with that in certain movies, but, like, I think for Luke it wouldn't fit.
Yeah. Actually, it's a critique I see a lot, like, in The Lion King 1.5, when, like, that movie, like, showed that, like, you got to see some scenes with, like, Timon, Pumbaa, and Simba, like, together, like, before, like, obviously Simba grew up and everything like that. And everyone had like a criticism that like they tried to make it seem like Timon and Pumbaa were like father figures to like Simba when that wasn't the case. But that kind of is the case. I spent like a lot of time.
Pretty much the case. Yeah, they pretty much raised him.
Yeah. So like, it's the
like, you know, you can have more than one father figure, especially for people who, you know, like Simba, where their dad died and then they got like adopted essentially.
I mean, my grandfather, the one I live with, is that for me, pretty much, type of thing.
Yeah,
so.
well, you know, your grandfather. I mean, that's a little, you know. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So.
But yeah. You know, basically, Luke says that like I'm endangering the mission by being here. Vader can sense me, so like if I go with you tomorrow to the shield generator, like he'll know I'm there. Like I gotta leave, and I'm gonna go confront Vader. And Leia's like, why? And he basically lets her know that, like, Vader is my father.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, for Luke, that must, you know, because remember, it's been a year since Empire. So, I mean, I can see why he held on to that. Like, that's a lot to process. And it's like, how do you even tell somebody that?
Yeah, for sure.
Especially because, again, he wasn't even, like, fully sure until he talked with Yoda.
Yeah. So kind of cool that Luke kind of finally like accepted it and came to grasp with it and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah.
So.
And he says, like, you know, the Force is strong with my family. My father has it, I have it, and my sister has it.
Mm-hmm.
Because Leia's like, don't go, like, suicide, like, run away from here, you know, like, you don't have to fight. I like that, showing how concerned she is for him.
Yeah.
And, Luke is like, no, like, I need to go confront him. And if I die, like, it's up to you. Like, I'm telling you this because, like, you're the new hope for the Rebel Alliance if I die.
Yep.
And Leia's like, no, like, you have a power I can never, like, begin to understand. And that's what Luke says. Like, no, you have that power too. Like, the Force strong in our family, essentially.
Yeah.
And then she kind of just looks away, and she kind of just, like, accepts it pretty quickly. And she basically just says, like, yeah, I know, like, I've always known.
Yeah.
Which, I don't think you always knew, Leia, when you were making out with him. I don't think you always knew that.
I do like how the scene was acted. I kind of like that, like, Luke finally does say it, but, like, he kind of lets Princess Leia, like, try to piece two and two together, but, like, she's his sister type of thing, like, trying to see if she'll piece it together.
Yeah, he tries to kind of, like, ease her into it.
Yeah. But yeah, no way she always knew, because they were doing a lot of makeout scenes. There's a lot of romantic scenes going on with them, so there's no way that she always knew. So.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things of, like, once the idea is put out there, you can kind of tell it's like for Luke and Vader. When Vader says, like, I'm your father, and then immediately after he says, like, search your feelings, you know it to be true.
Yeah.
So I think the idea is that, again, because of, like, the Force connection, the idea is that, like, once the idea is, like, put out there, then kind of get a feeling if it is true or not.
That is kind of weird they didn't have this planned all along, because, like, the last movie, obviously, like, that's how Leia knows to go, like, save him.
But again, I think last movie they probably had the idea of it.
Okay.
Well, like I said, they were going to have Luke have a sister, but it was going to be, like, a new character. It wasn't going to be Leia. But I'm pretty sure the idea was, like, okay, if we don't end up introducing that character, it can be Leia.
Yeah. So, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Good that they went with...
I wasn't there in 1983, but I'm assuming that was the thought process.
Yeah, neither was I. Good that they went with that, because that scene wouldn't really make any sense, in hindsight type of thing. If they didn't go with that, we would be, like, we would be sitting here picking it apart.
Yeah, like, why did Luke and Leia have that connection?
Yeah, so...
But yeah, like, Luke is like, he's our father. Like, I have to go. Like, I know there's good in him. Like, I'm gonna go. I know I can turn him back to the good side.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of just solemnly walks away, and Leia's, of course, very upset. Because she, is worried about Luke. This is a lot to get dropped on her. That, like, Luke is your brother and Darth Vader is your father. That is, like. That is a can of worms, and to put it lightly.
I think a really cool moment, too, because don't forget the first scene of, like, Star Wars in general is, like, Darth Vader invading the ship that Leia was on and everything like that type of thing, too. So
yeah.
And Leia's kind of the one...
Vader tortured her, tortured Han, cut off Luke's hand, helped blow up her planet with her adopted father on it.
Yeah. And, it's kind of cool because Princess Leia, because she put that message out there with R2-D2, she kind of brought all of this together and everything like that type of thing. Still a fucking coincidence, obviously, because, but still, like, it's kind of cool, like, how all this came together type of thing, so.
Yeah. So, Han comes outside and he, like, sees Leia's are obviously very upset. And Han is like, what's up? Everything okay? And she basically is like, I can't tell you. Because, I don't think she wants to keep it from Han, but she's just, like, so overwhelmed. She doesn't even know, like, kind of like with Luke, where he's like, I can get why he held off for so long telling anybody, because, like, that is a lot to, just even discuss.
Yeah, it's a lot to process, yeah. That your father's, like, the emperor and everything like that type of thing, so.
Yeah.
Because, they didn't really know each other that well. And, if you... Luke could go, I don't think this is in Luke's mind, but this is what I'm thinking. Like, Luke could obviously get, like, judged. Like, a lot of people could not trust him because that's the Emperor's, like, son and all that type of stuff, too. And
Oh,
everything.
you mean, wait, no, not the Emperor or something. Yeah.
Yeah, Darth Vader's son and everything like that. So
Imagine that twist where the Emperor is like, "Ha, Vader, you fool! You're not the father I am. I fucked your wife." And Vader's like, "No."
they could both be the father. They could have both done it at the same time. So
Oh God, it's a fucking image I don't want in my head.
now you have it. In the suit too. Vader's just in the suit doing it too.
God. I mean, hey, Vader was wearing protection, I guess.
Maybe not. Hey, protection doesn't always work. So.
Oh, I was saying the suit.
Oh yeah. Well, so protection doesn't always work. So.
Yeah. There you go. Well, as we find out later in this movie, Vader's suit did not protect him.
Was the Emperor's fault though? So.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm going to say that for later. But cool little thing. The Emperor designed Vader's suit to be weak to lightning.
Okay.
So, to basically keep him in line so Vader wouldn't be able to, like, overthrow him by himself.
Okay.
Yeah. Because, Vader needs that suit to breathe. So, like, the lightning, like, shuts down his life support.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm sure it also just fucking hurts anyway. Like,
yeah, it's metal.
Hit with bolts of lightning. Yeah, I imagine that just fucking hurts.
Yeah. It's and double, because, again, it's metal, too, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, Han is kind of upset because he's like, "Oh, what? You can tell Luke, but like you can't trust me." So he's about to storm off, but then he kind of just stops himself, and he turns back, and he's just like, sorry." Like you can tell he's kind of upset that like in his mind, Leia trusts Luke more than him. But and that's why he's like getting upset. But then he kind of just realizes how upset Leia is, and he kind of just like, decides to put it aside for now and like comfort her. Because yeah, Leia pretty much immediately is like, "Hey, hold me," and then he just like hugs her for a while.
Yeah.
Which again, really nice scene. Even though like Han does not get shit to do in this movie, but I do like the few romantic scenes between him and Leia.
Yeah, I mean, overall, this was fine in context, but out of context. But obviously, when you realize Han's not given much to do, I'm like, I think I remember when Han, I was like, oh my gosh, Han's finally given something to do. He's gonna storm off. This is gonna be a good character moment for him. We'll come back to this later. And then when they kind of wrapped it up pretty quickly, I'm like, what the fuck? Do something, Han.
Yeah, I get. It sucks because like if Han had more to do in this movie, it'd be really good. Where it's like, oh, it's nice seeing how mature Han is. Like he's very supportive of Leia. But yeah, because he doesn't really have anything to do in this movie, you do kind of wish he had a little bit more conflict with them. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So.
But I like it, but I would like it more if Han had more to do.
Yeah, so I'm the opposite. I mean, I like it, but it makes me hate it because Han didn't have anything really to do. So I'm like, do something. Like, kick a rock. Do
some kind of character arc. Yeah.
And again, it's really weird too because, again, I know they didn't know how long they were gonna have Harrison Ford for, but like, it's also just frustrating because like George Lucas said he wrote this script, a while ago, like way before this movie. So I'm like, why the fuck is Han not really doing much? Like, if he had the script written out.
It is very weird. Yeah, but
did like Harrison Ford come in like 5 days before like they had to be wrapped up filming or something? Yeah. Like,
yeah, he came in fucking like hung over in his underwear. He's like, "All right, guys, get a film scene." All right.
Oh my god! I hope Family Guy does a joke.
Harrison Ford is like, "I'll only do the scenes where I get to flirt with Carrie Fisher."
Yeah. I hope Family Guy makes a joke about this, like in the third one of these, that when they do this type of thing.
Oh, where Han's like not doing much.
Yeah, like just sitting around.
I don't know if they do, but I know they do. They do have a really funny joke where when they get to the shield generator, Han is like, "All right, everyone, take off your helmets, go outside, and dig your own graves." And Leia is like, "Han, it's really dark." And he's like, "Shut up! I've had it up to here with all this cutesy Ewok shit." And so like he's like, I want to have some dark stuff happen. And then he's like making everybody dig their own graves, and they're all like crying. And he's like, "You stab your friend, and then cut off his face, and go home, wear his face, and see how long it takes for his wife to realize it's you."
Oh my gosh, that's awesome! Like,
yeah, it was a really fucking funny thing. Look at it; it was just like the jokes that like Peter was so sick of the Ewoks. He's like, "No, I want to have some dark shit happen."
Honestly, that would have been awesome if they actually included that in this movie too. Type of thing, like.
Yeah. But Rahan is just like, "All right, I've had up to here with these fucking teddy bears, just killing everybody."
All of a sudden all of a sudden he becomes the villain somehow, like even worse than the Emperor and Darth Vader.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
The Han Vader or Darth Solo.
And what he wears is like the skin of like the Ewoks type of thing.
Oh my god, he's so fucked up.
He becomes I don't even think you know who this is, but he becomes Leatherface pretty much.
I've heard the name. I don't really know who it is though.
Yeah, from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre like movies and everything. So.
Oh, I've heard that. I didn't know that's where Leatherface is from though.
Yeah. Now you.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we've pretty much entered the final third of the movie, the final act. A lot happens, you know, which is good because I think we said the first third with Jabba's palace was really fun, although pretty flawed. Like the action was really good at a surface level, but like when you kind of slow it down and think about it, a lot of it doesn't make sense. And like Luke's plan is also kind of weird, but like for the most part, it's really enjoyable. This like second part of the movie, it's kind of boring. Like it's not bad. It just, you know, it doesn't really feel like a lot's happening, you know. And again, the Ewoks are like, again, I like the idea, don't like the execution.
And I feel like too, also, the location wasn't the most exciting, like I said the last time.
Yeah, as we said, Endor's probably like the most boring location we've been to.
I feel like too, it didn't have the magic too, like. We spent too long, like, in Endor, too. Like, I remember the last couple movies. Yeah, we
kind of hopped around a bit more, whereas here we're pretty much most of the movies on Endor.
Yeah. So I would have liked it if, obviously, they would have jumped around a little bit more type of thing. Like, maybe show some of the stuff in space with Lando, so Lando can have something to do with this movie type of thing.
Yeah, as we're going to talk about, Lando didn't really have to do. Yeah, basically, this last third of the movie, the final act, we got 3 plot lines. We got, Luke on the Death Star. We got Han and Leia on the ground. And then we got Lando and everybody else in the space battle. And, like, they're all, obviously, they're cutting back and forth. But the way we're going to do it is we're just going to kind of cover one plot line, like all of one plot line. So, we're going to do all of the Han and Leia stuff. Then we're going to do all of the Luke and Vader stuff. And then we're going to do all of the space battle.
Yeah.
And the only real big connecting piece you need is that it's a little trap, which we already you could already kind of tell because the Emperor keeps going like everything's going according to plan. I know the rebels are there, like it's all good.
Yeah.
Basically, that's the only really like big thing that you need to know is that like halfway through, like at the very beginning of Luke and Vader's plot, it's revealed that Han and Leia are walking into a trap.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll start with my plot line. Given my final thoughts on all of the Ewok stuff, overall, I really liked the Leia and Luke scene. I thought that was acted very well. And something I just talked about, I like the fact that the Star Wars characters kind of speak in their own like little language that they have. Like there's certain lines that like Luke says, like when he says like. Thick with the heart, you know it to be true and all that type of stuff. But it doesn't feel like it's like forced.
Shakespearean a little bit.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like forced. It feels very authentic. I really like that. So
you know what? I'm actually glad you feel that way because I'm interested to see how you feel about the prequels because that's actually a criticism a lot of people have of the prequels is that a lot of times they talk kind of like fancy.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm curious if you'll feel it's like forced or like you'll like it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind it in this movie, but we'll see what it's like. Obviously, other movies.
Well, again, that's why I'm like, I think they do it more in the prequels. But again, we'll see how you feel about it because I'm pretty hit or miss on it. I think it depends on the scene.
Yeah, but yeah, so we'll go through the Han and Leia plot first. So this is the next morning. They see the space ship that Vader, Luke, and everybody was on, like, blast off on the roof of the shield and everything like that. So Han and Leia kind of see the shield and everything like that, and they realize they really aren't going to be able to, like, get to it because of how guarded it is and everything like that. I like that Han threw in, like, a nice little joke in there that, like, he kind of broke into, like, places that were, like, more guarded, which makes sense for his character, considering the fact that, that's kind of what he did before all these movies became a thing. He was, like, a smuggler and everything like that, so that makes sense. And the Ewok, now I'm pretty sure this Ewok they're, like, with, is that the one we saw, like, in the beginning, like, with Leia and everything like that? This particular one?
Yeah, I guess. I don't really know the Ewok's names.
Yeah, I might never say him, so. But he kind of tells them that there's like a back entrance they can get to where they don't have to, like, really deal with guards or anything like that. So they go there, but they still have to, like, it's still got, like, 3 guards they have to get through, so, they want to kind of come up with, like, a plan, so that way they can just do a sneak attack and then get in there and everything like that. And it's looking like it's gonna be they're trying to plan out, like, what they're gonna do. So then one of the Ewoks you see is going over there, and obviously Han sees this, like, well, I guess we're gonna lose our sneak attack. This Ewok's gonna fuck everything up. But instead, what he does is he goes on to the space bike that he's riding.
Speeder bike.
The speeder bike, and he just decides the what? Speeder bike. And he decides to take it on a nice little joyride and everything like that. He's that teenager that gets drunk and trashes the car and everything like that. And he just rides off.
He's like, son, what did I tell you about drinking and driving?
Yeah. A couple of the stormtroopers see this, but I feel like, it's too late. He already takes off with it and blast off. So, those two, stormtroopers take their cruisers and just ride off and everything like that. And then, Han's really happy that, now they only have to deal with one this time around. So what happens is Han goes over, he taps this guy on the shoulder, and the guy sees him. Doesn't shoot his gun or anything like that. That's one thing. Like, no one really seems to know how to use a gun in this movie, because this guy turns around and, like, chases after Han when he could have just easily, like, probably shot Han.
Yeah. Oh, he's running away. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, but whatever.
I will say this was a pretty funny thing, but, like, idiot is like, dude, just shoot him.
Yeah. AJ, I hope you if there's a prison break at your prison, I hope instead of you just, like, taking your gun and shooting this guy, you just decide, like, fuck, you're just gonna run around with your gun around and just fucking not shoot him. So
be like, Mister, if you kill one more person, I will consider maybe shooting my gun.
I like how it's considered. It's not even like I'm going to consider doing it. How many prisoners does he have to kill to get to the point where you actually do it?
At least 500.
Oh my gosh! How many people are in the prisons?
1,500.
Okay.
So if he kills a third of everyone in there, then it might be time to consider.
But yeah, we see all the soldiers that they've been with. I don't know where the hell they went, but I guess they were just chilling. The stormtrooper gets hauled up by him, and then you see the Thinno. But I'm gonna guess what happened is they, like, used this guy. Because there was, like, a code. I think they had a code, but I think they used this guy. Because we didn't see this guy die or anything like that. I'm going to guess they used, like...
Yeah, no, they're holding him... See him again until after, the tables turn.
Can you say that again? You cut out.
I said, like, yeah, they're holding him at gunpoint, and then we don't really see him. And then, and then obviously right after this, the tables turn. So.
Yeah. They go in there. There is a deleted scene where you see them kind of, like, make their way through, like, the base. And start attacking stormtroopers left and right and everything like that. Wish they would have included this in there, mainly because Han was the one like leading this. And it would have like given him something to do. It's kind of weird though, because like Leia's supposed to be here, and in some of the deleted scenes, she's not like in it until like the very last deleted scene. So I don't know what the hell happened, if Carrie Fisher like missed rehearsal that day or something.
On the bathroom break, she's like, "All right, Han, disable the tractor beam. I gotta like go take a piss."
Yeah, but they get in there. They force everybody out. And they're about to get ready to shut down the shield and everything like that. They get out the bombs that we saw. I think Leia use like in the beginning of the movie, maybe a little different. But obviously by this point, this is when it was revealed. Like you said, that it was a trap. So we knew by this point that they were like walking into a trap, or we knew that but we knew what the trap was. We found out that the Emperor said earlier that they were. They were basically sending like the top military men or stormtroopers in there to like attack them.
What does that say about the Empire? Is that these guys here are their best men?
Yeah. Not just these guys. They sent like a whole fucking crew, by the way. Like everybody was like there.
Yeah, a whole legion, he said. And, oh man, who wins? A legion of the best of the Galactic Empire versus fucking Build-A-Bear with sticks.
Apparently Build-A-Bear with sticks. So, there was one funny scene where I think one of them came in and Han Solo like threw a helmet at them, and like he fell off like the
balcony.
Yeah. I thought this was funny because earlier in the movie, like Princess Leia like showed one of the Ewoks that it was a helmet, and she said it's not gonna hurt you. I'm like, what? It fucking did. It fucking killed somebody.
That shit.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, a helmet can hurt somebody. Fucking Han proved that. I'm pretty sure, like, Lando just used a helmet earlier in the movie, so it's like, a helmet can hurt.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, Lando wasn't very effective.
Hey, that helmet hurt somebody, so,
Yeah, and it hurt that guy's feelings. Because, he was like, Lando, I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
You were my brother, Lando. I loved you.
But, unfortunately, the trap starts to take effect, and a bunch of stormtroopers and stuff come in, and, force, Han, Chewie, and Chewie's freaking out because, he's about to die, and
he's like, that scene is finally here.
I don't know if it's freaking out happy or freaking out mad, or both type of thing, like,
Again, he was never the same after the Christmas special.
Yeah.
He's like, please. Release me from this torture.
I feel like this time he had enough, though. He was pissed. Like, oh my god, am I finally gonna die here? Like, you've done this to me like 4 times now.
Yeah.
So yeah, they force them all to drop their weapons, and they take them out of the base. And they're about to, I think, execute them pretty much. And I don't know what was going on, but like I kind of noticed this on like a third rewatch. But like one of like the stormtroopers like his hands up like behind his head or something. Like, what the fuck are you doing, buddy? Like, you're not the one on prisoner here type of thing. Like, I don't know what the hell was going on.
His buddy's like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, oh, it just kind of seemed like the popular thing to do.
Maybe you're stretching. Got to stretch before you knew.
Yeah. Stretch before an execution.
Yeah. But doing all this, the droid stayed out with one of the Ewoks, and doing all of this, C-3PO, like it's kind of shouting out to the stormtroopers and everything like that. And I thought this was kind of cool because C-3PO has kind of been like a little bit of a coward these movies and everything like that, and usually kind of tries to stay out of all this. So the fact that he like stepped in and like went like, hey, right here, kind of showed like some courage and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah, funny because we just had that thing with Oolong in Dragon Ball, a video ago.
And I like that he was still like scared. Like C-3PO was still like scared and everything like that. Like he had enough courage.
Yeah. Same thing as the Oolong thing, where I like that. We're like, they've been set up as like a bitch and like a coward, and like even though they're stepping up, they're still horrified. But like the fact that they are stepping up at all shows like some growth.
Yep. So so they go over, and they obviously don't know what to expect, and then a bunch of Ewoks show up and just start attacking, the stormtroopers. Now, obviously, this scene's all going to be tough to talk about. It's basically stormtroopers versus Ewoks, so I'm just going to basically... I would recommend, if this scene's probably online somewhere, go on Disney Plus and watch it, but I'm going to try to mention some moments that happened that were pretty significant. We got a few scenes that should have been Shauna in episode 9. I'm pretty sure there's one scene where Ewoks show up and just start all stomping and using their staffs repeatedly.
Yeah, they just stormtroopers on the ground and they just start fucking beating them to death.
Add that to the counter. That should have been Shauna in episode 9.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll never get over it.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure it happens twice. It happens once, and then it happens another time. But there's
and how do we rank these woods?
probably the worst woods, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like these woods are pretty alright. I feel like you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, especially if these Ewoks are on your side and everything like that.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's like I feel like these woods would be the most embarrassing because yeah, I'm not gonna get tortured by demons, but I'm gonna get my ass kicked by a teddy bear. So it's
yeah,
when I get to the afterlife and people ask me how I died, might have to exaggerate a bit.
Yeah. What about Ben's death? Do you think Ben is at the afterlife? Do you think he's embarrassed at all, type of thing?
No, everybody, as soon as Ben gets to the afterlife, everybody is like, dude, you are a legend.
You ever notice that when he got to the afterlife, the life before, real life, could not step up the fucking it seemed like real life all fucking fell down, all fell apart when he got to the afterlife.
Yeah, I know. Well, again, the Woods was pissed off. The Woods was like, no, you fuckers, why did you kill him?
And they killed all the animals. So
yeah. Oh my god, you dumbasses.
And they sent those researchers there just
fuck him over. Well, the Woods were literally do not kill Ben. He is your bridge to common sense.
Yep.
And then they're like, no, we're going to kill him anyway. It's like, fuck you guys.
Notice everything started to fall down pretty much. After Ben died, pretty much. Researchers showed up. The animals died, even though they planned for that. The hunt didn't go well. And then, Shauna became the Antler Queen, pretty much. So.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how Ben has become the reverse Nier, where before we couldn't go a single video without roasting the shit out of Nier, and now we can't go a video without just praising the ground that Ben, I was gonna say walks on, the ground Ben hops.
Yeah, pretty much. So, it's so weird because we keep talking about Ben, it makes me really not look forward to season 4 because we're gonna get nothing of Ben.
So much. He was easily the best part of the show. On the flip side, I really want to watch other shit that he's in. That actor was fucking amazing.
Yeah. So, but anyhow,
anyway, back to Star Wars.
Yeah. So yeah, we got a couple scenes that should have been Shauna, and doing all of this, Han Solo is attacking, stormtroopers, just giving arm drags. He's been watching. I think Harrison Ford watched a lot of wrestling before this because he was doing a lot of wrestling moves here. So
comes in with the fucking elbow from the top rope.
I guarantee your Family Guy probably did that joke too. So
probably.
But then they're trying to get back in to shut down the shield, but they ended up changing the code. Which I love that they were able to somehow change the code with all this fucking chaos going on. How the fuck would they get that in there? But sure. I love to think, by the way, they changed the code and changed one number, but they didn't try it, type of thing.
Before it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I would have loved that. Yeah. So they want R2-D2 to come over and obviously hack into it and everything like that. And R2-D2's telling C-3PO's going over, and C-3PO's R2-D2, there's no reason for you to do this. You don't need to be this heroic. But he's going over. He's about to hack into it, but he gets shot and basically destroyed. I'm pretty sure every
He starts to like short circuit, I guess.
yeah. I think every movie, like R2D2's like gotten like destroyed. I think because
Yeah,
I think in New Hope he got destroyed.
I was gonna say he's like the Kenny of Star Wars.
Yeah, because in New Hope he got destroyed in the ship doing that space battle, and I think this counts. Didn't he get like really messed up like in is it not Tatooine Dagobah? Like he fell into the ocean.
Yeah, he fell into the swamp. Yeah.
And he almost got. Did he almost get eaten by something? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he gets like thrown out of the swamp by something. Yeah.
Yeah. And then here he gets he gets destroyed.
Yeah.
They're always able to build him back up really quickly too, type of thing. Like this movie, he was fucking fine the next day, type of thing.
Like, literally.
Actually, the Christmas special, by the way, he doesn't get blown up, but like, but Luke's like working on him, and he's still pretty banged up. Like he so. Then again, I wonder if Luke was actually working on him and like allowed to do just short circuited himself, so he didn't have to like actually be a part of the Christmas special and everything like that. So, was C-3PO in the Christmas special? Oh yeah, he was. He was in the cartoon. I forgot.
Yeah.
So, does that count?
Half counts. Again, I would love the idea of the actor for C-3PO is like, you can have a cartoon made, you cannot have actually.
But yeah, so continuing, so Han Solo decides he's going to hotwire to get their way in there. At first, it doesn't work. Actually, it doesn't work at all because he ends up closing the door. Like he makes it worse for themselves. I like to think this would have worked if he had told them he was actually going to be in this movie like earlier. I like to think it actually would have worked, but because it's this movie, Han can't seem to get anything fucking done. It seems like so. I almost like to think George Lucas was like, "Why did you fucking tell me you were going to be in this movie like weeks ago?" And he took out all his anger like on Han Solo. This movie, like, you know what? Fine, fuck it. You're in it. We need you here, but whatever. There's other stuff that's going on. I'm pretty sure there's one scene where the Ewoks just like slingshot like a bunch of shit just all over the stormtroopers, and they all just falling to the ground at one point. There was scenes where they kept trying to take down those big like Walkman things, those huge things, those robotic.
Oh, and actually, you're really close. And they're actually called walkers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking Walkman because of the Well, that's weird because that's what they call the zombies in Walking Dead. So I wonder how the fuck Walking Dead got.
Well, yeah, well, who wins? These walkers or those walkers?
Depends on the season.
Okay.
I guess depends on the. I guess it depends on the Star Wars movie too, right? Because they were really good the last movie. So.
Yeah, and then this movie, they're getting beat by teddy bears.
Yeah. I will say at least they didn't easily beat them. Like they were trying to trip them up, but it didn't work. They tried to like slingshot like a bunch of rocks at him, but that didn't work. One of them was pretty smart. Like Chewie and I think it's the main one we saw in the beginning were working together, and the teddy bear or the Ewoks like waving at the window, and he's like, this person thinking he's the only one there, so like, get him off of there, and he comes out and Chewie's the one that's out there instead, and Chewie takes the
I do like that. Where Chewie basically like just throws the guy out of the walker and like takes it over. That was cool.
Yeah, and Chewie uses like one walker to destroy another walker. That was cool. That should have been how they actually got destroyed, like all of them type of thing, but whatever. And then at one point, I'm pretty sure like one of the Ewok like ties a rope like towards one of the what are the name of the bike things that they use again type of thing?
Peter?
Yeah, the speeders. And he ties it around a tree, and this guy, like, oh my gosh, he had a really bad death where, like, he went and did, like, a full 360 and then, like, fell off of his bike, and, like, I think he blew up, too, type of thing, and then his bike blew up, so, yeah, I guess he had a cool death. I don't know, just maybe leave out the fact that it was an Ewok that did that to you. Just leave that part out, just like, just say your bike blew up, and I was just doing fancy tricks and everything like that. And then there was another scene where they rigged up like a couple of logs, and they had they tied it up to open trees and they cut the ropes and both wads came together and destroyed one of
Yeah, I
the
wasn't a big
walkers.
fan of that because I'm like, okay, I get it. Two logs smashing would be like, that would, but like these are like literally state of the art,
Yeah,
like military metal. I'm like, and the fact that like it fucking explodes.
yeah, it shouldn't have
I'm like,
exploded.
by it. And then a little shortly after this, like the Ewoks like sent some logs down, which caused the walker to like trip.
I didn't buy that one either. Yeah,
And then the falling and it falling makes it like why did that explode?
yeah. I will say though, when I saw the tree logs, then I was like, oh my god, Family Guy did this joke. I don't know if you remember where like Peter, like if he stuck.
Yeah, he said, "Joke's on you. I got my hat."
I like to think like Ewok was like, jokes on you. I got more legs or whatever type of thing. So, there's one I really didn't buy though. It's like Ewoks are just like throwing like rocks, and these really aren't like big stones or anything like that. They're putting like small rocks like at stormtroopers, and they're like not really doing. They're like, and they have guns. They could just easily like shoot these things.
Yeah, and again,
like,
they're wearing armor.
yeah, so it's like, yeah, I didn't buy that one. But yeah, I think that's all of the main ones. I don't really think I missed any. Some of these fights, I'll
There
admit.
was one that was kind of fucked up, and I was surprised they had it in there. Where like at one point, like two Ewoks get like blasted and they like fall to the ground.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then this was surprisingly dark. Where like one of them like stands up, and then he's basically just like, all right, buddy, come on, we got to keep moving. And then he's like shaking his friend, and then he kind of just like falls to his knees and like puts his head down, like he realizes like his buddy didn't make it.
Yeah, that was actually pretty dark. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that was surprisingly dark. Yeah.
This guy must have really sucked though, because everyone else did fine in this fight except for like him. So.
Yeah. He was the only casualty.
Yeah. Overall, these fights were like hit or miss. I think the whole point of this was like it was supposed to be like I kind of like that there was like a wild card because obviously the Emperor like set up this trap, but he didn't really expect obviously that like the rebels were gonna go make friends with Ewoks, and obviously like you wouldn't really expect the Ewoks would be able to do much damage to the stormtroopers and everything like that. And I like the idea of like them setting like trap. It's the Home Alone thing all over again, where the little kids set up traps and defeated like the big villains and everything like that. Well, I say big villains, they really weren't big villains, but you get the idea. I just don't really think like some of these traps really made sense or were very realistic that really these worked.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. So like again, like I said, I like the idea, I don't like the execution. Where I like the idea of like, the Emperor has everything planned out, but he doesn't expect like this like native primitive species helping out the rebels. And Star Wars, especially the first one, like the Rebels versus Empire, were inspired by the Vietnam War. Where like the Vietnamese beat the U.S. U.S. Army by even though they were way like they lacked firepower, they used like guerrilla tactics.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a cool idea of like, everyone underestimates the Ewoks, but they kind of fuck over the Empire by using guerrilla tactics and like unconventional stuff. Like I'm cool with that idea, but like you said, the way they do it is like they're fucking throwing rocks at them, and then just because they like throw some logs at the walker, it fucking explodes. And I'm like, no, that's dumb. I like the moment where like Chewie chucks a guy out the walker and he takes it over and like starts destroying the other walkers. That's cool.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that one. Kind of cool too because it's the whole movie's been like robots versus like caveman type things, and like Chewie taking that over was a cool moment for him type of thing. So,
when worlds collide.
Yeah.
I don't remember how the song goes.
Oh, don't forget too. That was like a caveman and like a robot in there too.
That's what. Because you said that made me think of that.
Yeah. So,
the caveman was the voice actor for Patrick, right?
Oh, actually, yeah, I could see that now then because he sounds a lot like Patrick.
Okay, I didn't know if you knew that.
No.
Yeah. So so I don't like this fight. Because like at least with the one at the beginning, where I'm like, it's fun and it's got a cool spectacle, but like if you kind of slow it down. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, I'm just like, I just genuinely just don't like it.
Yeah, it's just you know, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. So,
and it's, you know, I feel like, you know, Star Wars is made for kids in the sense that, like, it is family friendly, you know, and like, because I hate that argument that people make that, like, oh, it's a fucking silly space movie. It's for fucking 12-year-olds. Shut the fuck up.
yeah.
It's like, no, Star Wars can be good and it can be silly, but, like, it doesn't have to go into whole fucking Looney Tunes territory, you know?
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there's one thing I actually did miss. So obviously, but I feel like it connects to this. But yeah, so Leia, at one point, you know, when Han's unable to hotwire, you know, the base to get in there, because Han can't really seem to do shit this movie. Leia gets shot and you know, injured. And I thought originally she was faking this because you know, when but then, you know, I saw the blood, but I'm like, but I thought she was, like, obviously over exaggerating the injury and everything like that, because Han's like, are you okay? And then, like, stormtroopers, like, hold him at gunpoint, and you know, Leia shows that she still has, like, a gun, and they redo their scene where you know, Han says I love you this time, and then Leia says I know. Would have been funny.
Yeah.
Would have been funny if she said fuck you like Peter did and everything like that.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, I like that they brought that back because and I think I told you last movie that was improv. Like, Harrison Ford was supposed to say I love you back, but he decided to say, like, I know.
Yeah.
Which is very in character. And then, you know, I like that here, you know, Han is the one. Yeah, like you said, I like that he's the one being like, I love you. And she's like, I know.
Yeah.
It's I like that. Again, I really like the relationship in these movies.
But yeah, she has her gun, and she's able to use it to shoot down the stormtroopers and kill them. Poor guys, they're just working like a 9-to-5 job, and
I know, poor guys. All the friends just got fucking killed by teddy bears. They are having a strange day.
Yeah. I like to think too, this trap was all of them just working overtime too. Like they had to work overtime for this.
It was like, coming in on my day off, you know, the wife's sick in the hospital, you know, I need the extra money to pay your medical bills.
But you know, then eventually, a walker comes over, and obviously, Han thinks, you know, obviously that they're in danger, but then we actually see that it's the one Chewie took over, and I like this. Chewie's actually, like, really happy about this, and then you know, Chewie comes down to, like, save Princess Leia and everything like that, and they come up with, like, a plan to get in there. So what ends up happening is you know, Han, like, takes a video, and I think he, like, filmed, like, somebody else's, like, face to make it look like it was, like, one of, like, the stormtroopers to, like, ask for, like, help and everything like that. But then what ended up actually, like, happening was they all came out and, like, they all got held by, like, gunpoint and everything like that. This was pretty smart. I honestly thought this was kind of a little goofy that, like, they sent, like, fucking everybody out there, though. Like, I feel like I don't really think you need to send, like, the whole fucking crew out there. I just sent, like, I don't know, like, 5 people or something like that, or, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but whatever. But, you know, I like that all these guys were just in the fucking...
Yeah, according to the Emperor, is elite legion.
Yeah. I like that all these people, by the way, were like, did they not hear all this fucking commotion going on, like, outside and, like, see it?
Hey, Jim, does it sound like everybody's getting killed by teddy bears? He's like, Bob, shut the fuck up. I'm clocking out in 5 minutes.
I like to think, like, one of them was just clocking out, too. Like, not even, like, coming out there to save his buddy. He was just coming out to clock out, and he fucking died.
Yeah, I was like, all right, guys, see you next week. Oh, fuck.
I guarantee you Family Guy had to do a joke like that or something, like one of the Star Wars characters.
Well, they did the bull in the China shop bit where the guy's, like, canceling his insurance. He's like, yep, I've never had any issue in this shop. I'm canceling my insurance. He hangs up and immediately, like, fucking bull, like, destroys everything.
Yeah, that's awesome, yeah. Yeah, so, then they go in there, they detonate the shield, and, you know, this is probably what a lot of the budget went to, was this explosion right here. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's basically the end of this plot line right here. Overall, it's kind of whatever. Didn't love the fight. I love some of the Han and Leia stuff. I liked Chewie taking over the Walker, and but yeah, if this was supposed to be like the elite team, I like to think like. I don't know if you remember, like the Wizards of Waverly Place did this joke. It was like the Monster Hunter episode where like they like sent the best guys, but then we found out like the best guys got like murdered by monsters. So like they sent like the second best guys who like weren't even that great to begin with. So like even they were like, oh my gosh, I guess we're the best guys now type of thing. So it was a way to replace that joke type of thing. So
funny enough, Red versus Blue kind of makes that joke later, where they're meeting this like general guy. And he's like, yeah, as you can tell, I'm not like a great general. I kind of just inherited this position. And then and one of the Reds and Blues is like, oh, so like what rank were you before this? Like, like Major General or something. And he's like, no, I was the personal secretary to the Brigadier.
Am I seeing that soon?
Yeah, in 2 seasons.
Okay.
That's season 12. So look forward to that. Yeah, that was a funny bit.
But yeah, overall, this fight's kind of whatever. Yeah. So.
But yeah, we get to a part that I do like.
I will say though, I think what saves these scenes for me, anyways, is like you said, we're seeing some of these scenes like all over the place, one after the other. So you're like really invested into one scene, so you don't really kind of like if I probably watch some of these scenes like. Obviously, in context, just to just the way.
Yeah, it's broken up by the other scenes, so it's probably like it helps it a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you like kind of look at that whole thing like by itself, it's like yeah.
I think the best example was like RVB season 9. All the freelancer stuff. You watch that all together, it's great. And then I think I've texted you like I'm not watching the present just itself. I'm not doing it. Like
yeah, where it's like I think the part of season 9 that sucked was like every time you're getting invested in the freelancer stuff, it gets back to the present, and it's like fuck.
Yeah, so kind of like I think like the Luke and Darth Vader stuff was like really carrying like this part of the movie probably. So
yeah. So and obviously Luke left the camp, and he gets quote unquote caught by the Empire. Like Vader is walking down this hallway to meet his commander, and they have captured Luke. They're like, oh yeah, we found this rebel nearby. We believe there's more of them, and he didn't have anything on him besides this like piece of metal right here. And Vader's like, yeah, good job, leave us. And they start walking down the hallway, and Vader pretty much already knew that like Luke didn't get captured, like actually, like he got caught on purpose.
Yeah.
And Vader is like, yeah, the Emperor has been expecting you. And Luke just says, I know, Father. And I feel like, even though you can't see Vader's face, you can kind of get a feeling for how he's like the facial expressions he's making. He kind of just very quickly like turns towards Luke. You can kind of tell he's a little surprised that Luke actually called him Father.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, and then he's like, so you've accepted the truth. And Luke says, that I accepted the truth that you were once Anakin Skywalker, my father. And I do really love this line from Vader because it says a lot about him, where he just he gets a little aggressive because throughout this whole conversation, he sounds very like calm.
Mm-hmm.
But for this one bit, he gets a little aggressive where he's like, that name no longer holds any meaning for me.
Yeah, I like that.
It's kind of like the Obi-Wan thing where it's like, where he's like, from a certain point of view, Vader killed Anakin, kind of, sort of.
You fucking liar.
Where basically Vader considers himself a different person from Anakin.
Yeah, I like that, Kind of like Walt with Eisenberg, Saul with Jimmy type of thing, where they just become so into those characters. And Walt with whatever name he was using, like when he changed it, when he went into hide and everything like that, he became like that person a little bit type of thing.
Washington. Remember when the director was like, it's been a while since we spoke, David. Can I call you David?
Yeah.
And Washington was, no, you cannot.
Yeah, I like that.
Like, yeah, he's like, you gave me my new name, use it.
Yeah.
Uh, and you know, like again, I'm a fan of like the books and comics, and a pretty common thing in those is it's like if anyone ever like brings up Anakin, you know, because Anakin was a very famous Jedi. Vader, you know, and they're like, hey, whatever happened to that guy? Vader will just respond like, I killed him.
Yep.
Like, so Vader really, really does not like being called Anakin. He doesn't like people knowing he's Anakin. And, you know, he likes to tell himself that, you know, like, Anakin's dead, I killed him.
Yeah, I like that.
Which, you know, and we're going to kind of get a little bit of his reasoning a little bit with the line he says. But, you know, Luke basically says, like, no, you are Anakin Skywalker. That's who you really are. You've forgotten. And, you know, you're not going to bring me to your Emperor now. Like, you couldn't kill me before. You know, like, there is good in you. Like, I feel it. And I like, well, Luke has his back turned, Vader ignites the lightsaber. And, you know, in the way, like, you think for a second that Vader's going to, like, attack Luke. But then you see he's just, like, inspecting it.
Yeah.
Like, I see you constructed a new lightsaber. And he's just like, indeed, you are powerful. So I like that. It's kind of like, you know, again, a father being kind of proud of, like, how much progress his son has made.
Yeah, I like that.
In Vader's own twisted way.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that, you know, that, like, he's kind of proud that he, like, because, you know, a father always wants his kid to be better than him. That's kind of the typical thing about being a father. So I kind of like that, like, Darth Vader's kind of saying that about his son and his lightsaber and everything like that. Kind of likes to see that, you know, his son's kind of trying to break away from him, too, type of thing. Yeah, so I really like that.
But, you know, Luke just kind of turns back towards Vader and he says, you know, like, come with me. Like, you know, you don't have to, like, stay here. Like, you can come with me. You can turn back to the good side. And Vader just says, like, sadly, that Obi-Wan once thought as you do. And, you know, remember last movie, you know, and even a little bit of this movie, he keeps saying, you don't know the power of the dark side. And he says it as, like, a threat. But here he says it, like, kind of sad, where you know, he says it like, you know, like, you don't know the power of the dark side. I must obey my master.
Yep.
Basically, you know, like, before when he says it, it's like a threat of, like, oh, you don't understand how powerful I am because of the dark side. Here he's basically saying, like, you don't know what the dark side is capable of. Like, I'm basically a slave.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and then, fuck, what happens next? Yeah, Obi-Wan's thought as you do. And yeah, okay, sorry. It took me a second to remember where I was at. And then Luke just says, like, you know, well, like, I'm not going to turn. So if you won't come with me, I'm not going to turn. You're going to be forced to kill me. And Vader just says, like, well, if that's your destiny. And Luke is like, Father, you can't do this. Like, you know you can't.
Yeah.
And I love this line right here. This, like, really flips your whole perception of Vader on its head. Where, you know, you think he's going to, like, you know, again, like, make a threat or, like, something like that. But no, he just says, it's too late for me, son.
Yeah, and I love he's really heartbroken when he says it. Like, he's kind of in too deep now and, like, can't get out of it.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's like, basically, Vader knows he's on the wrong side. Like, Vader knows he's fucked up. Vader knows he's a monster. And, you know, he basically, that's his mentality is like, I'm in too deep. Like, I've done too much harm. I can't redeem myself. Like, this is the path I've chosen.
Yeah, I really like this a lot, you know. And it really kind of made you, like, really think, like, it really changed your mind on Vader. Like, wow, maybe he's really not, like, as bad of, you know, a big of a villain. Maybe he's actually trying to fight the dark side, like, more than we actually think and everything like that.
Yeah. And, you know, again, it's something that you get a little bit more feel for on, like, the expanded stuff. But something I love about Vader is, like, his self-hatred. Like, he just absolutely hates himself. Just for, like, everything he's done. Like, he knows he's a monster. He's, like, killed so many people. And he's, you know, hurt and betrayed everybody he's ever been close to. And he just, you know, again, his mentality is basically like, I have nothing left besides like serving the Emperor and being on the dark side. Like it's too late for me. Like, you know, because I mean, like, just imagine that. Imagine literally destroying entire planets of innocent people. Like, that's, you can't just be like, okay, sorry, my bad, lol. You know, it's like basically, if he goes back to the good side, it's admitting that everything he's done for you know, the last 20-something years was like all for nothing, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of like in Breaking Bad too. The last episode, like, of Walt, like, is him trying to go back and fix everything, and he kind of does that for the most part, but it doesn't like make everything better.
Yeah.
Like Walt.
Yeah, exactly. Like damage done kind of thing.
Yeah, I think the biggest scene of that is like, you know, when he goes to like visit Skylar, he like sees Walter Jr. like come home, and like he doesn't like go try to like make amends or fix things. He realizes like he can't really undo the damage of like what Walter Jr. like thinks of him now and everything like that type of thing. So he just kind of like watched him come home type of thing just to like see his son one last time, but obviously knowing like he can't go make it right and everything like that type of thing. So
yeah, and I'll probably go into more detail about it when we get to that point. But one of the books for the prequels. And I think it's important to mention because it actually the book actually released before the movie, and it like used the movie script and George Lucas like had a say in it, where we kind of get a bit of like Vader's thoughts like when he gets the suit, and he kind of like has a moment where he's like thinks he wants to kill the Emperor, but then he's just like, you know, he's like destroying everything around him, and he's just like, you know, I can't touch him. But, like, you know, at the end of the day, deep down, I don't even want to. Because as much as I hate him, he's, like, the only thing I even have left.
Yeah. And then, you know, it makes you question what was also going through his thoughts, like, when he was trying to get Luke to, like, join him to, like, take down the Emperor.
Yeah. And, again, I think that says a lot about him, where, again, he's, like, he loves his son, but he's just so twisted at this point that, like, his love for his son is kind of like possession. Like, he wants to possess Luke and have him be his, like, Sith apprentice.
Yeah.
And, like his version of, like, father-son time is, like, them ruling the galaxy together.
Yeah. Which is really messed up, so.
Yeah. But, yeah, he, you know, he calls some stormtroopers in, and he basically says, like, yeah, no, you're going to go see the Emperor. Like, he is your master now. And Luke, I like Luke's face here. He's like so shocked. He really didn't think Vader would do this. So he hasn't fully given up on him, but he's very disappointed. He just basically says, "Then, you know, then my father is truly dead."
Yeah.
And you know, Luke walks off, and I like this where Vader just kind of he doesn't follow right away. He just kind of walks over to the balcony and like stares out into the distance.
Yeah, I really like that a lot. I really liked Luke's reaction to know how heartbroken he was that, like, Vader actually did turn him over to the Emperor and everything like that. And you could tell, like, I don't really think Vader probably truly in that moment wanted to do it, but he kind of had, like, no choice because, like, you know, Luke wouldn't turn over to the dark side, and Vader just feels like the only option now is just to turn him over to the Emperor. There's really no way out of it or anything like that type of thing. Yeah. So,
and, you know, like, especially with what Vader says in the event where he's like, it's useless to resist, my son.
Yeah.
Or again, you know, in his mind, you know, because last movie he wanted Luke to join him and turn and like kill the Emperor together, but he basically thinks it's like if Luke won't help me, like take over the galaxy, then like I can't really do anything on my own here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because as long as he's known the Emperor, the dude has been like fucking 20 steps ahead. So it's just kind of this thing of like, there's not even a point in trying to resist him.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, he always gets what he wants kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, Vader and Luke leave Endor, and they end up on the new Death Star. They're in the throne room, and, you know, the Emperor tells his guards to, you know, go take a lunch break, I guess.
These guards are cool, by the way. They look like samurai. I've never seen these guys before. Like...
Yeah, they're cool. I love, like, the red robes and helmets. Robot Chicken did a really funny joke, you know, because obviously he tells everyone to leave, the guards to leave. They do a funny joke with Gary the Stormtrooper, where he's like, he comes into the throne room and he's like, look, I need a raise. and then he comes in at the point where Vader's like throwing him down the shaft, and he's like, "I see you guys are busy. I'll come back later."
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah.
But yeah, the Emperor pretty much just immediately uses the Force to like remove Luke's handcuffs. You know, Luke is very surprised, like, "Oh, you're basically showing the Emperor is like, I'm in control here. You can be unrestrained. Like, I'm fine."
Kind of reminds you of that scene in El Camino when I forget his name, but the villain like takes Jesse out, like, and doesn't hit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it sucks where it's like Jesse's out of the camp and he's like free, but not really.
Yeah.
Because like if he does anything, they'll kill Brooke.
Right. So.
But yeah, the Emperor is like, you're going to turn to the dark side, like your father before you, and you're going to be my apprentice. Soon you'll call me master. And Luke is like, no, soon I'll be dead, and you along with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I like this, where basically this was essentially a suicide mission. Like Luke's basically like, if I can't save my dad, like we're all gonna die together, essentially.
Yeah, I do kind of like this where they're like trying to one up each other too. Like Luke's trying to one up the Emperor, and the Emperor's trying to one up Luke and everything like that. And Luke's actually doing like a pretty well, like holding up to the Emperor, obviously, until he mentions the trap type of thing. Like Luke's actually
because basically like the Emperor's like, oh, that your pitiful rebel alliance, like you're and Luke is like like don't worry about them, we're quite safe here. And Luke is like, your overconfidence is your weakness. And the Emperor says, your faith in your friends is yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really cool exchange.
I like that.
Again, they'll go back to Robot Chicken when they do this scene where the Emperor is like, your faith in your friends is yours. And Luke goes, faith in your mama. And the Emperor's like, what's that? And then, Luke is like, your mama is so fat, Jabba the Hutt said, damn. And then again to like a yo mama fight.
Oh, that's awesome. That would have been awesome. Imagine hearing Mark Hamill actually do that here type of thing. Like,
oh, what's funny, at a different part, but they actually got Mark Hamill to voice Luke in Robot Chicken for a scene.
Oh, that's funny.
Because it was like the part, where I am your father. And but instead of that, Vader just like says the really dumbest shit in Star Wars, where he's like, I'm your father. Luke's like, that's not true. And he's like, and Leia's your sister. He's like, that's not likely. And he's like, and the Empire will be defeated by Ewoks. And Luke's like, I don't buy it.
That's awesome. So,
yeah. But yeah, anyway, sorry to get off the Robot Chicken thing. What was it? Yeah, so, the Emperor basically reveals that, like, yeah, I know the rebels are on the Force moon of Endor. It was me who leaked the Death Star being built to them. It was me that leaked that the shield generator was on the moon. When your rebels get there, that they're going to be met with my elite legion of stormtroopers.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he just read the paperwork and thought they actually were elite.
It'll make a sponge. It's like they're going west, and Patrick's like, "Oh no, east." And Patrick's like, "Oh, I thought you said west."
Yep.
It's like the Emperor's like, "Send my elite," and Vader's like, "Oh, elite? I saw you said elitely bad."
Yeah, he said the bad. Or the elite ones were coming were supposed to come in, but they went to the wrong planet or something type of thing.
Yeah, they end up on fucking Tatooine, and we're like, where? Oh, you haven't seen Pulp Fiction? Fuck, I can't even make that joke.
Yeah.
There's a scene where a guy comes out of the bathroom and he's just like, and that became a pretty big meme. But
well, it's like when Family Guy made fun of Shawshank Redemption, and they redid the scene where like it's Morgan Freeman's character, like, not Morgan Freeman's character, like, he gets out of prison, and, like, he was supposed to go, like, meet him, and they did the funny scene where, like, he goes to find the note, and, like, Cleveland, like, didn't...
Yeah, he's like, remember that island I told you about? And he's like, oh, fuck.
He forgot the island, yeah, so...
Yeah. I can't wait to do Pulp Fiction because the running joke for that character is that, like, every time he goes to take a shit, like, something crazy happens.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, I can't wait to watch that movie.
Still gotta do that, yeah.
Yeah, I know, because we were gonna, and then fucking Netflix took it off. And that was fucking, like, years ago. I was in high school then.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, to get back to Return of the Jedi. Yeah, so Luke is, like, obviously shocked that, it was all a trap. And, Vader, like I said, just kind of turns to him and says, it's useless to resist, my son. And then Vader and the Emperor opens up the window and, like, he can see the Rebel fleet, getting absolutely fucking their nutsacks slapped out in space. Luke is horrified. And the Emperor keeps goading him, like, I know, I can feel your hate and your fear, like, building up. Like, I'm defenseless. Like, take your lightsaber from me and strike me down in your hatred. Like, do it.
I really like this plan because obviously, the Emperor is like, you're thinking like, as the audience, like, okay, Luke's just gonna take his lightsaber and strike him down, but the Emperor obviously had a plan for that, and obviously, like, a big darkness is if Luke strikes him, obviously it's him turning to the dark side because it's him giving into, like, his rage and his anger, but he put, like, his friends, obviously because he thought of everything he had. He knows, like, Luke will do anything for his friends and everything like that. So he put, like, Luke's friends, like, in a position to be in danger where the only thing Luke could really do was, like, strike him to get them out of it and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So I thought that was really cool. Really cool conflict for, like, Luke.
And you can tell Luke is, like, contemplating it. He's like he's getting anxious. He's like, I got to do something. Yeah, so we get a shot, where, like, and then Luke very just quickly, like, whips around, uses the Force to grab his lightsaber, and he goes to strike at the Emperor. But then Vader ignites his lightsaber, and they clash. And I love this, where you just see the two sabers, like, clashing, with the Emperor, like, right there, just cackling the whole time.
Yeah, so I really like this. I'm assuming the Emperor probably figured Darth Vader was going to defend him, so that's why he was kind of fine. But I do think, like, do you think Darth Vader defended the Emperor? Obviously, because he has an allegiance to him, but do you think he was trying to protect Luke from, like, going to the dark side?
Again, I think it's more so that, like, he's in his own way protecting Luke, because, like, we see how powerful the Emperor is in a little bit. Like, if he wasn't really in any danger, like, he probably could have just, like, zapped Luke if he really thought Vader wasn't going to protect him.
Well, I was thinking the Emperor was just going to sacrifice himself and, like, if it means Luke goes to the dark side, he's fine with that type of thing.
I'm pretty sure the Emperor, because, he keeps saying, like, Luke, you're going to be my new apprentice.
Yeah, true. So
I'm pretty sure the idea is that, like, the Emperor wasn't really in any danger here.
Yeah.
At least Luke. So, in Vader's own way, he's kind of protecting his son. Like, he basically feels like he needs to turn him to the dark side. Because, the only other choice is he gets killed.
Yeah.
So in his own way, he's basically, like, protecting Luke.
For sure, yeah.
Especially because, like, the whole point of this fight is that, like, he wants Luke to give into his anger and beat him. So he's basically, like, he's going to let himself get killed by Luke.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And again, like, you can make an argument this isn't the case, but, like, some other extra stuff has, like, kind of said that, like, Vader was holding back. Like, he wasn't actually trying to hurt Luke here.
Yeah, which makes sense because Vader's been training at this for a long time, but Luke's only been, like...
Yeah, and, like, to be fair, it's the same way, vice versa, like, where Luke isn't really trying to hurt Vader either.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, neither one, they both love each other. They're not really trying to kill the other. Vader's trying to turn him to the dark side, and Luke's trying to turn him to the light.
How weird is that, though? Like, in this fight, though, it seemed like Luke was doing better with his lightsaber than, like, the earlier fight, and he wasn't even trying to hurt, like, Vader here, like, in storyline and everything like that type of thing. But it seemed like he did better in this lightsaber fight than, like, the one earlier when he's just, like, not really doing... Like, he's just kind of going like that, like you said earlier in the video type of thing.
Yeah, it is strange. But, yeah, they start to fight a bit. And like you said, this choreography is already a lot better than Luke just fucking swaying and praying. We get some cool choreography here. Luke kind of kicks Vader down the stairs, and he's like getting angry. But then he just hears the Emperor cackling in the background, and he realizes what's happening here. Where he's like, "Oh shit!" They're basically forcing me to fight, to like give in to my anger. Like I can't do it.
Yeah.
And Vader is like complimenting Luke. He's like, "All right, Obi-Wan taught you well." And Luke just like turns off his lightsaber. He's like, "I'm not going to fight you, Father. Let's not do this."
I do like
And
though.
Vader,
I mean, like you said, if Vader was holding back, you got to really see like how Luke really improved because obviously when he did this before, he really couldn't get much on like Vader. Vader kind of kicked his.
oh
ass.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, Luke didn't even touch Vader till the very end of the fight last movie. Here, like I said, they were trading blows for a little bit, and then Luke managed to actually get one up on Vader. He kicked him down the stairs, and Vader like fell down. Again, like Luke could have continued to attack, but he decided like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vader climbs up the stairs slowly, and you think for a second like, oh, is he going to stop fighting? But Vader's like, it's foolish to lower your guard. And he goes to attack him, and Luke again, he doesn't want to fight, but he kind of just has to defend himself.
Yeah.
And I like this where basically Luke is on the back foot. He's trying his best not to actually attack Vader, like because later on the reverse is going to happen. He's just trying his best to defend himself. He ends up like doing a flip onto like a nearby balcony area, and he basically just tells Vader like it's your thoughts betray you, Father. I feel the good in you, the conflict.
Mm-hmm.
I like this, that it's not just like the Emperor and Vader goading Luke. It's also Luke like pulling on Vader.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Luke.
Like it is basically a tug of war essentially between the two.
Yeah, and I would say this too, like, we kind of talked about this. A lot of people will kind of say this is really Vader's movie, especially when they watch the prequels. But I would say this could be like Luke's movie. It's about him turning to the dark side, and he's refusing to turn to the dark side.
Oh, so. Yeah, I mean, not to say that Luke isn't the main character, but it's just kind of the idea that, like, as we're going to get to, it is kind of like Vader, who's, like, the hero of the story, kind of.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, maybe not the hero, but you get the idea. Yeah, so, Vader is like, no, you're wrong. There is no conflict. And then he throws his lightsaber, and like it hits the wires for the platform Luke is standing on, and it causes the platform to fall. Luke tumbles to the ground. Vader like walks down to where Luke landed, and the Emperor again is just like cackling the whole time. And I love that about the Emperor. So Vader, is like the complex character. He's the one with like a lot of like, like morals and like, morally gray, like good and bad. He's like the complex one. And the Emperor is just pure evil. And I kind of love that. Like not every villain needs to be like, like the hero of their own story. I feel like what the appeal of the Emperor is that he knows he's a piece of shit and he loves it.
Yeah, I like that a lot,
Like he's having the time of his life being evil.
Yeah. That's what I liked about like Tuco from Breaking Bad. He was
yeah, he's just like such a fucking nut job, and
yeah.
And like it's enjoyable. Like, not every villain needs to be like super complex.
For sure, yeah. I mean some of the villains in Danny aren't really that complex. I'm pretty sure Tectus isn't really that complex. He's just kind of a guy that's a scientist.
Yeah.
A lot of the villains in Danny are
is a good example. Like Zuko and Azula, to a lesser extent, are kind of like the morally gray, complex villains with like complicated motivations. And Ozai is kind of just like evil.
Yeah.
And I think that works because the whole point of that is like Azula and Zuko basically got like molded by their piece of shit dad.
Yeah.
Like, their stories wouldn't work if their dad wasn't such an asshole.
And I think one thing that's kind of what sometimes we hate on Yellow Jackets for is that they try to make all the villains like complex and everything like that. It'd be kind of nice if those just appear.
Yeah, and it's like like not you can just have like a couple of villains that are just psychos.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, don't get me wrong. Like you want to understand them. Like you don't want them to just be like, I'm evil and I'm just gonna do shit even if it's really stupid. Like you don't want that, but it is fine to have a villain who's just like being evil is just fun, you know?
Yeah, and you know, I feel like he's just a cool villain. He's 10 steps ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
You know, he does what the necessary steps it takes to win the war and everything like that. And you know, he's also willing to like negotiate with you and everything like that. Like he's gonna, you know, he'll hear you out and everything like that.
Yeah, and like, you know, I just like that he's basically set this up to like have father fight son for essentially his entertainment.
Yeah. Even though he didn't get to see,
you know, not entertainment, but he's definitely enjoying it.
he didn't get to see this fight though, because he's up there on like his like throne and everything like that.
Yeah, I know. When Vader walks down the stairs, he's like, "Fuck! All right, I'm gonna have to kind of. I don't really want to sit up, so I'm just gonna have to."
Yeah. That's why it's cool they make Carter punishment like, you know, the Emperor and Family, because that's kind of his character a lot in Family Guy, where he's like the villain.
Yeah. Oh, they do a pretty funny joke here when, you know, Vader throws the lightsaber and Luke falls. Vader is like, "Oh my God, are you okay? Sorry, I meant to I didn't mean to hit the wires and make you fall." And he turns to the Emperor and he's like, "Did you see that?" And he's like, "What?" He's like, "He fell." And he's like, "Yeah, so that's good. We want to hurt." And he's like, "Are you kidding? This is gonna be like a fucking lawsuit, you know? Like, you know, like this place is not safe. Like we're gonna have a whole construction issue."
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, and they also talk about how their initiation to the dark side is like, you know, because the Emperor is like, "Oh, by the way, we're totally gonna do the thing where he has to like eat salad that I like stuck my dick in." You know, like that's apparently like the initiation to the dark side.
Honestly, like even though that's a joke, I could honestly see that being a fucking thing in Star Wars, actually, type of thing. So
yeah, it's like, all right, Luke, you're on the dark side. I sat my nutsack in this salad, eat it.
Chiacho sized nutsacks too would have to be. Too.
Oh, I mean, fucking, you know, the salad would have been crushed.
For sure.
Yeah, but you know, Luke is kind of hiding in the shadows. And Vader's kind of just like looking around for him, and Vader, you know, Luke is trying to tell his dad, like, again, I'm not going to fight you. Like, let's not do this. And you know, Vader is like, you know, you don't have a choice in this. You know, your thoughts betray you.
I really like because you could like see Luke's expressions. I like that, like he's like even struggling like not to get into the fight and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I do like how he's like trying really hard to, like, you know, like Vader's like rubbing his mind. He's trying really hard to like not let it slip, but like Vader's able to like pull it out of Luke's mind. You know, it's like your thoughts betray you. Thoughts for your sister. And he's like, "So you have a twin sister?" And then you just see Luke's like horrified face. He's like, "Oh fuck," you know.
Yeah.
And basically Vader is like, "Oh, you know, Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. You know, now his failure is complete." I do like that where he has to get a jab at Obi-Wan.
Because he knows he's watching this fight too and everything like that. So
yeah, he's like eating the popcorn. He's like, "Damn it, another one of my secrets slipped."
Yeah.
But yeah, and then Vader is basically like, "So basically, you know, if you won't turn the dark side, perhaps she will." And I love that. Again, that's kind of the whole thing with Luke, is that he will protect his friends above all else. You know, the reason he was going to strike the Emperor is because his friends were in danger, and he was refusing to fight his dad here. But as soon as he said, like, you know, I'll kill you and I'll turn your sister to the dark side in your place, that's what causes Luke to, like, you know, just rage out.
And it makes sense that Vader would say that, because that's the whole reason he like used that to like lure Luke like to the planet they were on, where Lando was staying and everything like that. So the last movie.
Well, I mean, Leia was his sister then.
Yeah, but he used Han and everything like that. So
yeah. So yeah, he knows that. Like basically, he was like looking into Luke's mind.
Yeah.
To like see his like worry for his friends, and then he found out Leia was the sister. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, Luke's just like, you know, Luke was again hiding in the shadows. He just immediately lights up his lightsaber and like starts attacking Vader. And I love this like wide long shot you see of Luke just like swinging at Vader, and Vader like backing up, and like, you know, it's been flipped now. Luke's on the offense, and Vader's just kind of like stuck on the defense.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
And you just see him just fucking like, you can feel the power behind Luke's swings. You know, like at one point, like Vader just kind of has to duck, and then he just like ends up like tripping, and he's like holding on to the railing, and Luke is just fucking wailing on him over and over and over.
Yeah.
And then eventually he like smacks the saber away and like slices his hand off.
Yeah,
and
you could really feel this fight.
He's like heaving, he's like out of breath, like he's just like exhausted.
Yeah, I really like this a lot,
Yeah. And again, Luke is just like furious, like you see the look on his face. And then again, the Emperor's just cackling in the background. He finally got off his seat. He wanted to get a better view of what was happening.
Honestly, legit, yeah. You're making that as a joke, but that was probably the case.
Yeah. He's like, good, strike your father down. Take his place at my side.
I kind of like that.
I think I forgot to mention that I do like how this whole conversation he keeps calling Luke my apprentice. Like he's already so sure that Luke's gonna turn. He's like already calling him his apprentice.
Yeah, I really like this too. Like, he kind of had like a plan B type of thing, and now he's willing to like sacrifice like Vader.
I think the idea was always that he wanted Luke to kill Vader.
Yeah, so I really like this.
Because also that's again that gets expanded on more in the prequels. But the whole the Sith follow the rule of two, which is like there's only supposed to be one master and one apprentice.
Okay.
So and like the idea is like Luke, Vader wanted to make Luke his apprentice. They kill the Emperor. Vader becomes the new master. Luke's his apprentice. And likewise, the master is always looking for a better apprentice. So he's like, oh, a new young Skywalker. Have him kill his dad. He's my new apprentice.
Yeah. Do you think he'd wear the suit?
Huh?
Would Luke wear the suit, you think?
That'd be really funny if he's like, so like your dad kind of needed that to leave. I think I'll just like fuck you up a lot. So you also need a suit to live.
Yeah.
Just fucking chuck his ass into outer space for a few seconds, and let him fucking like be like, oh my god, like freeze a little bit.
I wonder if you just gave a spoiler there.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay.
That's why I was like, I'm gonna avoid saying the actual reason Vader needs that suit. So I'll just say, chuck him into space.
Or you could just wear it, a nice Halloween costume type.
No, it has to. We have to commit. We have to commit. You need it to breathe.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do like this where Luke kind of looks down at his father, and he sees the hand he just cut off, and it's it's robotic. Like it's you just see like wires sticking out from the wrist.
Yeah.
And then Luke I forgot to say it earlier, but after Luke got shot at the fight on Tatooine, like the fake skin was obviously burnt off, and you could see like the robot metal underneath.
Yep.
So Luke like put a black glove on his hand.
Yeah, the rest of the movie, yeah, which is good.
Down at his hand, his robot hand in like the black glove, and he just like clenches it. Like he basically realizes like, it's kind of like the scene last movie where he kills that fake Vader, and like the mask comes off, and it's like his face underneath.
Yep.
Kind of the same thing where he realizes like this is exactly what was happening to his dad, that he's becoming his dad. Like by looking at like their shared like metal hand.
Yeah, kind of cool too. They set that up the last movie too, like this scene right here. Like they had that.
Yeah.
They had that planned too. So.
I like that. Yeah. So sorry, what was that?
The upload.
Luke looked at his prosthetic hand, realized it was basically he's in the same position his dad was in. And he decides, to he chucks his lightsaber away, and he's like, "No, you failed, Your Highness. I'm a Jedi like my father before me." And I love that line because earlier he was like saying, "I'm a Jedi," and Yoda was like, "No, not yet. You got to confront Vader first."
Yep.
And and I like that here. Luke proclaims he's like, "No, I am a Jedi." Because as I said earlier, that's a big thing. It's like last movie. Luke was wrong to not listen to Yoda and Obi-Wan. So you think the lesson here is like, oh, he needs to listen to Yoda and Obi-Wan when they say kill your dad. But no, Yoda and Obi-Wan are wrong. You know, Luke is in the right to not listen to them here.
Yeah. I also like, too, they threw in a couple moments, because IOL, you probably didn't really buy that, like, Luke was going to turn, but they put in, like, enough moments, like, okay, maybe actually he's going to turn without turning type of thing, like, obviously give in to his rage and you know, kill the Emperor, like, thinking he's doing the right thing, but the dark side, you know, is fooling him type of thing. So I like that they threw in a couple moments where the audience could buy it.
So this was like, you know, this got thrown out pretty early on in the process, but like when they were like coming up with ideas for this movie, they were kind of tossing around the idea that Luke does turn to the dark side, like Vader dies, kind of like he does, you know, and then you know, but like you know, when Luke takes the mask off, he puts it on himself, and like he proclaims himself like the new Darth Vader.
Oh, that would have been cool too.
Yeah, but I'm glad they didn't go with that.
Yeah, but yeah, I just kind of
Again,
like
it's cool to like what if, like it'd be cool to see that in like maybe like a video game or like a show or something. But like for this, no, I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, but you know, I do like that they threw in a couple moments in there where you actually think he's gonna like turn and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, I think that's pretty cool.
But yeah, I do like this. Pretty much confirms that like no, Luke is gonna stay strong. You know, he and you know, I like that he says, you know, I'm a Jedi like my father before me. Like he still believes in the good man that his father was. And you know, and I think a big part of this is again, he saw how his father turned out. And he's like, no, I don't want that for myself. Like I'm gonna stay a Jedi.
Yep.
Like I know dark side doesn't lead anywhere good. And I like the look on the Emperor's face where he's like, fuck, you know, I've never had this happen to me before, you know?
Oh, he fucking
like,
he reacted.
It didn't work out.
Yeah. And he took that anger out on Luke real quick.
Yeah. Where I do like this, you know, before he was calling him like my apprentice. But now here he's just like, very well. You know, now you die, Jedi. Like he calls him Jedi mockingly.
Yeah.
And then he just shoots lightning out of his hands. And sorry, I had a burp. So I want to point this out because some people want to complain. You know, because you know, like pulling force powers out of your ass. There's a good way to do it and a bad way to do it. This is a good way to do it. So the Emperor is this mysterious figure. He's ruled the galaxy for 20-something years. He's Darth Vader's master. I can totally buy that he has like some special power up his sleeve. Like that's fun.
Yeah.
You know? And like this doesn't break the game. This is a very powerful ability, but like it doesn't like ruin anything, you know?
Yeah, and I can buy he knows this. Like you said, he's a very powerful figure.
Cool. You know, like again, you know, the shooting lightning at your fingertips, that's cool.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out because, you know, like sometimes in like other Star Wars shit, characters will pull stuff out of their ass and they'll try to be like, oh, well, you know, the Emperor shot lightning out of his hands. And when I'm like, not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Just shut that up.
I feel like this is cool because, like, you always got the vibe that Emperor was like a really strong presence. I mean, when they get to see him like do anything here, so it's kind of nice to actually see him like do stuff himself and everything like that.
Yeah, he is incredibly powerful. Yeah, and he just begins to like torture Luke, shooting him with lightning, and he starts to, you know, plead. You know, he says like, you know, Father, help me, please. Which you know, again, it's showing how much he loves his dad. That you know, even through all this, he still believes in his dad. And he wants his dad to like make the right choice.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, again, it's crazy that like Vader like stands up and he immediately like stands next to the Emperor, like on instincts. That's just his like first thought.
Yeah.
Is that like, you know, the Emperor was literally just gonna have you killed by your own son. And he's still like kind of just like a wounded dog, still like, you know, ends up at his feet, you know, like it's just like it's second nature to him.
Yeah.
Like he's so doing whatever the Emperor wants.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing when, like...
Again, he basically has, like, this slave mentality.
Yeah, for sure.
But, you know, he just kind of keeps looking back and forth between the Emperor and Luke. And James Earl Jones, you know, the voice of Vader, kind of gave his thoughts on the scene. And he, again, he's not a writer, so you take it with a grain of salt, but I like this idea. Where he kind of, he liked to believe that Vader was, like, crying underneath the mask.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like seeing his son getting hurt like this. And, you know, and Vader, you know, seeing his son getting tortured because he refused to turn to the dark side. doing what he could never do, and still believe in him after everything that's happened. Still believe that Vader has good in him. Because that's a big thing, is that basically everyone has written Vader off as a lost cause. Like nobody believes that Vader was capable of good, even himself.
Yeah.
And again, he was firmly of the belief that the Emperor will just get whatever he wants. Like there's no point even fighting him. Like he's just too smart, too powerful. Like you can't beat him. So for Luke to, again, like actually one up the Emperor, like no matter what, refuse to turn to the dark side, and to again still believe in him after everything, like be the only person to possibly believe there is good in him. I think his love for his son really came out in the end. He decided, enough is enough. Like I'm not gonna let my son die here. And he picks the Emperor up like over his head, and he, as the Emperor is like getting carried away, he's like still shooting out lightning, and he's like electrocuting himself and Vader. And Vader just shucks him down the reactor shaft. And you just see him fucking go, screaming his guts out as he fucking falls.
Yeah, it was a really cool death scene. A lot of really cool death scenes this movie. The Emperor, Yoda, and we're gonna get to a big one in a minute. I really like I really like this, and I like that this didn't completely come out of nowhere type of thing. Like they had kind of built some tension with Darth Vader and the Emperor. Obviously, like they were kind of building up that the Darth Vader was going to turn. They kind of started going that direction. So I really liked this death here, and like Vader finally turning to the dark side and everything like that. And I like that they treated this like a big deal, because they always said like once you turn to the dark side, like you can't go back and everything like that. So like this was actually like felt like a huge deal. And I like too that like you're not really sure, because obviously this was a huge surprise to me, because I never knew that like Darth Vader like flipped back into a good guy type of thing and everything like that.
Yeah, because it's like it's not really a secret that like obviously it was a huge plot twist back then, but like nowadays everyone knows that like Vader is Luke's dad. And then like Vader used to be a good guy and then he became a bad guy, but a lot of people don't know that he kind of came around in the end.
Yeah, so this was a really cool scene for me and everything like that. And I thought this was awesome. Came together really well. I kind of like that there was they really build to it too. Like in this scene, you just see Darth Vader looking at Luke in pain. I like that Luke's calling out for him, and then finally, I like that Darth Vader kind of has, because obviously too. The biggest thing is I feel like too, like the next lightning shot was gonna like kill Luke. I think Father Instincts also like kicked in, and he decided to like chuck him off of the.
It was his love for his son kind of won out in the end.
Also like this too, because obviously when you hear a lot of people like turn to the dark side IOL and like in movies and stuff, the biggest reason they also like flip back good is for the love of their kids and everything like that. So I think there's something to be said for that.
Like you said, that like paternal love.
Yeah.
And I do like that even after the Emperor is gone, like you still see just Vader like flashing with lightning, like showing just how like fucking powerful that lightning he was getting hit with was.
Yeah.
And then like Luke rushes over to catch his dad, who's like slumped over, and you just see him like really, you can hear him like really struggle to breathe. Because basically like the lightning, as I said earlier, basically fried his life support.
Mm-hmm.
Like he basically like he's really struggling to stay alive here. He did it. He returned to the light side. Darth Vader was kind of the hero at the end of the day. He's the one who defeated the Emperor.
Yeah.
And I guess it's time to finally say it. Return of the Jedi. That does it. You can, but it is not meant to refer to Luke. Returning after last movie as a Jedi. No, this is to refer to Anakin Skywalker being the Jedi that returns. He returns back to the light side. He becomes a Jedi in the very end.
Yeah, which I think is really cool, the fact that he was able to redeem himself at the end. Obviously, we've been told he was a Jedi before. I like that, he returned back to being a Jedi. Makes the title come full circle, because you think they're talking about Luke. And it would have been I guess you could have used it for Luke, but it would have been kind of weird considering the fact that we've seen Luke like the whole movie. It'd be kind of weird if it was referring to Luke because we saw him a good chunk of the movie, so it makes sense that they went with Darth Vader here. Kind of a cool thing. I wonder if they'll use this like in the sequels now, where because this happened, like when you turn to the dark side, they'll do like plot lines where they try to like turn those people back to good, say like Vader turned good and did all this bad shit and everything like that. Or the opposite happens, such as say the sequels suck. They'll fucking flip flop everywhere and everything like that. One movie they'll be like on the dark side, and the next movie they'll be like good, and it will happen off screen and everything like that type of thing. Like it won't be a big character change or anything like that. So in a weird way, the Disney set it up to like make this a really great success or make it a failure. Only AJ knows.
I guess only time will tell what your thoughts are, Owen.
Maybe I'll love it. Maybe I'll absolutely love it. You'll absolutely hate it, and then.
Yeah, I would be amazed if you end up loving it. But hey, again, I don't want to, paint your picture too much. Again, you are more than welcome to see, make your own thoughts on it when we get to it. When we're 85, because we still got the prequels to get to.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody's like kind of abandoning ship because the Death Star is about to blow. Gee, I wonder how that's happening. We're gonna get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, Luke is struggling to kind of like limp Vader over to like a nearby escape ship. The people running by must be so confused. Like the guy just running for his dear life, and then he's like, "Holy shit, is that Darth Vader?"
Yeah, I know.
Like, what the fuck happened to him? But Luke is like struggling to get Vader on the ship, and he kind of like drops him, and he's like kind of like dragging him. And Vader just kind of says like, "No, stop." And he says, "Luke, help me take this mask off." Mm-hmm. And Luke, obviously understanding that he needs a suit to breathe, he's like, "No, you'll die." And Vader just kind of says, "Nothing can stop that."
Yeah.
Which I like that because, as I said before, him and Yoda kind of have a conversation about like death and like how it's like kind of a natural part of life.
Yeah.
So, I like that he kind of takes a page from Yoda's book here, where he's like kind of accepted it now. Like, I'm gonna die, and like that's okay.
I also like this because he wants to take the mask off because he like wants to see like.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. He says, just for once, let me look at you with my own eyes.
Yeah, which is really cool.
And I like this because again, we last movie we saw like the back of his head, like briefly. So Luke kind of just takes off the top part of the helmet, and you see like kind of a little bit like the back of his head, and then again Luke takes off the face part slowly, and you see the man behind the mask. And again, we got to pull a page from the Red versus Blue fucking book. For so long, this evil guy, this pure evil force, you think he's a rat bastard piece of shit, done so much harm, hurts every character in this. You think he's this pure evil guy with no heart. And then, you never see his face. And then,
he's not even wearing a helmet and everybody else is. Like...
Yeah. At least this guy was wearing a helmet, unlike the director. The only guy not wearing a helmet, and we never see his fucking face.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you finally see this guy, and you think it's gonna be some, like evil mastermind. But no, at the end of the day, it's just this sad, broken man who, ended up losing everything. He made a deal with the devil, and became a monster essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like this face reveal, I just love how sad, like, Vader is and everything like that. You can see he's on the face of death, and I just love that he looks like a broken man and everything like that just made a deal with the devil. I really like seeing his face for the first time. I remember I asked you this, like, off camera yesterday, because we recorded this, a day ago and everything like that. Like, if I asked if this was, like, the original guy doing all the stunt work and everything like that, but no, you said it's, a different actor and everything like that they brought in.
Yeah. The guy who is usually in the Vader suit is David Prowse. And then they got Sebastian Shaw to be in the suit for this.
And unfortunately for him, unfortunately, this is the only part of the royalties that he's going to get from these movies, because obviously, as I'll talk about...
Yeah, because in the special edition, the scene later, they changed him out. Yeah, but this was really cool. And again, I like how he's got like cuts all over his head. Again, he's like super pale. He's got like bags under his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like deformed and like covered in scars.
Yeah, it's and it makes you wonder what happened to him to like get him into this position and everything like that.
Yeah. And I do love this where, like he looks kind of sad, but then, Vader, Luke, seeing his father face to face for the first time ever, he's not like disgusted or like afraid. He just like smiles.
Yeah.
He's like just happy to see, like again, like Vader said, like, see his father, with his own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like this where Vader, smiles back like he's just happy, that like he said, to look on his own son with his own eyes.
And they're having like a real moment, not like a twisted moment that Vader's been like wanting to have.
Vader's twisted form of love from earlier. This is like a genuine, like a father-son moment between them.
The only one, probably too.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the only one.
Unless there's some Jedi stuff in like the sequels and everything like that. So
can't think of anything at the moment. Yeah. So, Vader says, "Go, my son, leave me." And obviously his voice is different because the suit was the one giving him like the voice earlier.
Yeah.
He's like, "Go, my son, leave me." And Luke says what he said earlier. It's like, "No, I'm not going to leave you. You're coming with me. Like, I'm going to save you." And I love this where Vader just says, "You already have, Luke. You already saved me.
Yeah.
You were right about me." No, he says, "You were right. You were right about me. Please tell your sister you were right."
Yeah, I really like that a lot.
And I just love how grateful he sounds when he says, "You were right about me." It really is that, like, again, he himself and nobody, including himself, believed he was anything more than a monster for decades. So, just having his son love and believe in him no matter what, was really all it took.
Yeah, I really like this a lot. I think you're going to get to it, but I love the music for this. Like, they kind of mixed up, like, the Jedi music that plays when you see Luke.
Oh, I was going to say, this is the Imperial March, which is Vader's theme. But obviously, normally it's, the dun, 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 da, like, it's very, like, imposing and like, menacing. But here it's, like, played, like, somberly.
Yeah, it's really sad.
And, Luke is like, "No, Father, please." And, Vader passes away. And, Luke is, of course, heartbroken. But he gets on the ship. And, he flies up the Death Star just before something happens to it, Owen. That they threw a big party on there. Luke was at work the next day. He didn't want to stick around for the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked about that for a while because that was kind of like the main meat of this final act here.
Yeah, I loved it a lot. Seeing Vader turn back to the good side. I love the Emperor as an opposing figure. We got like two badass deaths. One actually a badass death, and one like a sad badass death.
Yeah.
Obviously, just really love the character. For Luke and Vader. Just the scene was a massive thumbs up. Honestly, we'll get to it, but all this stuff here is kind of the main reason we're probably gonna grade this movie like so highly because it was all really great stuff.
And because I guess I should talk about redemption. There's different kinds of redemption because Vader is actually a lot of people love his character arc, but he is also criticized a lot. Like a lot of people feel like he didn't earn the redemption because he's just like done too much damage. Like him saving his son doesn't really make up for all the billions of people he's killed. And I'm like, I feel like there's two kinds of redemption. There's the ones like Zuko, where like Zuko really truly did make up for all the bad he did. Because Zuko, like, he didn't really kill anybody. He, obviously, like, he chased the Avatar. He burned down Kyoshi Island, and he helped take over Ba Sing Se. Those are like the main bad things he did.
Yeah.
But he, obviously, like, he really made up for all of them. He helped Aang save the world. He became Fire Lord and presumably helped rebuild a lot of the damage done by the Fire Nation.
Yeah, for sure.
And obviously helped liberate Ba Sing Se. And he worked really hard. Like pretty much the second half of book 3 is just Zuko making it up to the members of Team Avatar for all the bad things he did.
Yep.
Like I would say Zuko truly did like redeem himself in like every way. Vader is the one where it's like, I think a big part, like he said, like it's too late for me. I think Vader knows that like no matter what he does, he could not possibly make up for all the bad things he did. It's kind of like with Hitler, where it's like if Hitler cured cancer, it'd be like, yeah, that's great, but like you're still a shitty person. Like you can't really come back from all the bad you did.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing where it's like no matter what Vader did, he wouldn't be able to just make up. He would never be a good person again. But the fact is, he tried. In his final moments, he did his best to make up for the bad he did, and he saved his son. And what really mattered to him was that his son, at the end of the day, still loves him, and that was kind of what redemption meant for him.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely different things for redemption, like with Walter White. In ways he redeemed himself, and in ways he didn't. And I feel like he made the redemption that he knew like he could make. Like obviously the one, but the talk he has with Skylar, he knew he ended up saving Jesse for being a slave, but he knew he couldn't like redeem the partnership.
He saved Jesse from slavery, and he got his family the money. Which is like but of course he's obviously going to be hated by his family, but forever. That's kind of like his punishment. Same with Vader. We're like, yeah, Vader's killed the Emperor, but like he's still going to be hated in history forever.
Right.
Like nobody but from like Luke is going to like Vader. Vader's still going to be the most hated, feared figure in history. So like, he's still like, him killing the Emperor doesn't change that.
Yeah. And
funny enough, Naruto kind of has a similar character where a masked figure kind of redeems himself in the end, like Vader, where he knows he can't make up for all the bad he did, but like he's gonna do the best he can to like help save the world before he dies, because he was on like a ticking clock before he died, and like the villain was like mocking him, and he was like, Naruto, why do you even give a shit about him? He's a traitor to both sides. He's gonna be going down in history as a pathetic loser. And Naruto is like, hey, no matter what, to me, like he's awesome. Like he did the best he could, and that's what matters to me.
Yeah. And there's tons of redemption, in Yellow Jackets. Like we're kind of seeing that with Natalie a little bit in the past and everything like that, where she tried to redeem herself from all the bad. Unfortunately, that's not the best example because
I was gonna say that's not really a good example of redemption.
Yeah, but with Ben, he had to kind of redeem himself a little bit, but he kidnapped Maui and then realized, he kind of tried to redeem himself from that type of thing. So, there's different types. There's a ton of different types of redemption. Obviously, the Danny Phantom episode where he's about to become evil. Obviously that's a lot of that's about redemption and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, so there's definitely different types of redemption.
Obviously, we're gonna get to it 10-10, Kevin.
Yep, that's a big one. But yeah, I definitely think there's different types of redemption and everything like that. I think a good example is it's a weird example, but Good Luck Charlie. I don't know if you remember, there's the episode where like her boyfriend cheated on her, and they had and they had to barely build back up to like them getting back together, and like. There's an episode where you think they're gonna get back together, but like, obviously, she says like, when I kiss you, I don't feel that way. I think a lot of that was him cheating on her, like really ruined her trust in him and everything like that, and that's why they.
Yeah, I do remember that where she kind of like makes friends with like the other girl.
Yeah.
Who I'm pretty sure PJ ends up dating.
Right.
And at the end, at the end of the episode, he's trying to, because they're like making a diss track on him or whatever, and at the end, he's like, hey, listen, sorry for what I did. That girl doesn't mean anything to you. And, she's like, I'm sorry, I can't trust you.
Yeah, so.
And, she, in the end, decides, like, she's not going to, like, shit on him. She's just going to kind of move on for a bit. From what I remember, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of them getting back together, but I haven't seen that show in a long time, so maybe it was built up better.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So, yeah. Let's go through my stuff now. This Lando thing really isn't a lot. Not a lot of it's about Lando, so that's funny.
Yeah.
It's mainly about that main commander guy that ends up getting a big meme out of it.
Yeah,
So.
Admiral Akbar, the fucking ocean man himself.
Yeah. So we haven't seen Lando in a while. He's flying the Falcon. That's kind of what sucked about this movie too. Like, we spent so much time with the Falcon the first two movies. We didn't really spend a lot of time like with it, and that was like the main ship.
Yeah, and it's weird that this space battle is like kind of like really. Yeah, it's not even like the B plot; it's like the C plot.
I'd say the Z plot. So.
Yeah, like you really don't get much of this, unfortunately.
Yeah. So doing all of this, they're making their way towards the Death Star. They're kind of obviously like waiting. One cool thing I'm pretty sure, like during the space battle, I think you see like Luke's friend that like, I'm pretty sure it's like the friend that like went out and like joined like, to be a part of like the space battles and everything like that.
I know, because that guy died in the first movie.
Oh, well, I remember, so it must be a different guy. Like, I'm pretty sure one of the guys, like, ends up being, like, pretty friendly before.
Yeah, I think he was in the background before, but, like, I don't remember who he was.
Yeah. Because, he's there at the end, like, celebrating with them and everything like that, too.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they're kind of waiting for the shield to shut down. And Admiral Akbar is obviously, kind of pushing the mission forward. Oh, I forgot to mention. Actually, we should mention this. The deleted scene, while this Luke and Darth Vader thing is going down and everything like that. So there was a deleted scene actually with the Commando, where the first scene is like Darth Vader's about to go talk to the Emperor. I don't know exactly where this takes place, but like he's about to choke him to death and. He's like, look, you're not authorized to go here. And I think this is cool, like, he's choking the Commando, and he's like, who authorized it? And he said the Emperor. And I kind of like this, like, Darth Vader, like, releasing his grip, because the Emperor has, like, such a big influence on him. When he got told that the Emperor, like, gave the order, that's what got Darth Vader to back off and everything like that. And, like...
I didn't see that deleted scene, so I'm definitely going to check that out after this video.
Yeah. But there's a deleted scene, I won't go into it too much, where the Emperor, like, wanted... like the Commando to like blow up like the moon that the rebels were on, if the plan didn't go well, and they did like the scene where the Commander was like contemplating and he really wasn't sure if he wasn't going to do it or not. I think eventually he just decided to, but you could kind of tell like he didn't really want to do it type of thing. He was just kind of listening to like the Emperor and everything like that. I'm going to guess they cut this scene because obviously I don't really know how the fuck the rebels would have been able to get out of it, like a situation like that, of like a planet blowing up type of thing. I thought they actually like left it in. But no, they kept that, they cut that scene. Again, I don't mind that getting cut because this Commander guy, like, we spent a lot of time with, but I don't think enough to like for him to get like his own plot line.
Yeah, again, like we already said, there's like a lot happening in this final act. I feel like it'd be kind of tacking on to like a character. Like you said, we see him in a couple scenes, but like we don't really know him well enough to really care.
Yeah. But yeah, so but doing this, Lando's kind of getting ready to attack the Death Star. But obviously, like, the guy that he's, like, with, he doesn't speak any English or anything like that, but he tells, like, Lando, like, that the shield's still up and, like, they're getting ready to, like, attack them and everything like that. And he's like, wait, how can they be getting ready to attack? No, not, but, yeah, and he also gets told, like, that the Death Star, like, is operational and everything like that. And, like, how...
Well, they find out it's operational, like, a little bit later.
But anyhow, like, I think they have like defenses lined up to like attack them and everything like that type of thing.
That's basically what it is. Like Lando basically pieces together like, oh shit, they were expecting us.
Yeah, and then we get that meme. Well,
it's a trap.
Yep. Good meme. Kind of sucks. It's supposed to be like Lando's plot. The biggest thing talked about. It isn't even about him. It's about this fucking meme.
It's about fucking Admiral Akbar. Yeah.
Kind of funny. I didn't even know this was the meme they're talking about. I always thought it was the Leia one, and then like I guess I missed this meme originally, like when I watched this movie again, because there's so much happening in between this time. Like, so AJ had to send me like the clip of like what the meme like was and everything like that. So Lando obviously kind of pieces together, and like Akbar is trying to like pull the crew out of there type of thing, saying like, look, you guys aren't gonna survive this or anything like that. But Lando kind of has like enough faith in like Han and Leia, even though like they're walking into a trap, to like be able to overcome it. Good thing too, because imagine he just like said, because you know they ended up being able to get out of it. So good thing Lando decided to stick around and everything like that. You know, to decide to go in like his lunch break and say like, yeah, fuck it, I ain't dealing with this and everything like that type of thing. Or you know, maybe he was the trap. You know, he's sending them to the Emperor and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah, Lando's fucking still loyal to Vader. You know, no, joking aside, even though Lando, again, like Han, is given jack shit to do in this movie. Hi, Mickey. I do like this, where, you know, obviously last movie he, like, betrayed Han and them to, like, get the Empire off his back. I like that here he's, like, putting his life on the line, and, like, it really seems like they can't win this fight, but he's, like, willing to trust Han and them with his life, and, like, is willing to just buy time for them.
Yeah. So doing all this, though, they're trying to attack the Death Star. They're obviously not having very much success. You know, eventually, and also he's doing this because, like, maybe like doing this while they could like take out some of their own guys and everything like that. Because this laser's like really huge and everything like that type of thing, and it can like take out like 2 ships at once, pretty much, if it really.
Oh yeah, well, because I forgot to mention like the Star Destroyers around there, but like the Star Destroyers aren't like attacking them.
Yeah.
And that's weird. Because Lando's like, they must have something up their sleeve, and even the Star Destroyers are like, why aren't we attacking them? And they're like, oh, the Emperor has something planned. And then, yeah, it's revealed the Death Star is operational. It shoots a laser. And Lando's like, oh, fuck, that thing works.
Yeah. So, yeah, then, I will say some cool thing is we got, like I said, we got some deleted scenes from this scene. And it was kind of cool because you got to see them, like, do test recordings and everything like that, like, with them out of the suit. And you could, like, hear someone, like, the director, like, in, like, the radio part of the headphones and everything like that, like, giving them the lines to say. It's actually, like, a pretty cool scene.
Okay, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes, so it's pretty cool. And then, yeah, so, eventually when they find out the shield's been deactivated, and I like this, like, Lando's, like, really happy, like, I knew they could do it, and it wasn't actually, like, a joke, like, he actually believed it, like, Han obviously has been sarcastically making that joke, so I like that Lando actually was genuine about it.
Although, I do like that it's not just faith in Han and them, because, like, at Akbar, when it's revealed the Death Star works, he's like, we can't match that firepower, we gotta retreat. And, you know, Lando is like, look, we're never getting another chance like this.
Yep.
Which is like, you know, because, yeah, it is like, why would they stick around if the Death Star works? It's like, yeah, no, that's a good point of, like, even if it doesn't look like you could win, you're never going to get another chance to kill the Emperor and their Death Star.
Yeah, that's a big thing. You know, so yeah, when it gets deactivated, Lando and a bunch of other guys on the ship, one of them gets hit, and the guy even says that he's hit, and then he fucking blows up. That was pretty funny. Like, wow, I didn't. Yeah. He says I'm hit, and like, oh, you were hit, alright. You got fucking exploded, dude. Like,
what explosions in this movie?
Yeah,
Michael Bay probably fucking jerking off this film.
Also, yeah, not a lot of explosions, and a lot of people dying via explosion too, not just explosions. So, a lot of people doing fucking 360s and all that type of shit too, and everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of people are fucking, you know, you're gonna get to this meme in the prequels. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
But you know, eventually Lando goes to like the reactor of the Death Star. He's able to finally destroy it. Even though I think the Emperor was dead already by this point, so what the fuck ever. Like, they didn't like Lando, all he did was just destroy the Death Star, and like it's just, and that's a pretty big fucking deal, but it's like he didn't kill the Emperor. Like, I think Lando celebrated thinking he killed the fucking Emperor and everything.
As they killed the Emperor, and Luke's like
I wonder if Luke's gonna take over like Obi-Wan Street and just like start lying, like, yeah, you killed the Emperor, buddy.
Yeah, no, you did it, Lando. Good job. No, that's great on you.
I mean, it'd be even funnier, by the way, if like right when Darth Vader was about to kill the Emperor, like the fucking thing blew up and Luke was still on it and everything like that.
Vader's like, I'm doing it, Luke. I'm redeeming that, and they all blow up.
Yeah. So then, how would that work? With like, when he's still a Jedi, because he didn't actually get to throw him off like the thin. He was like about to throw him off the thin.
He's like half a Jedi. It's fucking like he's still a Force ghost, but he's like fucking like that's only half his body.
Oh yeah, so he's half Force ghost, and is there a Sith? Is there like a Sith ghost, or do you not become a ghost? You like
No.
what do you just go away?
Well, kind of, sorta. Okay, so like the Sith kind of have ways to like exist after death, but like not really as ghosts.
What are they? Like demons?
Well, they usually kind of have to like possess like an object or something.
So could he half possess like an odd?
So they basically have like dollar store Force ghosts.
Oh, okay. So like,
Because that's kind of the idea is that like the Sith want to like be ultimate power and like live forever, but they can't do it. Whereas the Jedi don't care about living forever, which is what allows them to live forever, essentially.
yeah. So like maybe he'll be like half Force ghost, half can take over shit and do that. Like,
Yeah, I just love it. He's like glitching out like a video game. He's just like spazzing out.
I love it. Yeah.
Like, God, this is worse than death.
Oh,
it's like the Family Guy thing when they're all like time traveling. He's just in the fucking like barbershop thing.
Oh yeah,
He's like, dear, no way to live.
Yeah. But yeah, so eventually everyone kind of celebrates in space. And then like a bunch of ships start crashing into like the ship. I think this was before it actually blew up, but like it starts crashing into like the ship before Luke takes off and anything like that. It's really into the space fight, really not like a lot to it. And again, this is kind of weird because like this was like the big hook of Star Wars like in the first movie and everything like that. I kind of thought there'd be more space fights and everything like that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Plus, we kind of did this already, like in the first movie, them destroying the Death Star. So it's kind of whatever. And like, because it's Lando's in it, like none of the main cast, they don't really spend a lot of time on it. Again, I feel like too, you can't really focus on this because that of all the Luke and Darth Vader stuff, and then the like fight at you know.
Yeah, again, this is like a distant C plot, like, but yeah, to sum it up, essentially, they get there, the Death Star shields aren't down, they're prepared for them, so they're kind of just running around, getting killed. Eventually the shields go down and they're able to like kind of turn the tide. That's basically what
That's
happens.
all that happens, yeah. Like, I thought like I'd be talking about. You'll probably think I'd be talking about this for a long time, but there's really nothing to this. So it's like, not that bad about it or anything like that. It's just kind of a whole lot of nothing. Good thing General Akbar decided to become a meme and everything like that. I guarantee you the scene was a whole lot of nothing before memes became a thing and everything like that. So
yeah.
It's at least we got a nice meme out of it. I guess that's always good. But
this was even easier for the Rebels because remember they had to like do the trench run in the first movie and then hit that like small exhaust port. Whereas here the Death Star is only half finished, so they just flew right in to blow up the fucking core.
Yeah, so like, whatever, like, yeah, kind of whatever. I don't really hate this scene, but I just don't have any feeling towards it. It just kind of exists. Feels like.
I will say this that one funny bit where they're like attacking the Super Star Destroyer, and the guys on the bridge are like, "We gotta evacuate." And the guy's like, "It's too late," and then you just see a guy fucking spinning, which is a good trick, fucking kamikazes into the fucking. Oh my god! Into the fucking into the command ship. It's like Jesus.
Oh my gosh!
That dude. I feel like that wasn't even necessary. That dude didn't even look like his ship was injured or anything. He just decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna kill myself and all of you.
Oh, love it.
I would love it if it's like he just got a text from his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's like, "Hey, honey, I'm pregnant," and he's like,
Yeah, that would be funny. But
But yeah, they destroy the Star Destroyers in the Death Star. Honestly, the Death Star, like I said, I could get why they did that because once the shields were down, they could just fucking fly right in. But the Star Destroyers, I mean, those things, they had a fucking shit ton of those. I'm kind of amazed they were able to destroy all of them.
Yeah, me too. But whatever. Like I said, this seems a whole lot of nothing. So.
It looks cool, I guess.
Yeah, it looks cool. I guess maybe they wanted to do this too because when they did it the first time, they didn't have like a big budget, so they wanted to do it with like a bigger budget and everything like that. So
like I think it looks better than the first one. Like, there's not as much to it this time around, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's also weird because, like we said, like none of really the main characters are involved in this. Like our two POV characters are Lando and Akbar, and like, obviously we like Lando from last movie, but like he unfortunately doesn't have a lot of screen time. This is kind of like the only big thing he does. And then Akbar is like, I like Akbar, but like we just got introduced to him like 10 minutes ago.
Literally, yeah.
So it's weird that these are our two POV characters for blowing up the Death Star.
Yeah, and again, you could do stuff with like not big characters like in Death Note, like we got like an episode like all centered around like Misa, like Alan Light took like a backseat to like that, and that ended up being like pretty fine.
Yeah, Matsuda also had that episode, and don't get me wrong, Matsuda was like there, but he was just kind of like a background character, like a side character.
Yep. So,
that episode where he got to like shine.
Well, Aizawa, he's the one that stands up to like L when he wants to leave the.
Oh yeah, that was a big one because he was even more of just like a background character, and then he gets to have that conflict with L. He quits the team, and then he ends up coming through and helping out with the chase.
Yep. So, and that made him a big character.
Got to do a Death Note video this year.
Yeah, and that made him like a big character and everything like that too. So
yeah, that kind of bumped him up to like main side character status.
Yeah, so you could do like cool stuff with side characters. It's just I think it just didn't help again too because this just felt like it was just in its own little like universe kind of going on and everything like that. You know, compared to everything else. So, and Lando thinks he did something. He thinks he killed the Emperor, but Lando, you did not do that. So the Emperor was already. Yeah.
I love it if Luke really did get blown up and Lando gets there and he's like, "All right, guys, we did it! Woohoo! Hey, where's Luke?
Yeah,
guys, man, where's Luke, guys?"
Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah. But yeah, let's talk about the end of the movie.
Luke shows up and he just flips him off.
Yeah. By the way, can you flip off people if you're a Force Ghost? Because the whole thing is supposed to be like pure and everything like that. Like, can you like be a Force Ghost?
I would love it if like the Force Ghosts are like, "Luke, you can't flip him off. It'll make you disappear." And he's like, "Worth it."
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
So yeah, the space battle ends. The Empire loses. Everyone starts to celebrate, and again, like I said, the special editions where they added in a bunch of scenes, hit or miss with some of them. I do like this part here where we start to see some other planets celebrating.
Yeah.
The defeat of the Empire, and some of these planets we see in the prequels.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's kind of cool to like add them in retrospect. Like the big city planet is Coruscant.
Okay.
Which is the capital of like the galaxy. It's basically like the Washington D.C. or like the New York of the galaxy. And we also see Naboo, which I can't really go into, but we see Naboo. That doesn't really mean anything to you, Owen, right now.
Will it soon?
It will next movie.
Okay.
Yeah, so we see everybody celebrating. Everyone's like, "Woohoo, we did it! The Empire's gone. That's awesome." I guess we're gonna. I would love how everybody is actually like panicking. Everyone's like, "Oh God, the government collapsed!" And it's like the Great Depression on Wall Street. Fucking stockbrokers are just jumping out of windows, killing themselves.
Yeah.
But no, not that. We're not going that dark.
Well, not yet, anyways. It's still got a couple years, so.
Yeah. Han and Leia, everyone on the ground, they're kind of just, tending to the wounded. They see the Death Star blow up in the sky. And of course, Han's pretty worried. He's like, no, it's okay. Luke was definitely off that. I believe in him. He's okay. And Leia's like, yeah, no, he's okay. I know he's okay. And, seeing how confident Leia is in Luke, Han kind of just says, like somberly, like, "You love him, don't you?" And Leia, like, turns to him and she's like, "Of course I love him." And I do like this where Han, like it seems like he wants to get mad, but he's just kind of like he kind of like accepts it, and he's like, I got it. Like, you know, when he gets back, I won't get in the way. Again, like you said, it's I wish he had more to do because it would have been. I don't know. I'm kind of glad he didn't get mad here. I think his mentality, like, he loves Leia and he loves Luke. You know, it's like his girlfriend and his best friend, and he's basically like, if those two love each other, and you know, it makes them happy, then I'm willing to kind of step aside for that.
Yeah, I like that. I just wish he had more to do.
Yeah, he had more to do. Yeah. But you know, I do love this, but Leia just like looks at him, like she basically realizes what he thinks, and she's like, "It's not like that. He's my brother." And Han gives this face. It's like he himself is processing all the plot twists. He is like, "What the fuck is my life right now?"
I love that, yeah. And I love doing this. It's probably the only time I like the Ewok. When he's like trying to process all this like Ewok comes over like celebrating, trying to be like really annoying and everything like that, while he's trying to process what he just heard and everything like that. I love this too, like, because you talk about this, they kiss each other. I don't even think Han wasn't even like thinking about the kiss for like a good couple minutes, like when they were kissing.
Yeah, like brain was lagging. He was even trying to process everything. Well, fucking, it's so funny. Just yesterday, actually, like, I recommended to me a video. It's a guy doing a skit on the first Star Wars movie, where, you know, when they're like flying to Alderaan, and you know, Han is talking about how he doesn't believe in the Force, and somebody kind of mentions like. You know, like they kind of mention like how it's like how connected everything is. Like, you know, somebody mentions that like, you know, like, you know, Obi-Wan knows Luke's dad, and you know they were both living on Tatooine, and like, you know, they mentioned some other thing, and Han is like, oh wow, that's crazy. You know, I wonder if anyone else has any secrets on this ship. Like he says it sarcastically. And then it like zooms in on Obi-Wan's face, and he's like, his like eyes are darting around.
What a fucking liar that guy is! Like, you know.
Yeah, I'll have to send you that video. That one's funny. But you know, it's that one is like the same thing where Han's mind is breaking about, you know, because like they also let it slip like Vader's Luke's dad and like Leia's his sister, and Han is like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
you know.
That
was a funny skit. But yeah, shit, sorry. Fuck, I have a cat allergy. Mickey is fucking killing me right now.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Because he normally doesn't get on my lap like this, and I'm like, I'm happy for it, but he's also killing me.
Yeah, I can't blame you.
Yeah, you know, so everyone's celebrating. Luke kind of off on his own on Endor. You know, gathers some wood and places, you know, his father's body on it, and he lights it, giving his father a funeral pyre. And I like this, because obviously, again, Vader would be fucking hated by everybody, so Luke can't really bring his dad's body back to everybody else and be like, hey guys, can we like bury my dad? Everybody else would probably like kick the body.
Right, yeah.
But I like this. I also like it because, again, in retrospect, one of the first prequel ends in like a Jedi funeral.
Okay.
So it kind of loops it around.
Yeah, that's cool. I do like this too, though, like showing how sad like Luke is and everything like that. That like his father kind of turned to the good side, but it was like it really was too late because it ended up kind of killing him in a way and everything. So
yeah, you know, like Vader said, like, you know, he did save him.
Yeah.
You know, Luke is pretty sad, but you know, I think he's also content. He's happy that he did turn his father. You know, he was right. There was good in his father. You know, and he was able to die as a Jedi.
Yeah.
You know, and Luke returns back to everybody else. You know, he gives everybody hugs and everybody's celebrating with the Ewoks. You know, the rebels are. Yeah, everybody's just fucking partying in this movie. Everybody's fucking snorting space cocaine.
Yeah. Luke's being responsible. You know, I like to think off screen after the scene ended, because I noticed he goes back and party and just did like a lot. He did every drug he could think of, especially too with just the crazy.
Again, I like to think I like to think Luke took a lot of cocaine here, and he imagined the sequels. You know, he wakes up the next day and he's like, "Oh fuck, I just had a crazy dream."
Yeah, I get it.
Which I mean, Owen, you might disagree. You might like the sequels. You might, and that's okay, Owen. I have the utmost respect for garbage men.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. That's what our grandfather did. So.
Yeah, I forgot. He used to be a garbage man. You're right. Luke kind of walks away from the party a little bit, and he sees the Force ghost of Obi-Wan and Yoda off in the distance. They look really proud of Luke, and then the third guy appears. It is none other than Anakin Skywalker, redeemed, healed. He's no longer the burnt, scarred man that we saw before. And again, this also depends on the version. In the original cut, it was the actor who Sebastian Shaw. We saw in the Vader suit, and obviously he just didn't have any of the makeup on. He looked like fully healed.
Yeah.
But after the prequels came out, they added in Hayden Christensen, who of course plays Anakin in the prequels. So basically, the idea, I think either one works.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is like either, if it's Hayden Christensen, it's this is what Vader went back to how he looked back when he was a good person.
Yep, for sure.
Or if it's Sebastian Shaw, it's this is how Anakin would have looked if he never fell to the dark side, if he was a Jedi his whole life.
And which one do you prefer?
I'm actually cool with either, honestly. Like, probably I flip flop.
Yeah, I'm fine with either one. Either one works. So.
Yeah, and again, because I know a lot of people don't like they made that change. I'm cool with either.
Yeah.
And I like that Obi-Wan and Yoda are cool with him. Because they truly thought he was a monster. They couldn't be redeemed. But I like that, they were wrong, and they kind of forgave Anakin as well.
We don't know that. He just showed up.
After the camera turns away, they're just beating the shit out of Anakin.
No, after they fade away, they're beating the shit out of him. By the way, was the music different in the original cut versus here? Because when you watch the original cut, the music's different than like the Disney.
I think the music might be a little different.
Yeah, because I always noticed the music was a little different. So.
Yeah, but Leia comes over to Luke, and he takes one last look at them, and he goes back to the partying with his friends. Again, I like that the Force Ghosts just look at Luke proudly, like they're happy. They trust that Luke is gonna, rebuild the Jedi Order and bring peace to the galaxy. And we get a final shot.
Do you think she saw that?
Actually, I don't know. Maybe.
Because if Luke can see it, like.
Yeah, Leia should be able to see it. You're right.
Yeah. I noticed they disappeared very quickly, though, when Leia showed up. So.
Yeah, they just, blinked out real quick.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and then I love this. Again, like I said, I like a lot of the, before Disney took over. I like a lot of the stuff that they released for, what happens after Return of the Jedi. But I am also very happy with this being, the end. Kind of like with Red vs. Blue, where, seasons, 8, 10, and 13 work good as endings.
Yeah.
I like the stuff that comes after, but, I am also satisfied with this being, the end.
Yeah, if we didn't watch Star Wars again, I'd be okay with it being the end. I mean, obviously, now that you've told me there's prequels, I obviously want to see how Darth Vader becomes, Darth Vader and everything like that.
Yeah.
But, I'd be interested to see what the sequels are like. I'm pretty sure, The Mandalorian, I just read, the info.
Yeah, Mandalorian is set, a couple years after Return of the Jedi.
The sequels, we'll see how they are. I would like to see, obviously, the stuff that isn't related to, the Disney ones type of thing.
Yeah. I'm cool with both. There's nothing wrong with doing both. We can check out the Disney stuff, and we can check out the pre-Disney stuff.
I'd like to play that game that you talked about and everything like that type of thing. So,
yes.
But yeah, if something happened where we couldn't do any videos together, or Disney Plus decided sold Star Wars and decided to just
something like Disney decided we're just going to delete everything Star Wars that ever existed.
And if we didn't pick it,
somehow no way of ever watching it ever again.
Yeah, and if we didn't pick it back up again, I would be I'd I guess okay with it. We got to see like a complete story. Obviously, I'd be disappointed because I want to see the prequels and see how Darth Vader becomes Darth Vader. But if we don't get any, if I can't watch any sequels, I guess I would be okay with it, type of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, this was a good ending, and I think the shot should be the thumbnail right here because you see all the main characters together. C-3PO, R2-D2, Han, Leia, Luke, and Lando, just enjoying their time together. They've won the day. They're the heroes of the galaxy, and they're all together. They all pulled through.
Yeah, you have to send me that picture.
Yeah. And then, I like that this is the final shot for it cuts to credits. That was a good.
Yeah.
Because remember, this was the last Star Wars movie for like fucking 20 years. And a lot of people didn't think they were going to make any more Star Wars.
Right.
So like, again, this was for a lot of people like the end for a long time.
Yeah, because
I think it works great as an ending. All the heroes are happy.
Yeah, you said that because I'm pretty sure the interview you sent me with George Lucas, like talking about Star Wars, he had mentioned he was going to make like the prequel like 98, 99. I'm pretty sure that interview that he filmed was probably like years after like they made this movie type of thing.
Yeah. So again, I think he like I said, he said in interviews what he believed like the backstory for like Darth Vader was, and stuff like that. Back when like the first movie came out, but again, I don't think he like fully believed he was going to actually make them into movies.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, this was good ending. I liked it. And it's surprising because I usually like bittersweet endings. I kind of like the endings where you had some tough losses and it's not a complete happy ending. But this is, for the most part, again, a complete happy ending. The only real like downside is Anakin died, but like he was satisfied with that ending. And
yeah.
Again, he's a Force ghost now, so he's pretty happy.
Looks happy, yeah. So.
Yeah, honestly, it's better because considering he was in fucking constant pain, living in a life support suit.
Yeah. So. Yeah, let's do the letter grades and everything like that. I'm gonna start. I think we've kind of talked about this. I'm going to go A-. Definitely the weakest of the three. But I think seeing Darth Vader's redemption happen was done really well in this movie. I like the Jabba stuff is good for what it is. I like, obviously, there's a lot of things that don't make sense about it. But I think they were able to make that come off together, like, good enough and everything like that. I loved Yoda's death. I thought that was awesome. And then, like, them actually like Luke, the struggle of Luke turning to the dark side and killing his father. I'm going an A-. We had some really. I thought the effects looked really good. The music was really good. But it does have its negatives. Han and Lando are very underutilized. And I would say
it's great that somehow like C-3PO and like Chewie end up like doing more than Lando and Han.
Yeah. I don't love the setting of, the forest and everything like that. And the space battle's really a whole lot of nothing. But, it's had some strong things. And again, I think the hype around this movie that I was supposed to have was seeing Jabba for the first time and seeing, like, the Emperor in person, like, doing stuff the whole time and in this form. But obviously I lost that. I didn't have that hype because I already had seen them in these forms and everything like that. So, but still, I'm going to give it an A-.
That's not really the original's fault. That's because, we watched the special editions.
Yeah. But I'm still going to give it an A-. I still, the twist at the end with it had a lot of nice twists that weren't just thrown there to be twists. They actually made sense, like Darth Vader redeeming himself and becoming Anakin again, and obviously the Luke and Leia made sense, but obviously...
That's the big thing, is like I hate when they have a twist just to have a twist. Like the twist has to be meaningful,
Yeah, for sure. So... like Natalie dying in Yellow Jackets type of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of like, it really just felt like, oh, we got to kill a main character. We'll kill Natalie, even though it will fucking hurt our story a lot to do that.
Yeah. But I'm going to go A-. What do you think of it?
I agree, A-. Definitely the most flawed of the original trilogy, especially because I think we gave the first two, like, S ranks. So, going to A-, even though it's still good, that is a pretty big drop. Yeah, just stuff I liked. I liked Luke, this whole thing in this movie, Vader's whole thing, Leia's whole thing. Even Chewie and C-3PO, it feels like they were kind of underrated MVPs in this. They pulled through and did a lot. Like we said, Han and Lando are severely underutilized. The action is probably the most flawed in this one because, like I said, when you really kind of slow it down, a lot of really weird things happening.
Yep.
But overall, again, I still like the story. I still like the characters. And, because the thing with Han and Lando, it's not like it's bad. It is just a whole lot of, I wish there was more,
Yeah, for sure.
So, again, I guess I prefer that over, them being in the movie a lot and it's shitty,
Yeah. And again, I guess we can forgive that because they didn't know Harrison Ford was coming back, so that probably affected,
I mean, I understand it, but it does still make the movie suffer for it.
Yeah, yeah. But, I feel like we would critique it more of, like with the Elijah Wood thing now, being in Yellow Jackets.
Yeah,
yeah, so.
But, I mean, for, Lando, they have no excuse. I don't know why Lando was so underutilized in this movie.
I mean, but you told me he was supposed to take Han's place, so, when Han came back, I imagine,
Yeah, but still, I don't know why, that still fucks over Lando.
I don't know.
Still have Lando with the group and shit.
I mean, Mort got fucked over in Family Guy. He got bumped from the theme song and everything like that. So
yeah, you're right.
So
how fitting, considering Mort is Lando in the Family Guy.
Yeah, so
But yeah, overall, again, like I said, A-. I definitely like this movie. The weakest of the original three, but it's got some tough competition.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the end of the original Star Wars. Let's do a little MVPs and everything like that. MVP, it's either the Emperor for me or Darth Vader. And I might say, I don't think Darth Vader actually does much up until he kills the Emperor, so I might say the Emperor might be the MVP.
Yeah, because, remember, he's the one who fucking leaked the plans. The only reason they even know about the Death Star at all is because he leaked it to them.
Yeah, so...
So, this whole movie pretty much happens because of him. So, yeah, Emperor, probably MVP.
LVP, I might say, unfortunately, I might say Han, I think.
Yeah, because at least Lando, blew up the Death Star.
Han couldn't do anything in this movie, effectively. He couldn't
Yeah, pretty much, Han just gets rescued at the beginning, and then he helps, take down the shield generator. But honestly, they probably had just done that without him.
Yeah. He couldn't, but I'm saying he couldn't sneak attack anybody. He couldn't, get it.
Yeah, he fucked up the sneak attacks. He got, fucked up by teddy bears. Yeah, no, he didn't really do much in this movie, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then, I'd say, upgrade, who is it?
Luke?
I might say Leia was the upgrade. Just because, she was in the next movie a lot, but, I think Han was kind of carrying it. It's weird. I think, because then, she got, a lot of stuff to do, this movie. And it's weird.
We're reversed, essentially. I'm still going to go with Luke, just because, obviously Luke wasn't bad last movie, but, a big point of this movie is showing how much Luke has grown compared to last movie.
But I'm going to go Leia.
Yeah, that's fair.
Downgrade.
I would say
I'd say Han or Lando.
Yep.
Can we say tie? Because I feel like they both downgraded about the same.
Yeah. Well, it's a weird thing of Han has more screen time than Lando, which isn't saying much. But Lando actually accomplishes more. He blew up the Death Star, and he hit that guard with his helmet. Or actually, no. Han beat Boba Fett by accident.
Yeah.
And he saved Lando. So actually, yeah. No, I guess. Han
Wait. I'm changing my answer. Because I don't want to say. I'm going to say Boba Fett's the downgrade.
Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah. That was a massive downgrade.
I mean, then again, though, I guess that did end up being his death, so maybe you could work around it, but I'm going to say he's the...
Yeah, but still, again, that's still pretty pathetic. I'm still going to go with Boba Fett now that you're... The fact that I even forgot he was in this movie should say something.
Yeah, so... But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. We finished the original Star Wars trilogy. I'm really happy we did this, just because... Yep. It's not even something we thought, we thought we were even going to, do. We always talked about we would do this for, years, and we just never did it, so I'm glad we finally did it.
Obviously, I've been a big Star Wars fan since I was a kid. So finally getting Owen to watch all 3 of the originals is, I'm happy for that,
Yep. And like we said, at some point, we might do it in like the summer, like right before the fall. We'll do like the predictions for what I think will happen in the prequels, like a guessing game version of it. It would be nice if we could do it soon, like a day, like on a work day for you type of thing. That could be like a quick video where you don't have to do a good portion of talking.
Yeah, look forward to that. We'll do Owen's predictions for the prequels, the Disney sequels, and like the pre-Disney stuff.
I definitely like
the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I definitely like to do it like sooner, because because I have all this fresh in my mind right now. I don't want to do it like.
Like you said, we'll most likely do this sometime towards the end of the summer. It's the end of May right now, so probably like 2-3 months.
Yeah. So.
But we got some other stuff to do. We I'm also happy we hit this milestone. We finished Dragon Ball Season 1. We finished the original trilogy for Star Wars. We're on a roll.
Yeah.
We're gonna do. We got the next 4 episodes of Avatar: Last Airbender before they hit the North Pole.
Yep.
And then we also got Evil Dead 2 and 3. So look forward to those 2.
Yep. And then a bunch of Danny videos and.
We're getting close to the end of Ben 10 Season 1. And Rick and Morty Season 1, so we'll get to those.
Yeah, this could be our most effective year doing this if we can have.
Yeah. Also, now we finally finished Star Wars, we'll get back to Toy Story 2 and 3 because we held off on Toy Story 2 because it had a lot of Empire Strikes Back references, and then after that, you were like, "Hey, let's do Return of the Jedi."
Yeah, which we held off for a while because I'm like, because I didn't know what happened in Return of the Jedi, and like, it ends with a cliffhanger. Like, I want to see what happens. So.
Yeah. So now that we finally capped off on that, we can get back to Toy Story.
Yeah.
So look forward to a lot of cool stuff in the pipeline. Look forward to it.
And you'll probably get a channel update video somewhere in there. So that's pretty much it, guys. And we will talk to you guys later.